बहुत स्वागत है ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਲਾਈਵ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋ। ਅੱਜ ਹੈ 14 ਮਈ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਦਾ। ਸਟੂਡੀਓ ਦੀ ਘੜੀਆਂ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 7:02 ਪੈਸੀਫਿਕ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਔਰ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 10:02। ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਰਤ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:32 ਹੋਇਆ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:02 ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੱਕ, ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਤੱਕ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਔਰ ਕਰੰਟ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ 'ਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਇਹ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਲੀਨ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਛ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਧੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਝਾਤ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਔਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਉਸ ਲਾਈਵ ਟੈਲੀਕਾਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਆਟਵਾ ਤੋਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਰੂਬਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਆਟਵਾ ਫਸਟ ਆਫ ਆਲ। ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰੋਨਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਾਵਰਿੰਗ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ, ਇਹ ਇਹਦਾ ਮੇਨ ਥੀਮ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਨਾਊਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ
we're laying that path. L'annonce faite aujourd'hui de la stratégie nationale d'électricité vise à garantir que le Canada dispose de l'électricité abordable, fiable et propre dont nous avons besoin, non seulement aujourd'hui, mais pour les décennies à venir. Nous savons que la voie vers la carboneutralité, la lutte contre le changement climatique et la construction d'une économie forte et résiliente passe par l'électrification. Et aujourd'hui, nous traçons cette voie. Yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary since I was appointed as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change for Canada. And it's a chance to look back at all that we've accomplished so far. We've put in place a nature strategy that sets protections and sets forward how we're going to move on 30 by 30 for Canada. We have finalized enhanced methane regulations on oil and gas and landfill that will make tangible and significant reductions in our emissions. We've renewed our commitment to international climate finance. We've put in place an auto strategy that has already shown an uptick in the sales of electric vehicles. We have arranged and managed cooperation agreements all across our country. And that brings us to today, because today, the work to electrify Canada, we have done a lot already, but these are the next steps. If we look at what the steps have been so far, from Iqaluit and Tallston hydro projects in the north to major wind developments in Nova Scotia to new nuclear generation in Ontario, Canada's building big and building clean. We have moved forward with historic clean electricity and clean technology investment tax credits. We've doubled our investment in clean energy investment through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And we know that we need to go further and faster. And on that, I'm passing it to the Prime Minister with the exciting news for today. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Julie. Bonjour tout le monde. Thank you, Julie, for Minister Jabruzen, for that introduction, for your leadership over the course of the last year and going forward. Russ, I'd like to thank you for joining us this morning with your enthusiasm for today's announcement, today's task, or today and tomorrow's task, and for your workers to deliver, make sure that Canada can deliver on it. And we need to deliver because Canada is facing major challenges from a rapidly changing world. Les États-Unis modifient radicalement l'ensemble de leurs relations commerciales, transformant ainsi bon nombre de nos anciens atouts en vulnérabilité. La guerre fait rage au Moyen-Orient et en Ukraine, ce qui fait grimper en flèche les prix de l'énergie partout dans le monde et chez nous. L'essor rapide de l'IA commence à transformer notre façon de vivre et de travailler et génère une demande en énergie sans précédent. Les changements climatiques s'intensifient, les tempêtes sont plus violentes, les inondations plus importantes et les feux de forêt plus dévastateurs. Il est donc essentiel que le Canada développe sa résilience et apporte sa contribution. Canadians are feeling all the impacts of these big changes at their kitchen tables, at the pumps, on the factory floors, as costs rise and uncertainty casts its heavy shadow. The good news is that many countries, unlike many countries, we can control our future if we seize this moment. And that means applying several lessons that these big forces have revealed. First, when the world fundamentally changes, we must respond with new approaches. As the Canadian Marshall McLuhan described 60 years ago, an age of anxiety is caused by trying to do today's job with yesterday's tools and yesterday's concepts. Canadians get that. Canadians get that, which is why they're changing how they shop, where they travel, and how they come together. And governments must now follow their lead. The second lesson is that in a much tougher world, we have to take care of ourselves. And the right path, as this government has stressed, the right path forward is to build big and to build for all, with code, copper, and steel. And to that end, Canada's new government has been moving fast. We've already referred 21 nation-building initiatives to the Major Projects Office. Projects that will connect, diversify, and propel our economy through over $125 billion in new investment. L'année dernière, la construction de la nouvelle centrale nucléaire de Darlington a commencé en Ontario. En mars, nous avons donné le coup d'envoi d'un projet d'expansion du terminal de Contrecoeur au port de Montréal, 40 ans après sa conception initiale. Ce projet a été lancé quelques mois après notre arrivée au pouvoir. Cet été, nous lancerons le projet de route de la vallée de Mackenzie dans le territoire du Nord-Ouest, un projet dont j'attends parler depuis mon enfance. Et on ne fait que commencer. We've created a new agency, Build Canada Homes, to drive affordable home building at a pace not seen in generations. Over $50 billion to our Build Community Strong Fund, for hospitals to hockey rinks, and a new defense industrial strategy that will catalyze $500 billion in investment in Canada over the next decade. Now, the third lesson that we must take from the current rupture is our sovereignty, our sustainability, our prosperity will depend on our ability to supply and control our energy. We have to unlock Canada's full potential as an energy superpower. As the head of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, said just last week, Canada has, and I quote, a golden opportunity to build a more sustainable and reliable energy system. This will require bold investments, practical solutions focused on results, not rhetoric, and the full force of a united Canada working together. Working together to build a stronger, more resilient, more independent Canada that works for all. That's our mission. And as the minister just said, central to that mission is more electricity. As our industries expand, our economy grows, AI accelerates, electricity demand in Canada is expected to double by 2050. So we will double our grid. That's the headline. Canada will double its electricity generation over the course of the next 2 decades. Because the path to affordability is electrification. The path to competitiveness is electrification. The path to net zero is electrification. Electrification underpins everything: our emissions, our environment, our economy. Et dans un monde en évolution rapide, le Canada prend son avenir en main. Grâce à notre nouvelle stratégie nationale d'électrification, nous bâtirons rapidement et à grande échelle pour doubler notre réseau énergétique et bâtir un Canada fort qui sera alimenté par une énergie propre, abordable et fiable. Over the coming decades, Canadians will use more electricity because many of the things we use every day, the cars we drive, the heaters in our home, the machines in our factories, are switching to electric power. Doubling our grid to meet that demand won't be easy. The scale is huge, the timeline short, and the task of getting the right mix of power is complex. If we get it wrong, Canadians will pay higher utility bills. If we're too timid, Canadians will end up short of power, losing good jobs and growing reliant on foreign suppliers. We can't pursue business as usual. We can't simply rely on restrictions and prohibitions. We must do things differently. Now, with the right investments and electrification measures, 7 in 10 Canadian households will pay less for their total energy by 2050. That's $15 billion back in the pockets of Canadians. And that's because electric machines are 2 to 4 times more efficient than those they replace. So, as we electrify our transportation, our buildings, our industry, the electricity slice of the overall energy pie grows, but the size of the entire pie shrinks. Now, Canada starts from a position of strength. We have amongst the lowest electricity costs in the world. Our system is already 80% non-emitting. Doubling generation in the next few decades will require those massive investments. It will require the linking of provincial systems. It will require the spreading of costs over time using our AAA balance sheet so that ratepayers don't pay all of the costs of investments today for benefits that Canadians, all Canadians, will benefit from and our planet will benefit from over decades. Getting this right requires permitting reform, new partnerships with Indigenous peoples, and a willingness to use a wide range of energy, including hydro, nuclear, wind, solar, some gas, carbon capture, geothermal, and beyond. Il faut savoir que notre réseau électrique émet aujourd'hui un peu moins de 50 mégatonnes, tandis que les émissions des industries, des transports et des bâtiments dépassent largement les 500 mégatonnes. L'enjeu, de loin le plus important, consiste à réduire les émissions à un coût raisonnable grâce à l'électrification et non à la pureté absolue de la production, la génération. La politique d'électrification ambitieuse permettrait de réduire les émissions jusqu'à 5 fois par rapport au total actuel des émissions liées à l'électricité. To repeat, by far the biggest prize is reducing emissions affordably through electrification, not pursuing absolute purity in generation. Aggressive electrification can reduce total emissions by up to 5 times current total electricity emissions. Our partnership with Alberta demonstrates the value of working together to solve multiple challenges. Building on our November MOU, Canada and Alberta have recently signed a cooperation agreement to get major infrastructure projects built faster. And Alberta has committed to reduce methane emissions by 75% over the next decade. We'll announce tomorrow an implementation agreement which includes strengthening industrial carbon pricing to send clear investment signals and to reward decarbonization. This is essential to our clean electricity agenda. To create the conditions to build the clean grid of the future, we need a carbon pricing market that actually works. We will also advance potential pipeline to transport at least 1 million barrels of low-emission Alberta oil a day to new markets. As a prerequisite to this project, we're progressing Pathways, a project that would enable Alberta to export some of the lowest carbon intensity oil in the world while creating an entirely new industry of carbon capture. And we're both committed to exploring new sources of energy, including nuclear and a more efficient system that connects with neighboring provinces. We need to take the same pragmatic approach of partnership across the country to build new hydro, new nuclear, renewable power, all at scale together. That's hydro in Quebec, Newfoundland, Manitoba, BC, and the North. Nuclear in New Brunswick, Ontario, Saskatchewan, renewables in the Maritimes and all across Canada. To those ends, Canada's government is launching today consultations on our new electricity strategy. And over the next few months, we'll work with provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, utilities, unions, to identify the actions needed to double our grid most effectively and affordably. The strategy rests on 4 pillars: build, connect, train, and make. And first, as you've heard us say before, it is time to build. We need to build more transmission lines, more transformers, more wires, more power. Alors, nous accélérons déjà la mise en œuvre de plusieurs projets d'énergie propre qui permettront d'ajouter des milliers de mégawatts à notre réseau électrique. Les éléments nécessaires à l'électrification sont en place. Des crédits d'impôt à l'investissement remboursables, de taux d'imposition sur les investissements les plus avantageux de G7, des prêts de la Banque de l'infrastructure du Canada et du financement par le Fonds de croissance du Canada. We're proposing to augment all of these, including by adding a new investment tax credit for interties between provinces and within provincial networks. Which brings me to the second pillar, to connect our power in Canada, east, west, north. Today, Canada is powered by many separate electricity grids, most of which aren't connected to each other. In many cases, it's easier to trade electricity with the United States than across our own country. And that fragmentation costs us billions of dollars. It means more power outages, expensive, duplicative infrastructure, and higher prices for Canadian families. It also means that many northern and remote communities aren't connected to the broader Canadian grids at all, resulting in energy bills that are 6 to 10 times higher than the national average. Fragmentation means wasted power, about 10 terawatt hours every year. That's enough to power 1 million Canadian homes for that year. Connecting grids in Europe is already saving nearly $80 billion a year, and the opportunity in Canada is just as significant. And that's why back in November in Terrace, BC, our government referred the Northwest Critical Conservation Corridor to the Major Projects Office. This is a project that will generate $10 billion in economic activity, that will connect northern communities and build a new clean energy corridor for generations. It will link Yukon's isolated grid to British Columbia's and the broader North American grid through the Yukon-BC Grid Connect, while creating that potential connection with Alberta. L'intégration interprovinciale est une mission complexe. Chaque province et chaque territoire a une structure de marché et un mécanisme de planification qui lui sont propres. Pour certaines provinces comme le Québec, cette structure est une grande source de fierté et un moteur de prospérité économique. Alors, nos consultations vont explorer les mesures que nous pouvons prendre pour bâtir cette réussite dans le but de relier davantage nos réseaux d'électricité et d'accélérer la mise en place des interconnexions essentielles, tout en respectant les champs de compétences des provinces et territoires. The consultations will tackle common barriers to those interprovincial interties. They'll explore an increased role for the Canadian Energy Regulator, develop standard cost allocation mechanisms to distribute fairly costs across those provinces and territories. We'll increase data sharing, regional modeling to speed up the intertie projects, and will refer the development of a new comprehensive transmission interconnect investment strategy to the Major Projects Office. The third element of the strategy is to train, attract, and retain new talent. It's good to see you here, Sean Strickland here as well, is central to it. The unions are central to this because doubling our electricity grid will create nearly 30,000 new, as Russ said, high-paying, not just jobs, high-paying careers for Canadians by the end of 2028, 100,000 more by 2050. Right now, over 80% of employers in the sector are facing labor shortages. So that's one of the big reasons why in last month's Spring Economic Update, we launched Team Canada Strong, a $6 billion nationwide effort to recruit, train, and hire up to 100,000 new Red Seal trade workers over the next 5 years. And in the upcoming consultations for the electricity strategy, we'll build on this momentum to ensure our workforce measures are effectively targeted to the need of the sector. And the final pillar of our strategy is to make our future. Our new strategy will ensure that more of the technologies and components that are going to power that new grid, smart meters, transformers, wind towers, AI systems, that those are designed and made right here at home. Many of those components are already in short supply globally. And right now, our electricity sector is highly import dependent. So our consultations will explore how to grow domestic manufacturing capacity so those components are made in Canada wherever possible. So that's wind towers in Quebec, transformers and steel in Ontario, uranium in Saskatchewan. Opportunities are literally pan-Canadian and virtually endless. We come back to affordability because, to be clear, there's no credible path to net zero without a relentless focus on affordability. And that's why we intend to adjust the clean electricity regulations, keeping energy reliable and affordable in the short term as we shift to cleaner energy at scale over time. That's why we will expand support for energy-saving retrofits for up to 1 million Canadian households through financing, grants, and other complementary measures. And that includes making it easier for Canadians to transition from expensive propane, heating oil, and electric baseboard heating to more affordable electric heat pumps. In a rapidly changing world, Canada must become the source of our own affordable, clean, reliable power, because when we master energy, we master our destiny. This is no small feat, no small step for humankind. We can't use yesterday's tools or concepts. And that's why today's strategy marks an important shift from prohibitions to partnership, from bargaining to building. Yesterday, I had the honor of meeting the astronauts of Artemis II, including Canada's own Colonel Jeremy Hansen. And their mission, their characters, remind us what we can achieve through teamwork, ingenuity, and boldness. And that's the spirit that we're all coming together to launch our mission to build Canada strong, to power Canada strong for all and for all generations. Thank you very much for your attention.
Conference, first question goes to Radio Canada. Votre prédécesseur, Justin Trudeau, avait promis de décarboner le réseau électrique d'ici 2050. À quel point est-ce que le gaz naturel va faire partie du plan pour atteindre votre objectif de doubler la production d'électricité d'ici 2050?
Merci pour votre question. Premièrement, je veux saluer le progrès qui a été fait pendant le gouvernement de M. Trudeau. Il a changé le trajet des émissions au Canada, a commencé les réductions d'émissions ici au Canada. Maintenant, ce qui est nécessaire est de renforcer le progrès avec des grands investissements, avec une concentration sans relâche sur l'abordabilité immédiate. Parce que pendant les dernières années, il y a une crise de pouvoir d'achat au Québec, à travers le Canada, une crise d'abordabilité. Et ce qui est nécessaire est de mettre l'accent sur l'abordabilité à court terme, et ce sera un rôle pour un morceau de gaz naturel, de génération de gaz naturel, dans certaines provinces, certains marchés d'électricité. Alors, il y aura un rôle, ça c'est clair pour nous, et c'est clair dans notre stratégie, mais en même temps, c'est un complément d'un beaucoup plus large investissement dans l'énergie propre, hydro, nucléaire, et les renouvelables et tout cela.
Par rapport au protocole d'entente avec l'Alberta, on voit que vous êtes prêt à faire beaucoup de concessions pour Daniel Smith. Est-ce que vous iriez aussi loin s'il n'y avait pas de menace référendaire en Alberta? Est-ce que vous pensez que ça prend un pipeline pour garantir l'unité nationale?
Dans un mot, non. Non et non. Premièrement, le protocole d'entente, il y aura, comme je viens de dire, il y aura une annonce plus détaillée demain avec le Premier ministre Smith et moi à Calgary. Mais ce qui est essentiel est d'avoir un marché en Alberta et on espère à travers le Canada, après un certain temps, un marché de carbone qui fonctionne, un vrai marché de carbone. Parce que maintenant, le marché de carbone en Alberta, c'est brisé. Il y a un grand écart entre, par exemple, entre les prix actuels et les prix ciblés par le fédéral. Ça, c'est une des points fondamentaux. Et en ce qui concerne l'autre aspect de l'accord, ce sera une occasion d'accélérer la transition énergétique à travers le Canada et pour le Canada d'être une fournisseur fiable pour nos partenaires internationaux dans une manière qui rend le Canada plus prospère et plus indépendant. Merci.
Thank you. Next question.
Hi, David Thurton with CBC News. Prime Minister, you mentioned that tomorrow you're going to be announcing how your government and the Alberta government is advancing a pipeline. Can you tell us, is there a proponent yet? Have you settled on a route or some possible routes? And also, are you planning to designate this pipeline a project in national interest and then fast track it like C5 would do?
A couple of things. Thank you for your question. I mean, I'd like more of the announcements to come out tomorrow next to Premier Smith. I'll say the following though is that the MOU and the intention of the MOU has been that Alberta would advance, that there will be a private sector proponent for the pipeline, that the federal government has, well, I shouldn't say the federal government, it's an agreement, so we all agree on this, that there are multiple preconditions for that pipeline moving forward. It includes strengthening the carbon market. It includes the methane regulations that the minister helped put in place and have been put in place now. It includes very much the Pathways project moving forward, no pathways, no pipelines, so all those elements moving forward. But we're making progress, and it's a private sector proponent. Obviously, you can't designate something which has not yet been fully proposed. So that's why I chose carefully the word advancing as opposed to concluding.
Okay, and real quick, because I know my colleagues have questions. Why are we amending the clean electricity regulations? And is this because of the MOU?
Well, first off, we're What we signal in, and to be clear, we're putting out, it's a fairly detailed, as I hope you had a chance to see, electricity strategy with a number of initiatives. We're putting it out as a consultation for the next 4 months. So we're going to be sitting down, obviously, with provinces. We've got the primary jurisdictions, Indigenous peoples, unions, utilities, other stakeholders getting feedback, and then we'll look to finalize the initiatives. So with respect to the clean electricity regs, it goes back to, if I may, the first question from your colleagues at Radio Can, or an element of the first question, which is that a role for natural gas, is there a role for natural gas in the transition in some provinces? That was part of my answer, remembering that different provinces, different electricity markets start from different positions. So we're taking a very practical approach here, recognizing that under some interpretations of the current electricity regulations, it'd be difficult to build some additional natural gas that would complement much bigger builds. And to be clear, the orders of magnitude, the clean electricity build from hydro through to renewables is going to be much bigger than what we're talking about specifically. But to have those complements in some markets, particularly as it takes some time to bring those markets together, that helps deliver affordability. We have some of the cheapest gas in the world in Canada. It can be efficient, delivers affordability, but the electricity regs need to be consistent with that. Can't have them set up necessarily that's going to strand a series of assets, but then how do you offset those assets down the road with carbon credits? And we've laid out the broad strokes of that, and that's what we'll have more detailed discussions on.
Next question.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre, Antoine Trépanier de la presse. Je comprends que vous lancez des consultations avec les provinces, mais particulièrement pour le Québec, avec le plan d'Hydro-Québec pour les 10 prochaines années.
Absolument.
Quelles sont vos attentes par rapport au Québec? Quelles sont vos attentes par rapport à Hydro-Québec? Et qu'est-ce que vous avez à offrir au Québec dans cette stratégie?
Oui, merci. Ouais, premièrement, je voudrais saluer les initiatives d'Hydro-Québec, et ce n'est pas seulement parce que le greffier actuel du conseil a été le PDG, mais l'ambition de Hydro-Québec est formidable pour le Québec, formidable pour le Canada, et va avancer les objectifs pour le Québec et pour le Canada. Premier point. Deuxième point. Dans la stratégie d'Hydro-Québec, il y a, comme vous le savez, un investissement à peu près 145 milliards de dollars pendant la prochaine décennie. Le Canada va fournir une crédit d'impôt d'investissement remboursable. C'est un grand montant d'argent, c'est une grande incitative. Ça change les économies, les rendements pour Hydro-Québec. Et c'est une grande incitative pour accélérer ce investissement. Premier point. Deuxième point. Il y a des projets, par exemple, Churchill Falls, qui impliquent d'autres provinces, dans ce cas, la Terre-Neuve et Labrador. Alors, il y a la possibilité que le gouvernement du Canada peut trouver ou faire un complément des solutions entre les provinces. Et on a des discussions sur cela. Et puis, nos incentives pour les ménages et tout cela, ça implique tous les ménages québécois.
Par rapport à la visite de M. Trump en Chine,
Ah oui.
Vous avez fait l'objet de beaucoup de critiques aux États-Unis quand vous avez conclu une entente sur les véhicules électriques. Là, on a entendu un beau vocabulaire on était presque amis là, entre les États-Unis et la Chine. Comment vous réagissez au changement de ton entre les deux pays? Et qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour les Canadiens? Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire pour votre gouvernement?
Cette situation, je souhaite qu'il y ait des accords bénéficiels pour les Chinois, pour les Américains, pour le monde, entre ils sont les deux hégémons du monde, les deux grandes puissances. Alors, on espère qu'il y a des accords entre eux. Mais les critiques, les actions, les différences entre les critiques et les actions des États-Unis en ce qui concerne le Canada et la Chine, ça souligne que c'est nécessaire d'être maître chez nous, de prendre des initiatives dans l'intérêt du Canada. Il faut être indépendant et cette stratégie, aujourd'hui, va rendre le Canada plus indépendant, plus prospère et plus soutenable. Oui, merci.
Thank you. Next question.
Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
Najud Amlis, Bloomberg News. Does your government still plan to meet its 2030 emissions reduction target?
We are putting in place a series of initiatives that will make material emission reductions. We'll update our climate plans and our emission reduction targets in due course. But let's be clear about what we're talking about here is we're looking at an ability to remove about 250 to 300 megatons of emissions through electrification with clean electricity in a very practical way, in a way that will help unleash the $1 trillion or so over the next 25 years of investment that's needed in partnership with provinces, in partnerships with the private sector, and with a credible plan that's focused on investment and action. And it's that investment that's going to reduce the emissions.
On today's announcement, the strategy says the government plans to allow greater use of offsets to give the sector more flexibility. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on how this will work, and is the ultimate aim here to just allow for more gas power plants?
The ultimate aim here is to make the ultimate aim is to affordably transition to a low emission, ultimately net zero economy that's more competitive, more independent, more reliable power system. That's the goal, to do so in an independent way. I refer to my earlier comments about the complementary role of gas in the short term, a role that is dwarfed in scale in terms of the clean electricity investments that the country will be making across hydro, nuclear, renewables. The use of offsets, there's two things I would say. One is ultimately, as I'm sure you know, in net zero is called net zero for a reason. There is a net in net zero. The net is the use of offsets. And so clarification about the role of those offsets, the types of those offsets, when they can be used, is part of any comprehensive electricity strategy. And that brings me to one more point, which is, question comes from Bloomberg and markets, and just reinforcing the need to have a true market, a true carbon credit market in this case, not an offset market, but a credit market in Alberta. And over time, we would like to see that developed, and other provinces have the option of joining if they so wish.
Merci. Prochaine question.
Good morning, Prime Minister.
Morning.
David Baxter with the Canadian Press. Does this new strategy still intend to require LNG builds to have a carbon capture proponent, even with the ION amending the clean electricity regulations?
We have, I think, is a very important question. One of the things which you may have seen, but I'll draw your attention to it in the spring economic statement, is the accelerated the capital cost allowance for LNG projects. We've tied that to the emissions efficiency of those, if I can put it that way. So in other words, being top quartile, low emission LNG through the LNG trains. That is what triggers the economics on the accelerated capital cost allowance. I think we're proud, and you see our track record here as a government, that the projects that are we've supported in some way or looking at through the Major Projects Office are top quartile or top decile low emission LNG. And we expect that to continue. And remember, our last point, under the major projects legislation, we need these projects to align with our climate goals. And so that helps reinforce. Thank you.
Yeah, and just on a different topic,
Sure.
Last year during the election campaign, you talked a lot about build, but right now it looks like the government's looking more at edging towards an idea of selling off lots of different public assets. We're talking about airports. So there's a discussion paper on the idea of looking at selling off ports. Where does that fit into the mandate that Canadians gave you? And are you looking at privatizing other areas of major transportation infrastructure?
we are relentlessly focused on build, build, build. We get up in the morning, first thing we think about is affordability, and that reflects in the strategy, and then building out and building in a way that's affordable for Canadians, that's going to make us more independent, more resilient, better jobs and careers for Canadians. And you see that in, with Build Canada Homes, it's been up and running for less than 6 months, 10,000 plus homes, already moving towards breaking ground. The Build Community Strong Fund, you see in the defense industrial side, you've seen I referenced in my remarks Contrecoeur, Mackenzie Valley Highway. There's a series of other announcements that have been made and are about to be made that are building construction in this. And everything about this electricity strategy is about building a cleaner and stronger. So that's there. Are we looking, and we're very transparent about it, are we looking in certain cases of, are there assets that the federal government has that we could recycle the investment into supporting building new assets? Airports is an example that is out there. I think the port reference is within a much broader series of things. I don't view it personally as a top priority, but we will look to what we're looking to do with all the tools we have is to catalyze building of this economy. If there are some assets that the federal government has that can help with that process, we'll look at it as part of a comprehensive approach.
Next question.
Abigail Beeman, CTV News. How worried are you about the prospect of Alberta voting to separate, and do you believe a referendum should be held?
A couple of things. One is first, my role and the role of the federal government is, and we're pursuing this, is to practice cooperative federalism, to work with the provinces, work with the territories, work with Indigenous Canadians, and get things done on behalf of all Canadians. That's what we're doing with the province of Alberta. As someone who was raised in Alberta, proud Albertan, I view that very much the best place for Alberta is in Canada. And certainly a Canada that works, which is what we're pursuing. And I think the evidence, well, others will judge, but we're making that progress on behalf of Albertans. But by making Alberta stronger, we're making all of Canada stronger. Look, in terms of any referendum, we're a democracy. We have certain standards and an ability for provinces to hold referenda on a variety of subjects, and if following the rules, they hold referendums, obviously we support that. That means respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples, respecting the rights of people to privacy. It means if it's a referendum on separation in any province, it has to be consistent with the Clarity Act, and our role is to make sure those it's the role of other authorities in many cases to ensure that those rights are respected. With respect to the Clarity Act, as I'm sure you know, ultimately Parliament has a role in making the judgment about the question. But I'll go back and then hand back to you, Abigail. I'll go back to where I started. The core thing is working with the provinces, whether it's Alberta, Nova Scotia, whichever province, ever territory, to make the country work, and that's what this government is focused on. En français, en ce qui concerne l'aspect, ce qui devrait, c'est un choix de. Il y a des règles, il faut suivre des règles pour des référendums, et il faut respecter des droits des individus, des droits des libertés des individus, des droits de privacy, pardon, c'est privé, des droits privés, en effet, oui. Et puis, des droits des peuples autochtones, ils viennent d'avoir, comme vous le savez, un jugement hier sur cela. Mais dans ce contexte, il y a des responsabilités pour le Parlement du Canada dans un contexte d'un référendum, n'importe quel référendum sur la souveraineté, de rendre un jugement sur la clarté de la question. Mais nous sommes une démocratie. Dans ce contexte, le peuple d'Alberta peut suivre un référendum si on suit les règles. Mais dans le contexte, c'est la responsabilité du gouvernement de fédéralisme effectif et de renforcer la force d'Alberta dans un Canada fort. Merci.
On today's announcement, with the energy wallet, your government is predicting that Canadians' use of gas-powered cars goes way down by 2050. And I'm wondering how we can be so sure about EVs as the path forward, specifically when you look at the news out of Honda.
Well, a couple of things. One,
Yeah,
it's a
very good. I was
question.
waiting for this question.
Ultimately, this is going to be a question of affordability, reliability, the performance of those vehicles, the relative costs there. The first component of that is going to be building electricity that itself is affordable. I mean, we start from an enviable position in the country, Canada, relative to international peers, some of the lowest electricity costs in the world. We want to reinforce that. That's why we need a comprehensive strategy that builds in the right order, that uses all the tools we have in order to spread costs over time, and that brings as many of the grids together as possible. Canadians will then make the choice what kind of vehicles they want to drive. Look, with respect to Honda, it's obviously a disappointing decision. It's a decision about additional jobs, not current jobs, as you know, in Alston, but it's a disappointing decision. It's a decision that reflects the broader strategic position and financial position of that company. It's part of a global series of decisions that they've taken. I think what's clear and has only been reinforced by the spikes in gasoline and prices and worldwide and the volatility of those prices. You know, electricity prices aren't moving all around. Is that plus technological developments, the shift towards lower emission vehicles is certainly progressing globally and likely to progress here. But those are choices of Canadians. Those are choices Canadians will make.
Thank you, Prime Minister. This will be last question. Mackenzie Gray, Global News.
Yeah.
Hi, Prime Minister. We've heard from the Japanese ambassador as well from Honda itself saying that uncertainty around CUSMA and U.S. tariffs is a part of the decision-making process in regards to Alliston. Can you update us on where we are with the Americans and when we can expect formal negotiations to start with that?
Well, as we've said, we're ready to sit down for those negotiations. We know what the major trade issues are for the United States. We have a series of issues around the strategic sectors, including the auto sector, the steel sector, aluminum, forest products, particularly now derivatives of copper and aluminum and steel. There are big opportunities for both of us if we can come to an agreement. It takes the Americans to focus, and I'm sure once they're finished with their discussions with China, they'll focus.
The World Cup is coming. And there are
is.
people in Vancouver who are very concerned that could be some of the last soccer games they see at BC Place, with the potential for the Whitecaps to relocate to Las Vegas. What has your government done to make sure that doesn't happen? And have you been involved in any way in those negotiations?
The short answer, I have not been involved. Yes, the World Cup is coming. Yes, we are looking forward to it. Yes, anyone internationally watching this, there are 3 hosts of the World Cup, and I've got to say, the warmest welcome is going to be in Canada. So we look forward to you coming here, and very much looking forward to. I hope Alfonso Davis is recovering as we speak. But we've got a great side, and we're going to move forward with that. Look, in terms of the Whitecaps specifically, I'm not personally involved in that. I would obviously like them to stay, but I don't have anything to say on that at this point. Thank you.
Sir, that concludes today's press
I'll
conference.
take one last. Sorry.
Thanks very much. Alex Ballingo of the Toronto Star.
Yeah.
Just going back to Najud's question, I think you said update to the targets in due course. Can you just expand on that? Are we going
Due course is due course, Alex.
But
Yeah.
we're changing our climate.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. What we are doing, and let's be clear, and this is the approach of this government, is we are focused on investing to get results. We're focused on practical steps that are going to get results. It doesn't do us good to be sitting in court all the time with provinces. It doesn't do us good to be talking past each other. What it does do us good is to come together, specific projects. You know, in the end, these aren't words on a page. This is Russ, this is Sean. This is Frank and Francis and their colleagues going out and building things, connecting things, making progress. That's what we're focused on. That's what's going to deliver the results. What you're seeing today is the next iteration of a strategy that's all connected. It's connected, with the workers to make it work. We know we need more workers, so we got a strategy to do that, which we developed with the unions, we developed with the provinces, we're putting into place. It means working with the provinces. This strategy is informed not just by the personnel that we have in, although it sure does help to have the former CEO of Hydro-Quebec, part of developing that strategy. So not just the personnel that we have in government, but the fact that we've been working with provinces and utilities and the private sector on some of these big projects. Think about the Northwest Conservation Corridor in BC. That's a huge opportunity to make the system more efficient. Indigenous ownership, conservation area the size of Greece at the same time, as all part of that strategy while we're making it. So, Alex, it's the emission reductions are the product of the actions, and the government is putting more focus on the actions, really rolling up the sleeves and making sure these are moving forward. And by doing so, it concentrates the mind on several things. One, what's holding up projects moving forward. I gave you the example of Contrecoeur, bouncing around for 40 years. Now it's moving forward. Mackenzie Valley, bouncing around for 60 years, 61 years. I'm 60. Well, I guess maybe I became sentient or whatever at 3 or 4, but I literally been talking about it since then. That's pretty bad when your earliest childhood memory is the Mackenzie Valley Highway, but there you go. So really moving forward. And also the fact that we're focused on the here and now means that we think about affordability all the time. So how do we do this in a way that's going to be affordable for Canadians? Because that's what they deserve. And we think we have a variety of things. I'm going to end on this just to reinforce. I say it's all connected, but how do we make it affordable? We make it affordable by linking together as many of the grids as possible, east, west, north. Huge efficiencies that come from that. We make it affordable through a series of financing mechanisms that the federal government can provide and complement to the provinces and others. In effect, what those do is spread costs over a long period of time, so it's not all borne by ratepayers today. We make it affordable by using a wide range of energy sources from different parts. We've talked a bit about gas today, more than it merits in terms of the overall contribution, but it is part of the way that we unlock affordably these bigger clean energy. And we make it affordable by making it affordable and possible for Canadians to save energy. I mean, we have 7 million Canadians, right, who households who have some form of in the extreme energy poverty or energy pressure. And, they're using home heating oil, they're using propane, they're using baseboard heating, they don't have access. We're working for 1 million of those homes through a new retrofit program, and we're working to build out these grids in a clean way that's going to get affordability down and that $15 billion of savings.
On the industrial carbon price.
Did you catch that? That's my last comment. Thank you.
सो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस जी इत्थे ही खत्म हो गई और थोड़ी देर तक तुहानूं मैं लैके चलूंगा टोरंटो, जिथे टोरंटो की पुलिस के वालों एक जानकारी दी जानी है। इस तरीके नाल न्यू दिल्ली जिथे ब्रिक्स के फॉरेन मिनिस्टर्स की मीटिंग हो रही है, वी गोना गो देयर एज वेल। और नाल दे नाल ही एक तुहानूं लैके जाना अज होर जगह वो हैगा बीजिंग, जिथे कि मीटिंग चल रही है या मीटिंग होके हटी है प्रेजिडेंट शी जिनपिंग चाइना के जिहड़े प्रेजिडेंट ने उन्होंने यूएस के प्रेजिडेंट डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के नाल उस दे बारे भी गलबात करांगे और नाल दे नाल ही लोकल लैवल ते कुछ वड्डियां खबरां उहदे बारे भी गल करांगे। अज मैं सोच रहा सी जदों प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रही सी प्राइम मिनिस्टर दी कि आखिरकार क्यों एक सवाल जिहड़ा नहीं पूछा गया प्राइम मिनिस्टर दे कोलों, जिहड़ा कि बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट सवाल सी और वो पूछा ही नहीं गया। एंड आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड कि क्यों किसी जर्नलिस्ट ने अजे तक जिहड़ा वो क्वेश्चन है वो नहीं पूछा। वो क्वेश्चन दरअसल की सी, वो क्वेश्चन सी दिस वन। होंडा कैनेडा ने ਅੱਜ ਇਹ ਅਨਾਉਂਸਮੈਂਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਲਾਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਲਾਨ ਸੀ $15 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਵਾਲਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇਨਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਇਨਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਰੋਕ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸੋ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਚੇਨ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਹੋਂਡਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੋਂਡਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਵਾਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਜੋਲਟ ਫॉर द ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਕਿ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਨਾਉਂਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਡਬਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਡਸ ਨੂੰ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਗੁੱਡ ਥਿੰਗ ਕਿ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਡ ਨੂੰ ਡਬਲ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਕਿ ਅਗਲੇ 2 ਡੈਕੇਡਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਾਣੀ ਕਿ ਅਗਲੇ 20 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਡ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਡਬਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਇਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਪਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਂਡਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਆਖਿਰਕਾਰ ਹੋਂਡਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ ਅਸਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪੈ ਸਕਦਾ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਵਾਸ ਦ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਫਰਮ ਦ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਆਫਿਸ, ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟਸ ਨੇ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਉਲਟੀ ਪੁਲਟੀ ਕਰਤੀ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 2 ਵਾਰ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਔਰ ਯੂਰਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਆਰਟੀਫਿਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਲਾਈਮੇਟ ਚੇਂਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਫੋਕਸ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਐਨ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ, ਕੰਪੀਟੀਟਿਵ ਐਂਡ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਲ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ, ਔਰ ਦਾ ਬੇਸ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ એનર્ਜੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਹੋਏ। ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਸੋਲੂਸ਼ਨ ਟੂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾਜ਼ એનર્ਜੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ, ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਪੈਟਿਟਿਵਨੈਸ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕੋ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 80% ਕਲੀਨ ਗ੍ਰਿਡ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਔਰ G7 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ one of the lowest electricity cost ਇਹਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹ એનર્ਜੀ ਇੰਟੈਂਸਿਵ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ 2050 ਤੱਕ ਡਬਲ ਹੋਣ ਦੀ ਸੰਭਾਵਨਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਅਨੋਰਮਸ ਓਪਰਚੁਨਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਲ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਫੀਚਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੱਖੇ। ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਨਿਊ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟੇਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਐਲਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਲ 2050 ਤੱਕ ਬਾਈ 2050 ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਅਗਲੇ 20 ਸਾਲ ਤੱਕ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗ੍ਰਿਡਸ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਡਬਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਲੀਨ એનર્ਜੀ, ਰਿਲਾਇਬਲ, ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਪਾਵਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੂਰੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ 2 ਦਹਾਕਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਇਕੱਲੀ ਸਸਟੇਨੇਬਲ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਬਲਕਿ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟੇਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ $15 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਟੋਟਲ એનર્ਜੀ ਸੇਵਿੰਗਸ 2050 ਤੱਕ ਦੇਗੀ। ਔਰ ਲੋਅਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ એનર્ਜੀ ਕਾਸਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ 10 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 7 ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਘਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਘਟ ਜਾਏਗੀ, ਲੋਅਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ 80% ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਗ੍ਰਿਡਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਜਨਰੇਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਨਾਨ ਐਮਿਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਕਲੀਨ એનર્ਜੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ 80% ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ $10 ਟ੍ਰਿਲੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਗਲੋਬਲੀ ਖਰਚ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਡਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਫੀਸ਼ੀਐਂਸੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰੀਫਿਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। $10 ਟ੍ਰਿਲੀਅਨ ਇੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਹ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਲੀਨ એનર્ਜੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਇਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਵੇਂ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਨਵੀਂ ਕਲੀਨ એનર્ਜੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਏ ਕਰਨਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਨਵਾਂ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਬਾਈ 2030 ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰੀਨਿਊਏਬਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕੰਟਰੀਬਿਊਟ ਕਰਨਗੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰਿਸਿਟੀ ਜਨਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਜਿਹੜੀ IEA ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ, ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ એનર્ਜੀ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਤੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਆਈ ਇਹਨੇ ਅੱਜ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਚੌਂਕਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਚੇਨ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪੋਸਟਪੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਚੇਨ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਸੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੋਸਟਪੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਇਨਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਅਨਿਸ਼ਚਿਤ ਕਾਲ ਲਈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਿਲੰਬਿਤ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਲਿਸਨ ਓਨਟਾਰੀਓ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਰੰਟ ਮੈਨੂਫੈਕਚਰਿੰਗ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੌਕਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਮੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏਗੀ। ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹੀ ਕਿ ਦਿਸ ਡਿਸੀਜਨ ਡਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਅਫੈਕਟ current employment or production levels at our existing manufacturing facility in Allison, Ontario, ਜਿੱਥੇ operations could continue to meet our strong demand for Honda Civic and CR-V model। ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ Honda ਦੇ ਮਾਡਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਕਦੇ ਆ ਹੱਥੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਵਿਕ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ despite evolving business conditions, Honda's ਹੁਣ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ $15 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੋਸਟਪੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਹੈ ਫॉर ਇਨਡੈਫੀਨਿਟ ਟਾਈਮ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਤੱਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ? ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ Honda announced the indefinite suspension of the Canadian value chain investment project in response to evolving business conditions, a change in external resource strategy and shifting customer demand। ਇਹ ਤਿੰਨ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਚੇਂਜ ਇਨ ਐਕਸਟਰਨਲ ਰਿਸੋਰਸ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਟਜੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਪੈਮਾਨੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਹਰਲੇ ਵਪਾਰਕ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਥਿਤੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਸਤਾਂ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ, ਰਿਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਹਰੋਂ ਆਉਣੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਕਮੀ ਵੀ ਦੇਖੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਬਦਲਾਅ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਕਸਟਮਰਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਤਾਰ ਚੜ੍ਹਾਅ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ। ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਹੈ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਬਦਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ? ਈਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਇਸ ਪਲੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਈਵੀ ਦਾ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕਿਹੜਾ ਨਵਾਂ ਈਵੀ ਦਾ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ 1000 ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਨਵੀਆਂ ਨੌਕਰੀਆਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਸੰਭਾਵਨਾ ਹੈ ਇਲੈਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਰੋਕਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਡਕਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਮਚਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਏਗਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੀ ਸਸਪੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੇਨ ਕਾਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਐਂਡ ਕੰਸੀਡਰ ਐਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਪਲਾਨ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਕੰਸੀਡਰੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਪਲਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਾਂ ਇਹ ਯੋਜਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਣਾਈ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇਨਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਏ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਚੈਲੰਜ ਫॉर ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਸ਼ਕਲ ਹੈ ਕਿਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਸੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਸੇ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਉਣਾ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ, ਜਸਟ ਟੂ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਐਨ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ, ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਇੱਕ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਐਗਜ਼ਾਮਪਲ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੂੰਹ ਛੁਪਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜੇਕਰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਭੀਗੀ ਬਿੱਲੀ ਬਣ ਕੇ, ਭਿੱਜੀ ਹੋਈ ਬਿੱਲੀ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਚਾਈਨਾ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਉਹਦਾ ਮਿੱਤਰ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ, ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸਾਊਥ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਊਥ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਸੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਉਹ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਨੂੰ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਜਦੋਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੀ ਸੋਵਰਨਟੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਸੀਗੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਆਪਣੇ ਇੰਟਰਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ। ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਦਿਸ, ਜਿੰਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਗਏ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਟੌਪ ਦੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਇੱਥੇ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਟੌਪ ਦੇ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਲੀਡਰਸ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਭੁੱਖ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਵੇ, ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਇੱਥੇ ਲੋਕ ਆਉਣ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਅਗੇਨ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਥਿੰਗ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਇਹਨੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਰਸ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਨੇ, ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਦ ਕਾਮਰਸ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਈਨਾਂਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿ ਲਓ, ਹਾਵਰਡ ਲੁਟਨਿਕ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਬੜੇ ਅਨਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਬੋਲੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਪਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਫੀ ਕੁਛ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਹੈ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਅੱਜ ਖੁਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਉਹ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਖੁਦ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਸੋ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਆ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਔਖੀਆਂ, ਈਵਨ ਵੱਡੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ, ਈਵਨ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ। ਸੋ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਚੇਂਜ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਵੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਲਿਊ ਚੇਨ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਪਲਾਨ ਆ $15 ਬਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੈਫੀਨਿਟਲੀ ਸਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਔਰ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਹੋਂਡਾ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਕੰਪਨੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਆਟੋ ਮੇਕਰਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨੇ ਆਟੋ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਇਆ US ਨੇ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਆਟੋ ਮੇਕਰ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਪੁਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਟੋ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਆ ਇਹ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੱਗਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਉਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਟੈਕਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਤੇ ਲਾ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ। ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰੋਨਿਕ ਵਹੀਕਲਸ ਦੀ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ EV ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਇਲੈਕਟ੍ਰੋਨਿਕ ਵਹੀਕਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਰੌਲਾ ਇਹਨੇ ਪਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਹੁਣ ਐਲਨ ਮਸਕ ਨਾਲ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਟੈਸਲਾ ਦਾ ਮਾਲਿਕ, ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਫੋਟੋਗ੍ਰਾਫੀ ਵੀ, ਸੈਲਫੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਖਿਚਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਹਰ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਿੱਜੀ ਸਵਾਰਥ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹ ਲੜਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਔਰ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਮਾੜਾ ਲੀਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਹੀ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਹਿੱਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ। ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਲੀਡਰ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਖੜ ਕੇ ਦੇਖੀਏ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਹ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛੀ ਗਈ, ਕੀ ਇਹਦਾ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਵਾਜ਼ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼, ਬਟ ਇੱਕ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਈ ਗਈ। ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋਹੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ, ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ 1 ਦਰਜਨ ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਸ਼ਿਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘਣ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਨਾਲ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ, ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਰਾਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਕੋਈ ਆਮ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ। So that's Strait of Hormuz. Let me just go on to this side. That's the latest situation, Strait of Hormuz. Blockade ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਹੈ। Just to give you a heads up, ਕਿ blockade ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਰਕਰਾਰ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦਰਜਨ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਸ਼ਿਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਚ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਵੀ ਸੀਗੇ, ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਓਨਡ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਵੀ ਸੀਗੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਣ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੈਨੇਜਮੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਟੋਕਾਲ ਪੂਰੇ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ? IRGC ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰੈਵੋਲੂਸ਼ਨਰੀ ਗਾਰਡ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ, ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ UAE ਨੂੰ ਲੰਮੇ ਹੱਥੀ ਲਿਆ, UAE ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੰਮੇ ਹੱਥੀ ਲਿਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ UAE ਨੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਜੇ ਗੁਪਤ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਟੈਕ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸਾਊਦੀ ਅਰੇਬੀਆ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਅਟੈਕ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ। ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਨੇ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਸਾਊਦੀ ਅਰੇਬੀਆ ਸਾਥ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਈਵਨ ਆਫਟਰ ਸਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਅ ਪੈਕਟ, ਮਿਊਚੁਅਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਕ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਦੂਜਾ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹਮਲਾ ਸਮਝੇਗਾ। ਖੈਰ, ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸ਼ਿਪਸ ਤਾਂ ਲੰਘਣ ਦਿੱਤੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦਾ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਡੋਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ। ਹੁਣ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਰੇੜਕਾ ਬੜਾ ਫਸ ਗਿਆ, ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਰਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵੀ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਕਾਫੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਏ ਆ। ਵਿਲ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਦੌਰਾਨ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਐਕਸਟਰਨਲ ਅਫੇਅਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਤੀ। ਦ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਦ ਅਟੈਕ ਔਨ an Indian flagged ship off the coast of Oman yesterday is unacceptable, and we deplore the fact that commercial shipping and civilian mariners continue to be targeted. All Indian crew on board are safe, and we thank the Omani authorities for rescuing them. India reiterates that targeting commercial shipping and endangering innocent civilian crew members or otherwise impeding freedom of navigation and commerce should be avoided. ਇਹ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਐਕਸਟਰਨਲ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਵਿਲੀਅਨ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਸੀ, ਇੰਡੀਅਨ ਫਲੈਗ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਝੰਡਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕੋਸਟ ਆਫ ਓਮਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਹਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਸ਼ਿਪ ਡੋਬ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਸਿੰਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸੰਕਿਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਤੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਮਜਬੂਰ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ ਸੋਚਣ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਰੀਬਨ ਦਰਜਨ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਲੰਘਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ। ਔਰ US ਦੇ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਗੁਆਂਢੀ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁਣ ਡਰ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ। ਦਰਅਸਲ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ US ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਸੈਨੇਟ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲੂੰਗਾ। ਔਰ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਹੈਰਾਨੀਜਨਕ ਹੈ, ਬੜਾ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ, ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ, ਹੈਂਟਾ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਟੌਪ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਟੇਕ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਦੈਟ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ, ਹੈਂਟਾ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਪਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰ ਲਈਏ। ਸੋ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ ਨੇ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਾਹੌਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਬਣਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਟਰਾਈਂਗ ਟੂ ਗੈਟ ਸਮ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਹੈਂਤਾ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਟੌਪ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਚੀਫ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਹੈਲਥ ਆਫਿਸਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਜੌਸ ਰੀਮਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਉਹ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Let me just put that information. Okay. ਹਾਂਟਾ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਹਾਂਟਾ ਵਾਇਰਸ ਦਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈਗੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਔਰ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਕਿ 1 ਦਰਜਨ ਦੇ ਕਰੀਬ ਸ਼ਿਪ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੰਘਣ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਨਵਾਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ।
Of your questions. I'd also remind people who are participating in person to protect the safety of our interpreters. If you are using earpieces, please keep them away from the microphones at all times. Once we get through the opening remarks, we will turn to questions. As is our custom, we will begin with questions in the room. One question, one follow-up before moving online. And with that, over to you.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for joining us today. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territories of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. And I would like to take a moment to reflect on the history of Indigenous people and to honor the original stewards of the lands where we work and where we live. So since the last technical briefing, the Andes hantavirus outbreak associated with the MV Hondias has continued to evolve. And I'm pleased to provide you with an update today. At the outset, I want to be clear with Canadians, the overall risk to the general population in connection with the Andes hantavirus event remains low at this time. But given the severity of the symptoms of the virus, we are taking a precautionary approach to ensure that Canadians are protected. On May the 10th, 4 Canadian passengers on the MV Hondias returned to British Columbia. Throughout their journey and upon their arrival, public health precautions and health assessments took place. The individuals were transferred to dedicated prearranged lodgings to complete their self-isolation. All 4 remain asymptomatic and are being actively monitored and supported by local public health authorities. La réponse à cette éclosion et le rapatriement des passagers du navire ont nécessité un travail d'organisation considérable ainsi qu'une collaboration internationale et nationale. Je tiens à remercier mes homologues des provinces et des territoires, en particulier les partenaires de la santé publique de la Colombie-Britannique, pour le soutien apporté à ces 4 personnes pendant leur isolement. Nous tenons également à remercier l'Ontario, l'Alberta et le Québec pour leur contribution en tant que partenaires clés dans le cadre de cette initiative nationale. Nous apprécions les efforts rapides déployés par nos partenaires fédéraux à Affaires mondiales Canada, aux Forces armées canadiennes, à Transport Canada et à l'Agence des services frontaliers du Canada et la collaboration de nos partenaires internationaux, en particulier le gouvernement de l'Espagne et l'Organisation mondiale de la santé. We have adapted the WHO guidance for public health management of contacts to the Canadian context and are sharing it and working on it alongside our provincial and territorial public health partners. While risk assessments conducted on the ship identified all Canadians as low risk, we have taken a precautionary approach here in Canada, and we are considering all passengers and crew from the MV Hondias to be high-risk contacts, as well as passengers who sat close to one of the cases with hantavirus who was on a flight, until local public health can complete their own risk assessments. In addition to the 4 passengers who returned on May 10th, there are 5 other high-risk contacts within Canada who are considered as having been potentially exposed to a confirmed case of Andes hantavirus. This includes 2 individuals who were aboard the ship but disembarked before the outbreak was first identified and who were also on a flight where they may have been potentially exposed to a confirmed case, and 3 other individuals who were potentially exposed to a confirmed Andes hantavirus case on a flight. These 5 individuals remain asymptomatic and are being monitored and supported by local public health authorities. Vendredi dernier, j'ai fait mention d'une autre personne au Canada qui, à ce moment-là, semblait avoir été potentiellement exposée lors d'un vol. Toutefois, d'après l'évaluation des autorités sanitaires locales, cette personne n'est plus considérée comme un contact à haut risque. Au Canada, on entend par contact à faible risque les personnes qui ont voyagé sur le même vol qu'un cas d'infection par l'antivirus Inde, mais qui n'ont pas eu de contact direct ou prolongé avec cette personne. So we were also notified of an additional 26 travelers who were on the flights, but deemed by local European public health as being no risk. Again, in Canada, we're taking a precautionary approach, and we have deemed them to be minimal or low risk as opposed to no risk. The provinces and territories, therefore, are undertaking the work to contact these 26 individuals and provide them with information and monitor them throughout this time. As the situation continues to evolve, the number of individuals for public health follow-up in Canada related to the outbreak of Andes hantavirus may change over time, and our response will evolve accordingly. Provincial and local public health authorities continue to do in-depth risk assessments, and the final self-isolation duration may be adjusted as we learn more about the risks involved. I would also like to flag that we do not have any evidence that shows that the virus can spread from asymptomatic people, and so there is no reason for us to be concerned about contacts of contacts at this time. So our concern rests with individuals who were exposed to a confirmed or probable case of hantavirus, not those who were contacts of contacts to the virus. All of this has been discussed with my counterparts in the provinces and territories, and we are working hard to align our approaches and will continue active dialogue to support our collective response. Any contact who displays symptoms will be tested. FACT's National Microbiology Laboratory stands ready to provide testing and has been collaborating through the Canadian Public Health Laboratory Network to provide testing capacity and support to provinces. If cases are identified in Canada, FACT has already worked with provinces and territories to identify healthcare facilities that have the capability to manage hantavirus cases. En plus de surveiller les contacts au Canada, le gouvernement du Canada travaille également en étroite collaboration avec les autorités de santé publique, les transporteurs aériens et les agents frontaliers pour mettre en œuvre des mesures de précaution visant à empêcher tout passager ou membre d'équipage ayant été à bord du MV Hondius depuis son départ d'Argentine le 1er avril d'embarquer sur un vol à destination du Canada. Ces mesures resteront en vigueur jusqu'à que la période d'isolement de 42 jours recommandée par l'OMS soit écoulée et permettront de réduire le risque d'introduction d'antivirus Inde au Canada. Cette éclosion souligne l'importance vitale de maintenir des liens internationaux solides. La semaine prochaine, la 79e Assemblée mondiale de la santé se tiendra à Genève. Ce sera l'occasion pour moi, la ministre de la Santé et d'autres délégués de réaffirmer l'engagement du Canada en faveur d'un leadership mondial fort et d'une collaboration sur les priorités en matière de santé. Pendant mon séjour à Genève, je discuterai de la question du antivirus avec mes homologues de l'OMS et je continuerai à participer à la lutte contre l'antivirus ici au Canada. mais je serai secondée au Canada par la Dr Natasha Crowcroft en tant qu'administratrice en chef de la santé publique par intérim. Des cas de transmission interhumaine de antivirus Inde ont été signalés, mais ils sont rares et nécessitent généralement un contact étroit et prolongé avec une personne malade. De plus, l'antivirus Inde est très différent de la COVID. Mais comme le souvenir de la pandémie de COVID est encore très présent, il est compréhensible que de nombreux Canadiens se sentent inquiets à ce sujet. Je tiens donc à préciser que tant l'Agence de la santé publique du Canada que les autorités sanitaires du monde entier s'accordent à dire que l'antivirus n'est pas considéré comme présentant un risque de pandémie. Compte tenu de la période d'incubation du antivirus Inde, qui varie de 1 à 6 semaines, des cas d'incubation pouvant aller jusqu'à 8 semaines ayant été signalés, il est possible que d'autres cas apparaissent, en particulier liés à des expositions survenues avant la mise en place des mesures de confinement. In closing, I want to reiterate that we have robust processes and procedures in place, and further spread of the virus within Canada is not expected. But we are taking the situation and our commitment to supporting the health of Canadians both here and abroad very seriously. We will continue to provide updates on the measures being taken to protect the health of people in Canada. And again, I want to send out my sincere thank you to my provincial and territorial colleagues, as well as our federal and international partners for their continued support and collaboration. Thank you. Merci, miigwech.
Thank you very much. I was remiss in not introducing the rest of the panel. We have with us also today Sébastien Beaulieu, who's the Director General, Emergency Management at Global Affairs Canada, and Martin Gaudet, who is the Acting Executive
ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੀ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਫੈਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਗ੍ਰੈਵਿਟੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਅਸਰ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਬੁਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਏ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਈਸੋਲੇਟ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ
If you have a question, please use the raised hand function on Zoom, but as mentioned, we'll begin in the room with Craig Lord from the Canadian Press.
Hello, Craig Lord, Canadian Press. You mentioned earlier the need to align the approach with provinces and territories. Coming into this briefing, I believe in Quebec, we had 8 individuals who may have been exposed who were not isolating unless they were showing symptoms, while as Ontario, people who may have come into contact with someone who had hantavirus were instructed to self-isolate for 45 days. What should Canadians make of inconsistent guidance like that across the provinces when inconsistent guidance was something cited as breeding distrust during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you. I think that's a really important question. So we have 2 categories of contacts in general right now. We have who we're calling high risk, but asking local public health to do thorough risk assessments to determine if they should stay high risk. And then we have the group who were reported to us as no risk, but we've decided to call them low or minimal risk. So the individuals who are not being directed to isolate would be in the low or no risk across the board in all provinces and territories. All of the individuals who have been determined to be high risk are being given information about self-isolation and are being monitored as well, regardless of which province they're in.
Another question kind of related to this whole situation going on. We have cruise ships becoming kind of an incubation site for not just hantavirus, but there's a norovirus outbreak as well in the world right now. Given these kinds of conditions, for example, would you go on a cruise right now?
Yeah, anytime people are making decisions, we want them to be aware of all of the risks and benefits of those actions. And any activity that includes close, prolonged contact with multiple people will always carry the risk that infectious disease can be spread in those settings. So it's not unique to cruises, but cruises is a setting where there is close and prolonged contact amongst passengers. And so it's important that we are providing information to Canadians to make informed decisions about the risks of choosing to go on cruises or any other activity that might put them in close, prolonged contact with large groups of people.
We're now going to move online for questions. We'll begin with Lauren Pelly from CBC News.
Hi, good morning. We just wanted a bit more clarity on the count of Canadians who are isolating in different forms. So you mentioned there's 26 new individuals that you're currently contacting. Can you walk us through a bit more on that process and where those Canadians are based across the country?
Yeah, so in my in my original introduction, I mentioned that we were notified of 26 individuals that were on flights that a case was on, but were not considered to be contacts because of where they were located in the flight, and they did not have any interactions with the case. So those 26 were reported to us from European authorities as being no risk. We've decided to take a precautionary approach and instead consider them to be low or minimal risk. And so they are in various places across the country, but local public health is working to get in contact with all 26 of those individuals to ensure that they are aware that they were on that flight, that they have information about what symptoms they need to be watching for, and that they're being monitored throughout the at-risk period. So this is something that is consistently happening across the country, that provinces and territories are doing that work of getting in contact with the low or minimal risk individuals who were on flights but not actually deemed to have been in contact with the case.
And when did this occur? When did the European officials reach out with this information?
We've gotten information from them on a few different instances. There was more than one flight of concern, and then additionally, because the information originally came to us as far as individuals who had a final destination of Canada, there we've done further analysis and found that there are individuals who subsequently also came to Canada despite not originally being identified there. So there's been several different notifications over time, and every time we receive that, we the same day are contacting our provincial and territorial partners to start that process of reaching out to the individuals.
And just to clarify, what is the current tally of Canadians then who are isolating across the country, along with this additional 26 people that you're now contacting?
So there are 9 individuals who were considered, at least at present, are considered to be high risk and have been given direction to self-isolate across the country. There are an additional 27, so the 26 I mentioned, plus the one individual who was originally high risk but got assessed down to low risk. So 27 individuals across the country who are being contacted by public health but not directed to self-isolate.
We'll move along to Heidi Petracek. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, from Global National.
Nope, that was very well done. Thank you. I did want to ask about the restricting passengers and crew from the MV Hondias from coming into Canada. Can you explain more about how that process works? I mean, I know they've been told not to travel, but do they get stopped, before they get on a flight to Canada or in Canada, or, how would that actually work?
This is Martin Guedette from Transport Canada responding. You're right. Working in collaboration with public health authorities, air carriers, and border officials, the Government of Canada issued temporary measures in respect to certain flight operations in accordance with World Health Organization guidelines. So based on those temporary measures, which apply to passengers and crew that were on the MV Hondias during the time of the outbreak, those individuals will not be able to board any commercial flights to Canada. And that will be enforced for the 42-day isolation period recommended by the Public Health Agency. And we'll be working closely with the Public Health Agency of Canada, the air carriers, and border officials as well to ensure those measures are implemented effectively and consistently.
Just a follow-up question to that, if I may. When you're counting the duration of that temporary measure, what do you what are you dating it back to?
The temporary measures will cease to have effect on June 17th.
Okay.
Next up, we'll go with Sarah Ritchie, the Canadian Press.
Good morning, Dr. Reimer. I'm hoping you can talk to us on World Vaccine Day about a new poll that we reported this morning that about 1 in 4 Canadians say they've declined to take a vaccine that was recommended to them by their doctor. I guess I'm curious how concerned you are by that figure, and if you can help us understand what the Public Health Agency of Canada is going to do to try to tackle vaccine hesitancy writ large.
Vaccines are one of the most successful medical inventions we've ever had. They have saved millions of lives around the world, and remain one of the strongest tools that we have in our toolbox to prevent illness around the world. And so when I hear that people are concerned or choosing not to follow the guidance of their physician in getting a vaccine, we're obviously concerned about the outcomes of that. That said, I also know that people are often bombarded with misinformation, and it can be very difficult for them to find their way through that to figure out what the truth is and what the best advice for them is. And I know that individuals are making the best decisions that they can for themselves, for their families. Nobody's trying to make a decision that they believe will be harmful. And so it's important that we look at this with a lot of empathy, because people are really struggling trying to make their best decisions. A lot of them also have problems with access to care. We know that there are millions of Canadians who don't have a family doctor. And so this adds an additional barrier for people being able to get preventative care like vaccines. So we're going to be working at the Public Health Agency of Canada alongside with partners in provinces and territories, non-governmental organizations, making sure that we are putting out accurate, reliable, trustworthy information, but that we're also arming the individuals on the ground who have that trusted relationship with individuals with the information that they need to be able to help people on the ground make those decisions. Because I know that while it's important that I, at the federal level, am putting out useful, trustworthy, accurate, evidence-based information, it's even more important that the people who have that trusted relationship have those tools, because we know that people listen to those people in their lives that they trust, care about their well-being. So we're going to be partnering all the way from the front line, from family, religious leaders, community leaders, all the way up to the national level to make sure that our messages are consistent.
And as a follow-up, do you feel that you have enough information at the federal level right now about who is vaccine hesitant in this country and why, to be able to tailor your messaging accurately?
We do have good information from various surveys over the years, and I know that we also often hear the term anti-vaxxers, and I think that that's a term that applies to a very tiny group of people. Most people who are not caught up on their vaccines, it's not because they are against vaccines. They may have some hesitancy, or they may just have competing priorities in their life when they're dealing with other things that are making things complex and difficult, trying to take care of their kids, go to work, take care of aging parents who might be ill. These things pile up. And so we need to make sure that we're using all of this information to help people make healthy decisions, make those healthy decisions the easiest decision for them, and arm everybody who's going to be looked to as a source of information in their lives with that accurate, trustworthy, evidence-based information.
Thank you. Next up, we'll go to Tashana Reed from CBC.
Good morning. Thanks for taking our questions. I just wanted a bit more clarity on the low-risk approach versus high-risk individuals. We had learned yesterday that the public health in Ontario had advised people who were low risk to isolate as well as high-risk individuals, but we saw in Quebec that that was not the case. So I just want clarity on why there is the difference between some provinces.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we are working together with all the provinces and territories, and we're creating national guidance on what we anticipate the minimum should be. And so we're putting forward guidance about what we expect to see as far as what the high-risk folks are directed to. And at this point, the 9, until further risk assessment is completed, are considered high risk. For low-risk individuals, we anticipate some of them, even unrelated to hantavirus, will have some symptoms of a cold or something else, and may have to begin isolation if they have even unrelated symptoms while awaiting testing results. Or there might be individual circumstances that they are talking to local public health about that might make local public health more concerned than the original information that came from our European counterparts. So that's the critical part of how we work in this country, is the ability for us to have national guidance, national consensus, but also to tailor to the information that is unique to each individual in this circumstance. And that's where the work of local public health is critical, so that they can respond to the individual circumstances in their community when they might need to increase the surveillance or increase the guidance that is being offered to those individuals.
I just had one additional question around testing. I know you've just said that you will not be testing any asymptomatic individuals, but we are seeing a number of other countries with repatriated citizens doing testing. So just curious, will you test any of the identified contacts at any point, even if they are not symptomatic?
It's a great question, because it's one that everybody around the world is struggling with, because the tests for hantavirus in asymptomatic people, the literature is not as well established as it is for many other more common infections. So we are bringing together an expert group to help inform us and give us some guidance on testing. At this point, we know that if anyone becomes symptomatic, we will absolutely be offering testing to those individuals. We may offer testing to asymptomatic people if, based on the information we gather from our international partners, from our expert group here on the ground, demonstrates that the benefits of the testing would outweigh the risks. And the risks that I see, the biggest risk, is the false reassurance that a negative result can provide. If somebody is perhaps testing negative but later could go on to develop hantavirus, I don't want that individual to be taking their isolation requirements less seriously. So that's the balance that we're trying to strike in getting as much information as we can and is useful, without giving people a false reassurance that might lead to unnecessary exposures.
Great, thank you so much.
We will go next to Nicole Ireland with the Canadian Press.
GoDaddy has everything you need. Choose from a range of code-free tools and create a complete online.
ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਜਰ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਟੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਟੈਸਟਿੰਗ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਐਕਸਪਰਟਸ ਦਾ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਲਾਂਗੇ। ਐਂਟੀ ਵੈਕਸਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੈਕਸੀਨ ਹੈਜ਼ੀਟੈਂਟਸ, ਕਿ ਵੈਕਸੀਨ ਹੈਜ਼ੀਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਵੈਕਸੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਗਵਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੀਲ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਓਪੀਨੀਅਨ, ਤੇ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੈ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਿੰਪਟਮ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ।
Once they contact those individuals and collect that information.
Okay, and as a follow-up, I understand that, so it was European agencies, et cetera, who provided you with information about these folks. So were these 26 all people who were on flights and were determined no risk because they weren't sitting near a known contact? Is this all flight related?
That is correct. The 26 were all on flights, but were not sitting near, nor had any evidence that they came into any contact with the case that was on the flight.
Thank you.
Two of the folks who've already asked questions, I still see your hand up online. We have a few more minutes, so I'm happy to go to you again, but just lower your hand if you don't have another question, and we will go back to Heidi with Global National. Heidi, do you have another question you wanted to ask?
I'm trying to establish if the 26 you're talking about today are different from the ones, in Ontario and Quebec that we learned about yesterday and the day before. Is that in addition to those ones? Or do those encompass those ones?
There are a total of 27 individuals who were on flights and have been determined either by the notification we received from our European counterparts or by a risk assessment in Canada to be in that low-risk group because they were on a flight but not in close contact with the case on that flight. So 26 came from notification from our European counterparts, and then there was one additional that a local public health assessment moved them from high risk to low risk after finding where they were seated and was able to eliminate any interaction that person may have had with the case.
And one more to you, Nicole, if you want to go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I understand there's a very large WHO meeting happening tomorrow. Dr. Reimer, will you be a part of that? And you spoke a little bit earlier about the importance of international cooperation, the World Health Organization in this. How important is it to go forward and have, I believe they're calling it an emergency meeting about hantavirus. So how important is this meeting that's happening tomorrow?
I think what we've learned, or maybe been reaffirmed from hantavirus, is the importance of international collaboration. We would not have been able to determine that we had individuals who had been on flights had it not been for other countries looking at their flight manifests and evaluating the situation and providing us that information in a timely way. So I'm very much looking forward to participating in the meeting in Geneva with my WHO counterparts to build on this experience to be able to ensure that we continue to have collaborative efforts because this is critical that we work together to protect the health of everyone across the globe. And so it was really reassuring that our counterparts are working hard and towards the same goals as us. And I look forward to having those opportunities to have conversations with the WHO, as well as other countries who will be at the meeting as well on hantavirus, but also on many other topics where international partnership is critical, thinking about things like health promotion, thinking about other infectious diseases, other non-infectious diseases. There's many different topics where international collaboration benefits Canadians.
And just as a follow to that, I know, as you just said, the meeting itself is focused on hantavirus, but is this a time where we really need to be thinking about how we're collaborating international on other sort of emerging pathogens? And for instance, one expert I talked to talked about how, this happened with hantavirus, but because its spread is limited, this could have been much, much worse if this were, say, an avian flu outbreak, for instance.
So the meeting that I was speaking to earlier is the World Health Assembly, which is the annual meeting of the World Health Organization. And so it's an opportunity for myself, for the Minister of Health, the Deputy Minister, some other delegates from Canada to meet with our counterparts from other countries around the world. It originally was not intended to be a meeting about hantavirus, but I feel certain that that will be a major part of our discussions given the experience that we've all just had with this virus. So the meeting will cover many important topics. It won't be just about hantavirus, but that will be part of those discussions. And it's going to be important that Canada continue to build those partnerships so that if there is a new virus that does spread more easily, that we have well-established partnerships, well-established communication mechanisms, information sharing in place so that we can all protect each other around the globe.
I'll wrap with the final question. Why don't we already have all of those things given what we came through in the COVID pandemic?
So I would say that we do have great partnerships in what we can see is how quickly we got information from some of our counterparts. We have been meeting regularly with, the UK, the US, with other European countries during this hantavirus experience. So it's not to say that we don't already have great relationships, but that we need to be always continuing to build on that, to learn from every experience like this, because we can always do better. And there's always going to be opportunities for us to find new ways to improve our collaboration. There will be new technologies, there'll be new evidence to include. So these types of meetings should continue on a regular basis so that we can continue to improve the science, the communication, the collaboration, and learn from each experience so that next time we're even more prepared than we were the time before.
And with that, we are out of time for questions. I thank you very much. Thanks for everyone for being here today, and enjoy the rest of your day. Virus free.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁਣ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਾਸ ਹਦਾਇਤਾਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੀ। ਐਂਡ ਵਾਈ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦਿਸ, ਆਈ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਦ ਫੈਕਟਸ ਕਿ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਮੈਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਖਾਸ ਇੱਕ ਡੋਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੁਲੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਨਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੁਲੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਦੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਬੁਲੀ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਆ। ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਮਤਲਬ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਰਾਤ ਸੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵੈਸਟਰਨ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇੱਕ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਡਿਲੀਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਡਿਲੀਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ ਮਾਓ ਨਿੰਗ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਕੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ? ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਇਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜੇਕਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ, then it is going to be a tough time for you. ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਟਫ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ, ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇਣਾ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪੋਸਟ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਠਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਮਾਓ ਨਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਇਹ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-US relations. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਚਪੇੜ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਧੱਕਾ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਫ਼ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਧਮਕੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੈਟਿਕ ਚੈਨਲਸ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਤਾਂ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ 10 ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਾਤ ਸੀ। ਉੱਥੇ ਦਿਨ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਔਰ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ, ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ 9 ਵਜੇ ਨਾਲੇ ਉੱਥੇ 12 ਵਜੇ 3 ਘੰਟੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਗੇ ਆ, ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਰਾਤ ਦੇ 12 ਵਜੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਦਿਨ ਔਰ ਰਾਤ ਦਾ ਫਰਕ ਹੈ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਔਰ ਈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਿਨ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਬਾਇਲੇਟਰਲ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਣਾ, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਹੈ, ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ, ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਹੀ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਚੱਲ ਪਾਓ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਧੀਆ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਬਾਇਲੇਟਰਲ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ ਖਰਾਬ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ, ਕਲੈਸ਼ਿਸ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ, ਕੌਨਫਲਿਕਟ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਇਵਨ, ਔਰ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਜੈਪਰਡੀ ਚਲ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਖੂਹ ਖਾਤੇ ਪੈ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। Taiwan independence and cross-strait peace are as irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the US. ਬੜੇ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਬੜੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਫ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅੱਗ ਤੇ ਪਾਣੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ। ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੀ ਸੁਤੰਤਰਤਾ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਰੂਟ ਹੈ ਸਾਰਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਲੰਘਣ ਵਾਲਾ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਵਿਪਰੀਤ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਆਪੋਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੈ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅੱਗ ਤੇ ਪਾਣੀ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅੱਗ ਤੇ ਪਾਣੀ। ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and US. So बड़ा clear कि इस ताइवान ਜਿਹੜਾ क्रॉस स्ट्रेट हैगा इथे शांति और स्थिरता ਜਿਹੜੀ ਰੱਖਣੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੀਨ ਤੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਹਿੱਤ, ਕਾਮਨ ਡਿਨੋਮੀਨੇਟਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਇਹਦਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਾਂਝਾ ਹਿੱਤ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ, ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਸਥਿਰਤਾ ਰਹੇਗੀ, ਸਟੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ। ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਕਸ ਪਰਸਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸ ਪਰਸਨ। ਸੋ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਝਿੜਕਾਂ, ਦਾਬੇ ਜਾਂ ਵਟਐਵਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਹੋ ਉਹ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਟਸ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਲੁਕੀ ਹੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ US ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਕਮੈਂਟ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਾਂ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਵੇ। ਆਈ ਹੈਵਨਟ ਸੀਨ ਐਨੀਥਿੰਗ ਲਾਈਕ ਦੈਟ। ਮੈਂ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੋਵੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ, ਇਟਸ ਅ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਵਿਦਾਊਟ ਮਿੰਸਿੰਗ ਐਨੀ ਵਰਡਸ, ਵੈਰੀ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲੇਗੀ। ਕਲੀਅਰ। ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਬੁਲਾ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਕਿ ਕਿਸੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ, ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੁਲਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਲੀਅਰਲੀ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਤੇ ਘਰ ਬੁਲਾ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਮਾਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੋਸਟਰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਮਈ 14 ਦਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ 14 ਮਈ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਉੱਥੇ 15 ਮਈ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ 14 ਮਈ ਦੇ ਪੋਸਟਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸੇਫਗਾਰਡਿੰਗ ਪੀਸ ਐਂਡ ਸਟੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਅਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਦਾ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਬਿਗੇਸਟ ਕਾਮਨ ਡਿਨੋਮੀਨੇਟਰ ਬਿਟਵੀਨ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਐਂਡ US। ਇਹੀ ਸਾਂਝੇ ਹਿੱਤ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜੇ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਮੈਂ ਪੋਸਟਰ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੈਟਿਕ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਹਿੱਤ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਪੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਪਰ ਪੋਸਟ ਪਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਮੈਓਨਿੰਗ ਨੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਹੀ ਕਲੀਅਰ, ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝੋ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਮੇਕ ਇਟ ਮੋਰ ਕਲੋਜ਼ਰ। Hello. President Xi stressed to President Trump that Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-US relations. Most important issue in China-US relation. Stressed to President Trump. ਇਹ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਸ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਹੈ ਚਾਈਨਾ-US ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਦਿਸ ਕਿ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਤੋਂ 2 ਵਾਰ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਜਵਾਬ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਖਿਸਕੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈ ਸੱਜਾ, ਬਟ ਇਹ ਨਕਾਬ ਉਤਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਸ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਨਕਾਬ ਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਦਬਕੇ ਮਾਰ ਲਾਂਗਾ, ਇਹ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗਾ, ਉਹ ਨਕਾਬ ਉਤਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਟਸ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। I'm not lying. You can go and you can check as well. Sorry. You can go and you can check as well. Mao Ning, spokesperson, Foreign Affairs Ministry of China. Okay, if it is handled properly, ਜੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ handle ਕੀਤਾ, the bilateral relation will enjoy overall stability. Overall, ਇਹ ਸਥਿਰਤਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ enjoy ਕਰ ਸਕੋਗੇ. Otherwise, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts. ਝਗੜੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਲੜਾਈਆਂ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸਮੈਨ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਰਨਾ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ. ਔਰ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਵੀ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉਹਨੇ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਹਿੱਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ. That's the website of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, People Republic of China. ਇਹ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਇਹ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ. ਸੋ ਇਹ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਹੋਲਡਸ talks with US President Donald Trump on morning of May 14th. Held talks with US President who is on a state visit to China. और थोड़ी ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹਾਂ. ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ that transformation not seen in a century is accelerating across the globe and the international situation is fluid and turbulent. कि China the United States overcome the Thucydides trap and create a new paradigm of major country relations. Can we meet? So ਸਿੱਧਾ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ. Can we meet global challenges together and provide greater stability for the world? ਸੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਖੜ ਕੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਇੱਕ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਮੁਲਕ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਯੂਐਸ ਤੋਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ. ਮੈਂ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ, ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੱਦ ਦਾ ਬੜਾ ਗੁਮਾਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ 6 ਫੁੱਟ 3 ਇੰਚ ਦਾ, ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਬਰਾਬਰ ਦੇ ਕੱਦ ਦੇ. ਕੱਲ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਾਰਚ ਪਾਸਟ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮਾਰਚ ਪਾਸਟ ਲਗਾਇਆ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਇਸ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਾਡੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਵੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰੋ. President Donald Trump, the body is leaning towards Xi Jinping. It's a straight, it's leaning towards. Can we build a bright future together for our bilateral relation in the interest of well-being of two peoples and the future of humanity? And these are the questions vital to history, to the world, and to the people. They are question of our times that the leaders of major countries need to answer together. Together, ये नहीं कह के जाना करेगा. I stand ready to work together with President Trump to set the course and steer the giant ship of China-US relations as to make 26 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-US relations. President Xi has stressed that China is committed to a steady, sound and sustainable development of China-US relations. I have agreed with President Trump on a new vision of building a constructive China-US relationship and of strategic stability. ਅੱਗੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਕਨੋਮਿਕ ਟਾਈਜ਼ ਕੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਹੈ, ਯੂਐਸ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਡੀਪਲੀ ਇਨਵੋਲਵ ਹੈ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਫਾਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋਹੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਐਕਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ, ਐਕਸਚੇਂਜ, ਕੋਆਪਰੇਸ਼ਨ, ਇਕੋਨਮੀ, ਟ੍ਰੇਡ, ਹੈਲਥ, ਐਗਰੀਕਲਚਰ, ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ, ਪੀਪਲ ਟੂ ਪੀਪਲ ਟਾਈਜ਼, ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ, ਲਾਅ ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ. ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਦੋ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਦਾ ਦੁਸ਼ਮਣ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਅੰਦਰ ਖਾਤੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਦੋਹੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੁਲੀ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ, ਜੇ ਤੇ ਦੋਸ਼ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ, ਔਰ ਦੂਜੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵੈਸੇ ਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ. ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਈਗੋਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੇ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਦੋਹੇ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਦੋਹੇ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਦੇ, ਵਿੱਚ ਚੋਭਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ. ਔਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਈ ਮੂਰਖ ਲੋਕ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ. But see yourself ਕਿ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੈਸੀ ਦੀ ਕੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂ ਅੱਜ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਵੱਲ ਝੁਕਾਅ ਆਪਣਾ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਔਰ ਯੂਐਸ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਔਰ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੈ the two countries should expand exchanges and cooperation in areas such as economy and trade, health and agriculture, tourism, people to people ties and law enforcement. People to people ties. ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਹਰ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ people to people ties ਬਹੁਤ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਾ ਡਾਇਸਪੋਰਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਉੱਥੇ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਡਾਇਸਪੋਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਹੋਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਡਾਇਸਪੋਰਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ 'ਚ ਰਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਟਾਈਜ਼ ਨੇ ਬੜਾ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਰੋਲ ਅਦਾ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਇਹ ਆ ਕੇ ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਆਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ। ਜੋ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਮੂੰਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਇਆ, ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਸੈਪਰੇਟਿਸਟ ਮੂਵਮੈਂਟ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਗੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਣ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਸੈਪਰੇਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਉਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੇ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏ ਕਰ ਲਓ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕੀ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਖਤਮ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ? ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਕਿ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਦਿਖਾਤਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅੱਤ ਧਮਕੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਨੇ, ਕਿ ਅਗਰ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦਾ ਰਾਗ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਲਾਪੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀਆਂ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨਸ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀਆਂ। ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਜਾਏ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦਾ ਰਾਗ ਅਲਾਪੋਗੇ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਕਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਆਲਵੇਜ਼ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਨੇਮ ਵਨ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਵੀ ਬਿਲੀਵ ਇਨ ਬ੍ਰੇਕਿੰਗ ਦ ਨੇਸ਼ਨ। ਇੱਕ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿਓ। ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਯੂਐਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਈਵਨ ਦੈਨ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਆਇਆ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ, ਕੋਈ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਮੀ ਹੂ ਇਜ਼ ਸੇਇੰਗ ਦਿਸ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ, ਕੋਈ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੀਓ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਛੋਟੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੇਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰੇ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਕਈ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੇ ਚਾਪਲੂਸੀ ਕਰਨ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਕਸਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ। ਨਾਟ ਜਸਟ ਓਨਲੀ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਿਆ ਪੂਰਾ ਟਰੂਪ। ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਛੱਤਾਂ ਦੀ ਤਾਰੀਫ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਆ ਵਾਹ ਬਿਊਟੀਫੁਲ, ਕਿਆ ਸੀਲਿੰਗਸ ਆ, ਉੱਪਰ ਦੇਖ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਫੋਟੋ ਖਿਚਾ ਰਹੇ हैं। ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਐਂਡ ਲੈਜਿਟ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼, ਕੋਈ ਫੇਕ ਡੀਪ ਫੇਕ AI ਦੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਤੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਖੜੇ ਹੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ? ਦਬਕੇ ਮਾਰੇ। ਔਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੇ, ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇਆਮ ਇਨ ਦਾ ਸੈਂਸ ਕਿ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਗਏ, ਮਿਲ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ। ਸੋ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਬਣ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ। ਜੇਕਰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏ ਤਾਂ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਪੈਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੇ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਧੜਾ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਧੜਾ ਬਣ ਕੇ। ਇੰਡੀਆ ਬਿਜ਼ੀ ਹੈ, ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚੇਅਰਮੈਨ ਹੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਉਸ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਆਫ ਦ ਹੈਡਲਾਈਨਸ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹੈਡਲਾਈਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੁਨੀਆ 'ਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਿਊਜ਼ਪੇਪਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਲਗਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। Let me just show you some of the headlines, not all headlines. ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਾਂ ਫੋਟੋ, ਇਹ ਮਾਓ ਨਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਨੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਆਫ ਚਾਈਨਾ। ਸਾਫ਼ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚੰਗੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਨੂੰ, ਫਿਰ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਠੀਕ ਗੱਲ, ਆਪਣੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਮਿੱਠੀ ਮਿੱਠੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਲੈਸ਼ਿਸ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਕੌਨਫਲਿਕਟ ਵੀ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਔਰ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਖੂਹ ਖਾਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੈਪਰਡੀ, ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਜੈਪਰਡੀ ਚੱਲ ਜੂਗੀ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਆ ਵੱਡੇ, ਉਹ ਇਸ ਖਬਰ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। Look at this. CNN ਕੀ ਲਗਾ ਰਿਹਾ? It's in front of you. She hails US-China relations as world's most consequential, but warns Trump on Taiwan. Warning ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ। ਇਹ CNN ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ। That's Al Jazeera. Let me check Fox News as well. Fox News ਤਾਂ Republican ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ Fox News ਲਗਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਮੈਂ I'll post that as well. That's Al Jazeera. China's Xi warned Trump about Taiwan at Beijing summit. CNN see? Al Jazeera, and that's Fox News. That's Fox News. And this one is BBC. Flattery and fanfare as Trump welcomed to China, but thorny issues remains. Trump की तस्वीर भी उन्होंने लब के लाई है। Reuters ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਲਾਇਆ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਸੋ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹਰ ਪਾਸੇ ਹਰ ਵੱਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੀ। That's Reuters, Lara Reuters. Hello. China's Xi hails trade progress at Trump summit, warns on Taiwan. You name one, agency, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਇਟਸ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ। ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਰॉयटर्स ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ। ਨਾਓ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ AP, Associated Press। BBC ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਕਿ ਚਮਚਾਗਿਰੀ ਚਾਪਲੂਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਆ ਦੇਖੋ ਰॉयटर्स ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਐਸੋਸੀਏਟ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡਾ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ। ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। China's Xi warns Trump that differences over Taiwan could lead to conflict. बड़े क्लियर लफ्ज़ों में France 24 ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਹੈਡਲਾਈਨ ਹੈ। France 24 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਮੀਆਂ ਮਿੱਠੂ ਜਿੰਨਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਬਣ ਲਵੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਸਾਫ਼ ਧਮਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ France 24 ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। The conflict possible, Xi Jinping issues Taiwan warning during Donald Trump's visit. So this is actually ਆ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੀਓਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਜੀਓਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਤਾਂ these are the news. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਖਬਰ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ। That's the statement ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਿਨਰ ਵੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਇਹ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਵੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਨ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੱਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਟੇਟ ਬੈਂਕੁਏਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੇਟ ਬੈਂਕੁਏਟ ਅਰੇਂਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਬੀਜਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਇੱਕ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਟੇਟ ਬੈਂਕੁਏਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ, ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਬਣੀ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਡੋਨਾਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਏ ਆ, ਤਾਲੀਆਂ ਮਾਰ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। And ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਪਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਸਟੇਟ ਮਾਰਕੋ ਰੂਬੀਓ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ।
Welcome to the new generation of web creation.
Since I'm passionate about it, listen to that.
ago, President Richard Nixon sent Dr. Henry Kissinger to visit China, and ping-pong diplomacy was carried out between our two countries. Through efforts of the two governments and peoples, the door that had remained frozen for over 20 years was opened, marking a milestone in contemporary international relations. From then on, China and the United States have written many chapters of friendship through mutual openness and cooperation. Under the new situation, President Trump and I, fully aware of the expectations of our two nations and the international community, have had multiple meetings and phone calls and kept China-US relations generally stable.
今天，我同特朗普总统就中美关系和国际及地区形势深入交换意见。我们一致认为，中美关系是当今世界最重要的双边关系，只能搞好，不能搞坏。两国合则两利，斗则俱伤，应该成为伙伴而不是对手。我们同意构建中美建设性战略稳定关系，推动中美关系稳定、健康、可持续发展，为世界带来更多和平、繁荣、进步。
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. Make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals. President Trump and I also agreed to build a constructive China-US relationship of strategic stability to promote the steady, sound, and sustainable development of China-US relations and bring more peace, prosperity, and progress to the world.
尊敬的特朗普总统先生、女士们、先生们、朋友们，纵观中美关系发展历程，能不能做到相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢，是中美关系能否稳定发展的关键所在。当今世界变乱交织，中美关系承载着两国17亿多人民的福祉，关乎世界80多亿人民的利益。我们应当共同扛起这个历史重任，推动中美关系这艘巨轮沿着正确的航道平稳前行。
Honorable President Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen, friends, looking back at the course of China-US relations, whether or not we could have mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation is the key to whether the relationship can advance steadily. The world today is changing and turbulent. China-US relations concern the well-being of the over 1.7 billion people of both countries and affect the interests of the over 8 billion people of the world. Both sides should rise up to this historic responsibility and steer the giant ship of China-US relations forward, steadily and in the right direction.
最后，我提议为中美两国发展繁荣和人民幸福，为中美关系的美好未来和两国人民的友谊，为特朗普总统 以及在座的各位朋友的健康，干杯！
Now please join me in a toast to the development and prosperity of China and the United States and the well-being of our people, to the bright future of China-US relations and the friendship between the two peoples, and to the health of President Trump and all the friends present. Cheers.
干杯！
Cheers.
Donald Trump's worry, I think.
谢谢习近平主席。
Thank you, President Xi.
现在请特朗普总统致辞。
Next, a toast by President Trump.
Well, thank you very much. This is a great honor. It was a fantastic day. And in particular, I want to thank President Xi, my friend, for this magnificent welcome. And it really was a magnificent welcome like none other. And for so graciously hosting us on this very historic state visit. We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
感谢习近平主席。今天我们度过了非常美好的一天。首先要感谢习近平主席这一盛大的欢迎，那么也非常感谢在这一次历史性的国事访问当中非常慷慨地接待了我的代表团。那么今天早些时候，我们跟中方进行了富有成效以及具有建设性的对话。那今天晚上将是我们另外的一次机会，能够共同再次讨论我们今天早些时候已经讨论到的一些问题，以及我们的共同利益，以及我们如何能够为全人类塑造更好、更安全的未来。
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. The first American consul to China, Samuel Shaw, arrived on the first American trading ship to reach these shores in 1784. The Chinese merchants had a name for the Americans. They called their visions the New People. 2.5 centuries later, that first connection has grown into one of the most consequential relationships in world history.
美国人民和中国人民之间的友谊可以追溯到美国的建国之初。那么，美国的第一任驻华大使萨缪尔·肖先生在1784年乘坐第一艘美国的商船到达了中国的沿岸。当时中国的商人是这样称呼到来的美国访客，他们将当时到来的美国访客称为一个崭新的民族。250年后的今天，这一个当初的友谊已经慢慢的演变成为当今世界当中最举足轻重的关系之一。
From the beginning, our citizens have shared a deep sense of mutual respect. Founding Father Benjamin Franklin published the sayings of Confucius in his colonial newspaper. And today's sculpture, recognizing that ancient Chinese sage, is carved into the face of the United States Supreme Court very proudly.
从一开始，我们两国之间的人民就已经有深厚的相互的尊重。美国的国父本杰明·富兰克林曾经在他的殖民报纸当中刊登了 孔子的《论语》，而今天在美国最高法院建筑物的门前，可以说有一个雕刻，这个雕刻就是为了向中国的这一名古代的圣人进行致敬。
The appreciation ran in both directions. Chinese admirers of President George Washington gifted a stone tablet honoring his memory to adorn the Washington Monument. It bears the words of a Chinese official who called the great general and statesman a hero among men.
这一种欣赏是相互的。那么许多中国人非常崇敬乔治·华盛顿总统。那么这些人当时就向美国捐赠了一个石碑，就是为了纪念华盛顿总统。目前这个石碑已经镶嵌在华盛顿纪念碑里面，石碑上刻有当时的一名中国官员形容这一名伟大的将军和政治家，他们把他称为人中豪杰。
And across the centuries, this mutual esteem grew into a relationship that reflected the tremendous talent and potential of our two people. Chinese workers helped lay the railroad tracks that connected our Atlantic coast to the Pacific. American travelers to China helped spread literacy and modern medicine. And at the request of China's ambassador, it was President Theodore Roosevelt who provided the funds to establish President Xi's alma mater, Tsinghua University.
在过去几百年当中，这种相互的尊敬已经成为了一段全新的关系。这段关系可以说反映出我们两国人民之间巨大的潜力以及我们的努力和智慧。中国工人当初帮助美国建设了我们的铁路路轨，连通了美国的大西岸和太平洋沿海地区。美国当时早期出访中国的美国人也帮助中国提升了识字率，并且引入了现代医学，并且应时任中国驻华大使的请求，罗斯福总统也专门提供了资金，成立了习主席的母校清华大学。
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement.
那么作为二战期间的盟国，罗斯福总统在美国的多次演讲当中提到了勇敢的中国人民。正如当前许多中国人非常喜欢篮球和穿蓝色的牛仔裤，在美国目前的中餐厅的数量要比美国前5大快餐连锁店的总的店面还要多。
This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work. We value courage and achievement. We love our families and we love our countries. Together, we have the chance to draw on these values to create a future of greater prosperity, cooperation, and happiness, and peace for our children. We love our children. This region and the world is a special world with the two of us united and together.
那么至于商业当中的纽带以及我们的相互尊重，可以说追溯到250年前，是我们将要构建的未来的基础。至于未来将会惠及我们两国的人民，美国人民和中国人民有许多的共同点，我们都崇尚劳动，我们都崇尚勇气和成就，我们都非常爱我们的家庭，我们也爱我们的国家。我们两国一道，我们将有机会基于我们共同的价值观，创造出一个更加繁荣、基于合作、幸福、和平的未来，为我们的子孙、为本地区以及全世界造福。
Thank you again, President Xi, for this beautiful welcome. And tonight it is my honor to extend an invitation to you and Madam Peng to visit us at the White House this September 24th. And we look forward to it. And I'd now like to raise a glass and propose a toast to the rich and enduring ties between the American and Chinese people. It's a very special relationship. And I want to thank you again. This has been an amazing period of time. Thank you, President Xi.
那么再一次感谢习主席，感谢这一美好的欢迎。那么今天晚上，我也想借此机会向您以及彭女士提出邀请，于9月24号邀请你们出访白宫。那我也希望，针对美国人民和中国人民之间深厚的以及持久的友谊，我提议我们进行举杯。那么我们这两国关系是非常独特的一项关系。
Thank you, everybody.
感谢。
Thank you, everybody, very much.
感谢。
एक ऑफिशियल जी दी इत्थे खातरदारी जिहड़ी कीती गई और कोई ऐसी गल जिहड़ी ट्रंप अपने वालों अक्सर विच कर दिंदे हुंदे आ कोई ऐसी गल जिहड़ी ट्रंप दे वालों नहीं कीती गई जिहड़ी कि लग रहा होवे कि चुभेगी एंड इन फैक्ट और इन फैक्ट कोई गल जिहड़ी है डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के अजे तक के जिहड़े बयान आए हैं इस विजिट को लैके एक वाइट हाउस के वालों एक बयान आया आई एम गोइंग टू शो इट टू यू यह वाली प्रेस वाला जिहड़ा इवेंट से तो हो गया खत्म लेकिन ये एक बयान जिहड़ा वो आया थोड़ी देर पहला उसदे बारे में तुहाडे नाल सांझ पाना कि किस तरीके दे नाल जिहड़ा वाइट हाउस के वालों वो बयान दिता गया Just give me only 1 minute. So, आ बयान जिहड़ा वाइट हाउस के वालों दिता गया जिन्होंने साफ तौर पर लिखा कि प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप हैड अ गुड मीटिंग विद प्रेसिडेंट शी ऑफ चाइना द टू साइड्स डिस्कस्ड way to enhance economic cooperation between the two countries, including expanding market across for American businesses into China and increasing China's investment into our industries. Leaders from many of the United States' largest companies joined a portion of the meeting. The president also highlighted the need to build on progress in ending the flow of fentanyl precursors into the United States, as well as increasing China's purchases of American agriculture products. The two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. President Xi also made clear China's opposition to the militarization of the strait and any effort to charge a toll for its use. And he expressed interest in purchasing more American oil to reduce China's dependence on the strait in the future. Both countries agreed that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. This statement ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਤੋਂ ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਪੀਪਲ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਚਾਈਨਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਆਹ 3 ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦਾ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਹੋਲਡਸ ਵੈਲਕਮਿੰਗ banquet for US President Donald J. Trump. President Xi Jinping and US President Donald J. Trump visit the Temple of Heavens, holds talk with US President. हाँ पहले ते already ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਸਤਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦੋਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕੁਝ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। 1 second, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਸੀਗਾ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਵਾਲਾ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦਾ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਸੀ, ਦਿਸ ਵਨ, ਇਹ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ। ਦੋਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਨੋਟਡ ਦ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਾਟ ਸੀਨ ਇਨ ਅ ਸੈਂਚੁਰੀ ਇਜ਼ ਐਕਸਲਰੇਟਿੰਗ ਅਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਦ ਗਲੋਬ। ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਐਂਡ ਯੂਨਾਈਟਿਡ ਸਟੇਟ ਕੈਨ ਵੀ ਮੀਟ ਗਲੋਬਲ ਚੈਲੰਜਸ, ਕੈਨ ਵੀ ਬਿਲਡ ਅ ਬ੍ਰਾਈਟਰ ਫਿਊਚਰ। ਆਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਈਟਲ ਹੈ ਹਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਔਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੀਨ ਤੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ, ਚੀਨ ਔਰ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਪੀਪਲ ਟੂ ਪੀਪਲ ਟਾਈਜ਼ ਔਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਟੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਚੀਨ ਔਰ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਯੂਐਸ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਬਿਆਨ 'ਚ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਾਈ। ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ stressed that the Taiwan question is the most important issue is China-US relationship. If it is handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have the clashes or even conflict, putting the entire relationship in a great jeopardy. Taiwan independence across strait peace are as irreconcilable as water and fire. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is the biggest common denominator between China and the United States. The US side must exercise extra caution in handling the Taiwan question. The US side must exercise, कि करनी ही पड़ेगी उन्होंने, must exercise extra caution. विशेष तौर पे वो खबरदार रहन इस गल नूं लैके ਚਿਤਾਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਕਰਨਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਆਫ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਪੀਪਲ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਆਫ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ। ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਫਰਮ ਸਮਵੇਅਰ ਐਲਸ। ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਬਰੀਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੜ੍ਹ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਨ ਸਾਈਡਡ ਹੈ। ਇਟਸ ਫਰਮ ਦ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਸਾਈਡ ਕਿ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਪੂਰਾ ਪੈਰਾਗ੍ਰਾਫ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਫੁੱਲ ਪੈਰਾਗ੍ਰਾਫ। ਇੱਥੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਦੋਹੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦੀ, ਦੋਹੇ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਦੀ। ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ, ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਨਰ ਟੂ pay a visit to China, good relationship. President Xi and I had the longest and greatest relationship the president of 2 centuries ever had. Friendly communication. President Xi is a great leader. China is a great country. ਹੁਣ ਚਾਹੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਾਸ਼ਣ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖਾਏ ਹੋਣ, ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਲੀਡਰ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਕੰਟਰੀ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਜਾਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਟਰੰਪ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਗ੍ਰੇਟ ਲੀਡਰ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਦੇਖੋ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ। ਹਰ ਮੁਲਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਨੈਰੇਟਿਵ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, ਏਜੰਡਾ ਆਪਣਾ ਚਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਨਾਲ। ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਇਹ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਭਾਸ਼ਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵੈਬਸਾਈਟ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਕੱਲ੍ਹ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਟਰਾਂਸਲੇਟ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਸੋ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਫੀਚਰ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਸਲੇਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਅੰਗਰੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ ਇਟਸ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹੋਂ ਤਾਰੀਫ ਕਢਾਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਖੁੱਲ ਕੇ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੀ। President Xi is a great leader and China is a great country. I have tremendous respect for President Xi and the Chinese people. So, Trump ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਚੋਂ ਆ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੇ ਕਢਵਾਈਆਂ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਲਿਖੀਆਂ, ਕੋਈ ਛੁਪੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਲੁਕੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਬੜਾ ਚੀਜ਼ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆ ਗਿਆ। It is in the public domain. फिर वो क्या कहते हैं, together we can do a lot of big things. And again, the statement from the Trump side, I strongly encourage them to expand their cooperation with China. The two presidents exchanged views on major international regional issues such as Middle East situation, Ukraine crisis, and Korean Peninsula. Ukraine crisis, Korean Peninsula ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਆਨ ਆਇਆ। Two presidents agreed to support each other on APEC economic leaders meeting and G20 summit this year. G20 summit किथे हो रही है? प्रेसिडेंसी किहदे कोल है? अमेरिका दे कोल इस वारी, if I'm not wrong, हैगी है, और इस साल जिहड़ी होनी है। During the meeting, President Trump asked each of the business leaders who were traveling with him to present themselves to President Xi. सारे लीडर जिहड़े आए उन्होंने कहा कि मिलो। ਆ ਸੈਰਮਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕੀਤੀ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ 21 ਤੋਪਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਲੂਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਿਆ, ਗਨ ਸਲੂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਲਿਆ 21 ਗਨ ਸਲੂਟ, ਔਰ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਾਰਡ ਆਫ ਆਨਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ, ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਵੀ ਈਰਾਨ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ, ਓਨਲੀ ਐਂਡ ਓਨਲੀ ਸੱਚ ਐਜ਼ ਦ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ। And let's go back to the White House wala. Ek second, White House. मैं समझ स्टेटमेंट जी है दोबारा दिखाना। और उन्होंने पेज तो दिखाना। So I'll show you White House the page to information ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ। White House ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਦਿਖਾਉਣਾ। Look at this. White House. From the bilateral meeting in Beijing, President Trump had a good meeting with President Xi of China. और एक साफ तौर पर जी अपन डिस्कस की थी कि President Trump had a good meeting with President Xi of China. The two sides discussed ways to enhance economic cooperation, blah, 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 blah. Leaders from many of the United States' largest companies joined. The two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy. Actually, problem किथे है? कहानी किथे आंदी भी है? कहानी इत्थे चल रही है कि व्हाइट हाउस दे वल्लों कर दित्ती गई है, दे दित्ती गई सारी जिहड़ी जानकारी है, सारा कहानी बनी जिहड़ी बना ली गई। यूएस इस वेले बहुत फसिया। यूएस दे विच गैस दे भाव इन्ने ज्यादा वध गए कि लोग जिहड़े परेशान हो गए। ते ट्रंप नूं पता है कि हालात की बने हुए। ट्रंप अपने लोगों नूं चूरन वेच रहा अज तक कि असीं बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कंट्री, असीं ईरान नूं ऐ कर दांगे, असीं ईरान नूं कर दांगे। ਹਰ ਵਾਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੈਸਲੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ, ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਮਰ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਤੀ, ਦੂਜੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਉਹ ਘੱਟ ਰੀਜ਼ਨੇਬਲ ਹੈ, ਇੰਨੀ ਰੀਜ਼ਨੇਬਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ, ਔਰ ਤੀਜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੋਡਰੇਟ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਧੀਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੈਡੀਕਲ ਹੈ ਲੂਨਾਟਿਕਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਉੱਦਾਂ, ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਔਰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਇਹ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਸ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ both countries agreed that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਉਹ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਪੜਾਇਆ, ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ such as Middle East issue, that's all। ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦਾ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਸ ਹੀ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ। ਅੱਧੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਧਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੈਰਾਗ੍ਰਾਫ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਹ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਖੋਲਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਮਿਲਟਰਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਟੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੈਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਹੋਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਆਇਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਖਰੀਦੇਗਾ ਔਰ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਤੇ ਡਿਪੈਂਡੈਂਸੀ ਘਟ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਔਰ ਬੋਥ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਈਰਾਨ ਕੈਨ ਨੈਵਰ ਹੈਵ ਅ ਨਿਊਕਲੀਅਰ ਵੈਪਨ। ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਊਗੀ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਊਗੀ, ਜਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਹਜੇ ਤੋੜਨਗੇ। ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਾਰਡ ਹੈਗੇ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕਾਰਡ ਕੂਡ ਸਾਰੇ ਦੇਖਣਗੇ। ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਪਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜੇ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਹੀ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈਂਡਲ ਨਾ ਕੀਤਾ, ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਸਾਰੀ ਖੂਹ ਖਾਤੇ ਜਾਣੀ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਗੱਲ ਤਾਂ ਹੀ ਗੱਲ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਣੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਰਿਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਅਮਰੀਕਨ ਸਾਈਡ ਤੋਂ ਆਇਆ ਹੋਵੇ। I haven't seen even a single reaction। ਅੱਛਾ, ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ, IRGC ਵੀ ਆਲ ਨੋ, ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਰਿਪਬਲਿਕ ਗਾਰਡ ਕਾਰਪਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿ ਲੜ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ। ਤਸਨੀਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਫਾਰਸੀ ਤਸਨੀਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼। ਔਰ ਦੇਖੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਟੈਕਟਿਕਸ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ IRGC ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰਤੀ। I'm going to show you that video। ਤਨਸੀਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਰਟਸੀ ਲਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। Just give me 1 minute। ਤਸਨੀਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਕਰਟਸੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਆ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਖੁਦ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ IRGC ਕੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਕਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਔਖੀਆਂ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਹਥਿਆਰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਦੌੜ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਹ ਤਸਨੀਮ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਮਤਲਬ IRGC ਦੀ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਕਿ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਹ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਹੋਏ IRGC ਵਾਲੇ। So it's in front of us। ਜਿੱਥੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਤੇ, ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਖਤਮ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ। ਪਿੱਛੇ ਤਾਂ ਰੌਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਜ਼ਬਰਦਸਤ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ
طالبانه است نقطه صفر مرزی ایران جایی که امنیت نه در پشت میزها بلکه در دل ارتفاعات و یگانهای مرزی توسط رزمندگانی معنا پیدا می‌کند که شب و روزشان را پای آرام
ਪਿੱਛੇ ਤਾਂ ਰੌਲਾ ਵੀ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਿਲਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੈਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਨੂਰ ਖਾਨ 에ਅਰ ਬੇਸ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਰੱਖੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਬਚਾ ਕੇ। ਬੜਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਲੀਡਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ, ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਲੀਡਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇੱਥੇ ਰੁਕ ਕੇ ਜਾਣ। ਮੈਂ ਫਿਗਰ ਆਊਟ ਮੈਂ ਲੱਭਦਾ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਬਿਆਨ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ, ਨੀਚੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੀਡਰ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਮੁਹਤਰਮਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੁਕ ਕੇ ਜਾਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਨ ਪਤਨ ਲੱਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਈਟਨਰੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਇਸੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ। ਸਿੱਧਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਪਸ, ਚਾਈਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਪਸੀ ਦਾ ਟੂ ਬੀ ਡਿਸਾਈਡਡ ਸੀਗਾ, ਅਜੇ TBD ਸੀ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਯੈਸ, ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੋਇਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ IRGC ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਜਾਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੁਫਤੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੌਲਾਨਾ, ਵਟਐਵਰ ਜੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਇਹ ਉਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਘੁੰਮ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਕੋਈ ਲੁਕ ਛਿਪ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੀਡੀਆ, ਤਸਨੀਮ ਮੀਡੀਆ
در منطقه هنگجال بانه مرز مشترک بین ایران و عراق
ਤਸਨੀਮ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਔਰ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਪਾਰ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਿੰਗ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ। ਸੋ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ਼ਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਦਿਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੀਓਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਹੋ, ਜੀਓਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਨੂੰ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਭਾਅ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਧ ਗਏ। ਸੋਚਿਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਜਦ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਗੈਸ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਓ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਭਾਅ ਵਧੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਵੈਨਜ਼ੂਏਲਾ ਜੇ ਤੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰਤਾ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਿਕਲਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਇਲ ਆ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੈਸ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਵੀ ਸਮਾਂ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਖਾੜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਗਲਫ ਹੈ, ਗਲਫ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਇੱਥੋਂ 20% ਆਇਲ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ 90% ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਡਿਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ 'ਚ ਜੇ ਗੱਲ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਆਪਣੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲ ਪਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਜਦ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਜੁਆਇੰਟ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕੋ ਜਿਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਈ ਐਮ ਲੁਕਿੰਗ ਫॉर दैट ਕਿ ਜੁਆਇੰਟ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਏ, ਉਹ ਦੋਹੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਹੋਊਗੀ। ਡੈਫੀਨੇਟਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੈਕ ਚੈਨਲਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੈਟਸ ਉਹ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਥਿੰਕ ਕਿ ਫਰਮ ਲਾਸਟ 10 or 11 months since ਇਹਦੀ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਜਿਹੜੀ 47th ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਸੀ ਆਈ ਹੈ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੈਕੰਡ ਟਰਮ ਹੈ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ, ਪਿਛਲੇ 11-12 ਮਹੀਨੇ 'ਚ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਯਕੀਨ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਮੁਲਕ ਯਕੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਐਕਸੈਪਟ ਵਨ, ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ ਐਕਸੈਪਟ ਵਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯਕੀਨ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਓਨਲੀ। ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਮੁਲਕ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਯਕੀਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਆ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ IRGC ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਔਰ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਤਾ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲੱਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਤੋੜ ਕੇ ਰੱਖਤਾ। ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹ ਅਲੱਗ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹ ਇਸੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਹਿੱਸੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਲਿੱਪਿੰਗਸ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ। ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਆ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੀ ਇਸ ਡੀਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਇੱਕ 30 ਸੈਕਿੰਡ ਦਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਲਿੱਪ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਦੇਣਾ। ਫੌਕਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰਨੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ। ਆਹ ਸੁਣ ਲਓ।
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made.
And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be of help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
I would like to help. ਜਿਵੇਂ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਹਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਸ਼ੀ ਜਿਨਪਿੰਗ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦਾ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਐਵਰੀਥਿੰਗ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਮੰਨੀਏ ਕਮਲੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਹਨੇ ਕਮਲਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਖੈਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕੁਛ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਬੜੀ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਟੇਕ ਦਿਸ ਵਨ ਆਊਟ ਫਸਟ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸੁਣਾਂਗੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜੇ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਬਰ ਖੈਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰ ਹੀ ਲਾਂਗੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਾਤ ਪਈ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ और let's start with India first. Toronto वाली ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ still I'm waiting. ਜੇ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਵਾਲੀ ਤਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਵਾਲੀ ਚਲਾ ਲਾਂਗੇ then we'll go to India ਜਿੱਥੇ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ ਭਾਰਤ ਮੰਡਪਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਈ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਧਮਕੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਅਲਾਉ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜਾਣੇ ਸੋ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਜੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਦੇਖਾਂ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਜੋ ਤੋਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਵੈਸਲਸ ਅਲਾਉ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਅਪਰੋਕਸੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਡਜ਼ਨ ਵੈਸਲਸ ਤਾਂ ਜਿੱਤ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਤੇਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਉਹ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਵਾ ਲਿਆ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਬੜਾ ਸਾਫ਼ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਰੈੱਡ ਲਾਈਨ ਰੱਖਤੀ ਕਿ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਨਾਟ ਕ੍ਰਾਸ ਦਿਸ ਰੈੱਡ ਲਾਈਨ ਵੈਰੀ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਅਦਰ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਸ਼ੁੱਡ ਆਲਸੋ ਲਰਨ ਦਿਸ ਵੇ ਆਫ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਬਿਜ਼ਨਸ or way of the diplomacy. You have to act strong, no matter what. ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੱਡਾ ਮੁਲਕ ਹੈ ਕਈ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਰੈੱਡ ਲਾਈਨਸ ਰੱਖਣੀਆਂ ਪੈਣੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਰੈੱਡ ਲਾਈਨ ਜੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸਟੇ ਔਨ ਦ ਅਦਰ ਸਾਈਡ ਦੇਰ ਇਜ਼ ਨੋ ਨੀਡ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਫ਼ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਲੈਟਸ ਸੀ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਹਿਪੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਸੀ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਲੈਣਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਨਸੈਂਟਰੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੈਂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਸਜਿਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਾਰ ਬਣਾ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਮਸਜਿਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਲਿਟਰੇਚਰ ਹੈ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਕੱਢ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਾਰਟੀਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਡਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੱਲਾ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਬੜਾ ਦੋਸਤ ਹੈ ਮੇਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੜੇ ਅੱਛੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਹੈ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੜੇ ਅੱਛੇ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਹੈ ਈਰਾਨ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਾ ਯਕੀਨ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਕੰਟਰੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਹੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ ਵਾਟ ਐਲਸ ਦੇ ਆਰ ਡੂਇੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਇਸਲਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਨਵਰਟ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਲੋਕ ਬੈਠੇ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੌਣ ਸੁਣ ਰਿਹਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੀ ਤਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਛੇੜ ਕੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹਾਂ ਨੋਬਡੀ ਇਜ਼ ਟਾਕਿੰਗ ਅਬਾਊਟ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਹਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਅੱਜ ਦਾ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮ ਇੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਭਾਈ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਚੁੱਕੋ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਚੁੱਕੋ ਕੋਈ ਚੁੱਕਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਸਲ ਤੱਕ ਖਤਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਤੁਰੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੋਈ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਨਿਊ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਨਿਊ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਸੁਣੋ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਹਾਂ, ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ, ਸਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਜਸਟ ਅ ਕੁਇਕ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਸ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਆ ਦੇਖੋ, ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਆ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ, FAEE ਕਮੇਟੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ, The Human Rights Situation of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, China. International Human Rights of House of Commons, Committee of Foreign Affairs, 2020 दी है, लेकिन इसकी क्या latest development to respect to the plight of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, China. कि उसे की उन्होंने हालात है, की हालात the subcommittee ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕੀਤਾ that the PRC government, ਇਹੀ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, continue to detain Uyghur and other Turkic Muslims in what witnesses refer to as concentration camps, where women and girls are regularly subjected to sexual abuse and other forms of gender-based violence. ਆਪ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਹਾਊਸ ਆਫ ਕਾਮਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਪੇਸ਼ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਲਜ਼ਾਮ ਲਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ। ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਲੱਗ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਚਿਲਡਰਨ ਫਰਮ देयर ਫੈਮਿਲੀਜ਼ ਐਂਡ ਪਲੇਸ them in a state run schools or orphanages, forces Uyghur Muslims to work in various type of factories in Xinjiang, other regions of China as part of PRC's government's poverty reduction initiative, use invasive surveillance measures to repress Uyghur living in Xinjiang and abroad, imposes barbaric method to reduce, देखो जिन्होंने मैं कहा कि नस्ल खत्म करने की कोशिश, barbaric methods to reduce Uyghur birth rates in Xinjiang, including the forced use of intrauterine contraceptive devices as well as forced and coerced sterilization and abortion. ਨਸਬੰਦੀ ਨਲਬੰਦੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਖੱਸੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਅਬੋਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਆਹ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਟਰਕਿਕ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸੇ ਦਿਸ, ਇਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੇ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਚੋਂ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੋਗੇ ਵੀਗਰ ਮੁਸਲਿਮਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ। ਆਹ BBC ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ, BBC ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਦ BBC, ਦ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਫ BBC। ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਵੀਗਰ? BBC ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਸੀ। Who are Uyghurs and why is China being accused of genocide? Human rights groups believe that China has detained more than 1 million Uyghurs against their will over the past few years in a large network of that state called de-education camps. Police files can be obtained की थी BBC ने 2022 में revealed details of China's use of these camps and described as a routine use of armed forces, armed officers, and existence of a shoot-to-kill policy for those trying to escape. गोली मार दो जरा भजे। हाँ, 2015 की हाल सी, 2018 की सी, 2020 की सी, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਂਪ ਬਣਾਏ ਗਏ ਆ। ਕੌਣ ਨੇ ਵੀਗਰ? There are approximately 12 million Uyghurs, mostly Muslims, living in Xinjiang. Mostly Muslims, which is similar to Turkish. ਇਹ ਉਹੀ ਲੈਂਗੁਏਜ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ। ਅੱਗੇ ਸੁਣ ਲਓ। China has also been accused of targeting Muslim religious figures and banning religious practices in the region, as well as destroying mosques and tombs. अब BBC ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਹਿਪੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਦਿਖਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਭਰਾ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੁਸਲਮਾਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਨੁਮਾ ਜਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹਿਪੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਦਿਖਦਾ ਉਹ ਉਨੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦਾ। ਸਿੰਪਲ, ਬਹੁਤ ਸਿੰਪਲ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ईरान जितनी मर्जी गल करे कि साढ़े ते धक्का हो रहा है, वीगर मुस्लिम अज जाके खुद कह रहे कि सानू चीन की साइड जी चाइनीज साइड है, वी हैव फुल फेथ ऑन देम। लेकिन वो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन कैंप्स बने जे बने तो अमेरिकन मीडिया ला रहा, यूरोपियन मीडिया ला रहा, नोबडी इज आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन ओवर देयर। वो ताइवान के मुद्दे ते गल नहीं कर रहे, वीगर मुस्लिम के मुद्दे ते किद्दां गल करनगे, दे विल किक देम आउट और ठोडे मार के बाहर कढ़ देंगे इन्हां नूं जे वो गल करनगे तां। सो एक ताकतवर देश, इंडिपेंडेंट मीडिया, ये वो, it's all BS. It's in front of you. It's all BS. ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਡੈਮੋਕ੍ਰੇਸੀ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਉੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੂੰ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਗਾਲਾਂ ਕੱਢ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਿੰਨੂੰ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਹਿ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਲ ਲਿਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿਲ ਔਰ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਲਿਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ, ਕਿਲ ਮੋਦੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਹੀ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ। ਪਿੱਛੇ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਰਡ ਪਾਇਆ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਵਰਡ ਪਲੇ, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਨਿਆਣੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ। ਸੋ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ, ਸਬਜੈਕਟਿਵ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਕੱਲੇ ਇੱਕ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ। ਫਿਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ, ਹਿਊਮਨਸ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਇਨਸਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਨੇ, ਫਿਰ ਇਨਸਾਨ ਤਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਰਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਜੇ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੜ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਲੜ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੂਡੋ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ, ਸੋ ਕਾਲਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੂਡੋ ਕਰੈਕਟਰਸ ਹੈ, ਹਿਪੋਕ੍ਰੇਟਸ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਣੇ ਬਣਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਮੂੰਹ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਮੁਸਲਿਮ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਰਾ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਖੜੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਗਏ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਰੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਵਾਲੇ, nobody is going to ask that question। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਤਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਰੇਆਮ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੀ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਸਪੋਕਸਪਰਸਨ ਕੀ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਵੈਰੀ ਮਚ ਕਲੀਅਰ, ਨੋਟ ਮਿੰਸਿੰਗ ਐਨੀ ਵਰਡ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਟ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਤਾਈਵਾਨ ਦਾ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਇਨ US ਚਾਈਨਾ ਰਿਲੇਸ਼ਨ, ਮੋਸਟ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਬਾਇਲੇਟਰਲ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਯੋਗ ਕਰਿਓ, ਇਹ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗਲਤ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਯੋਗ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਵਾਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਅੱਗੇ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਪੋਸਟਪੋਨ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੀ ਚੱਲੇਗੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਧਰ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਦ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਹ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੇ 5 ਫਾਊਂਡਿੰਗ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਸੀਗੇ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ, ਬ੍ਰਾਜ਼ੀਲ, ਰਸ਼ੀਆ, ਇੰਡੀਆ, ਚਾਈਨਾ, ਸਾਊਥ ਅਫਰੀਕਾ। ਚਾਈਨਾ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਏ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ US ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਦੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਲ ਹਾਈ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨਰ ਨੇ, ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ ਅੰਬੈਸਡਰ, ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ I'll show you ਕਿ ਉੱਥੇ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਹੋਇਆ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਨਿਊ ਦਿੱਲੀ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਉੱਥੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਫੋਟੋ ਆਪ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੋਇਆ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਭਾਸ਼ਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। I'm going to share some of those clippings. ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੁਝ ਬਿਆਨਬਾਜ਼ੀਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ। Let me just play some of the parts of that video. ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੇ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਪਿਛਲੀ ਵਾਰੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਬਿਊਰੋ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਭਾਰਤ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ ਵੈਸਟ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਰਤ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਖੜਾ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਖੜਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਮੀ ਓਨਲੀ 1 ਮਿੰਟ। ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੈਠਕ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਯੂ ਦੈਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੀਟ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਆ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਸਰਗੇਈ ਲਾਵਰੋਵ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ। ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਸੈयद अब्बास अरागची ਤੀਜੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਤੇ ਫਰਮ ਲੈਫਟ ਖੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਸੁਬਰਾਮਣੀਅਮ ਜੈਸ਼ੰਕਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੀ ਯੋਰਸੈਲਫ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰਗੇਈ ਲਾਵਰੋਵ ਉਹ ਖੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ।
His Excellency Mr. Shiromani, Mayor, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federated Republic of Brazil.
ਐਸ ਜੈਸ਼ੰਕਰ ਜੀ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦਾ। ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਦਾ ਭਾਸ਼ਣ ਸੁਣ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨਰਿੰਦਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਆਏ, ਫੋਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਪਿੱਛੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਵਿਕਰਮ ਮਿਸਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ May we begin?
Excellencies, delegates, colleagues, Namaskar, a very good morning, and a warm welcome to India for this meeting of the BRICS Ministers of Foreign Affairs and International Relations. As chair, I thank each delegation for their presence and for their continued commitment to strengthening cooperation within the BRICS framework. All of us remain in close and regular contact through bilateral and multilateral engagements. Gathering today for the BRICS meeting is, however, a special occasion. It allows us to exchange perspectives and encourages us to develop convergences. And in this complicated and uncertain world, that is of ever greater importance. Excellencies, India's chairship appreciates your support, which has contributed to the steady progress of our work. To date, we have organized over 80 BRICS meetings with active participation from all members. These engagements have strengthened cooperation and advanced dialogue across sectors. We look forward to building on this momentum. Promoting a more inclusive and collaborative BRICS framework, we as chair have been engaging partner countries as well. We have also taken forward discussions on institutional development, including integration of new members through a stock taking and updatation of existing mechanisms. It is essential for the smooth advancement of BRICS that later members fully appreciate and subscribe to the BRICS consensus on various important issues. Excellencies, we meet at a time of considerable flux in international relations. Ongoing conflicts, economic uncertainties, and challenges in trade and technology and climate are shaping the global landscape. There is a growing expectation, particularly from emerging markets and developing countries, that BRICS will play a constructive and stabilizing role. In this background, our discussions today are an opportunity to reflect on global and regional developments and to consider practical ways to strengthen our cooperation. Development issues remain central. Many countries face challenges on energy, food, fertilizer, and health security, as also access to finance. BRICS can help them respond more effectively. Economic resilience is also key. Reliable supply chains and diversified markets are its essential components. We must focus on both. Climate change remains a pressing concern. Our discussions must advance sustainable development while upholding principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities. Technological advancements are reshaping the global landscape. It can be leveraged for good governance and inclusive growth. Peace and security remain central to the global order. Recent conflicts only underline the importance of dialogue and diplomacy. There is also a deeply shared interest in strengthening cooperation against terrorism. Excellencies, as chair, I will facilitate an open and constructive exchange. I encourage all delegations to share their perspectives in that spirit. Your inputs will help guide our discussions and contribute to a meaningful outcomes. I once again welcome you all and look forward to a productive discussion. I thank you all for your attention. Excellencies and colleagues, we will soon be commencing the closed session, so I would request now the press to leave us to that session. Thank you very much, press.
फिर जी एंट्री बंद हो गई, लेकिन ये जी जानकारी आई है ये सब तो इंपॉर्टेंट जी चीज़ की रही है जी अब्बास अरागची दी इंटरव्यू। अब्बास अरागची दी जी इंटरव्यू है वो सब तो इंपॉर्टेंट रही है। वो किहड़ी चीज़ां जिहड़ियां वो मेन उन्होंने कहियां, मैं थोड़ी देर तक तुहाडे नाल वो भी साझियां करूँगा कि खास तौर के उत्ते अब्बास अरागची जिहड़े है सैयद अब्बास अरागची उन्होंने वालों एक स्पीच जी दी गई थी और यूएई नूं काफ़ी उन्होंने लम्हे हथी लिया ਉਸ ਮੈਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਹੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਾ। ਔਰ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਅੰਬੈਸਡਰ ਸ਼ੂ ਫੀ ਹੋਂਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੇਟ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਸਕੇ। ਸੋ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅੰਬੈਸਡਰ ਹੈ, ਹੀ ਇਜ਼ ਰਿਪਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟੇਟਿੰਗ ਦ ਚਾਈਨੀਜ਼ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਵੈਂਗ ਜੀ ਐਟ ਦ ਫੋਰਨ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਮੀਟ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਅਨਦਰ ਥਿੰਗ। ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਦੀ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੈ UAE ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦਾਂਗਾ ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਬਣਦੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। Let me just share some of that information. ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਵੀ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੀ, ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਆਣੀ ਹੈ।
Dr. Jaishankar, Honorable Minister of External Affairs of India, Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the BRICS member states, distinguished representatives, esteemed colleagues. As you have all witnessed, my country has within the span of less than a year twice been subjected to brutal and unlawful aggression by the United States and Israel. The attacks on my people have been justified with false claims that run counter to the informed assessments of the International Atomic Energy Agency and even America's own intelligence community. The truth is that Iran, like many other independent nations, is the victim of illegal expansionism and warmongering. These are ugly things which have no place in today's world. Those who pursue reckless adventures may believe it furthers their geopolitical interests. But as consumers and governments around the world now sense and understand, regional instability is a lose-lose proposition for all sides, including the aggressors. In the face of horrific violence, the Iranian people have firmly and proudly stood up for themselves. Did we retreat from our ideal of independence? Did we surrender to the will and whims of imperial power? The answer is clear. We did not and never will. I come from an ancient land whose leaders have stood courageously by their people in the pursuit of justice, independence, and the defense of sovereignty and territorial integrity, sacrificing their lives for historic and national ideals. I speak for an Iran whose armed forces, medical personnel, school teachers, and law enforcement officers never once placed their own safety above saving the lives of those they are duty-bound to protect, and served with honor on the front line of humanity. I speak for a people which, under horrific bombardment, chose to stand firm, for the mothers of Minab who did not bend under the grief of losing their children, for young people who refused to let the dust of war erase their bright futures, and for a nation that, despite all pressures, continue to believe in a free, stable, and just world. By now, it ought to be clear that Iran is unbreakable and only emerges stronger and more united when under pressure. While ready to fight with everything we have in defense of our freedom and our soil, we are equally ready to pursue and defend diplomacy. As I have repeatedly stated, there is no such thing as a military solution to anything related to Iran. We Iranians never bow to any pressure or threat, but we reciprocate the language of respect. As much as our powerful armed forces remain ready to exact devastating retribution on foreign aggressors, my people are peace-loving and do not seek war. We are not aggressor in this sordid situation, but the aggrieved. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, over the past year, I have had the honor of participating in 2 BRICS conferences to convey the government of Iran's conviction that this platform symbolizes the emergence of a new global order, an order in which the global south is a primary architect of the world's future. What was once a lofty aspiration is now a reality, but it is a fragile reality. Imperial power in decline wants to turn back the clock and is desperately lashing out on its way down. This all matters to the BRICS Plus group of countries because the battle Iran has fought is in defense of all of us, of the new world that we are building together. Our brave soldiers have given their lives to resist Western hegemony and the sense of impunity that the US believes it is entitled to. While Iran is grateful for the support and solidarity it has received from BRICS countries, it is imperative that we jointly step up our work towards ending this sense of entitlement, which has no place in today's world. To virtually everyone in this room, our resistance against US bullying is not an unfamiliar battle. So many of us encounter slight variations of the same repugnant coercion. It is high time for us to jointly step up and work towards making clear that those practices belong in the dustbin of history. Today, our nations are closer to one another than ever before, and we cannot ignore the common and dangerous challenge we all face. History has shown that empires in decline will stop at nothing to arrest their inevitable fates. A wounded animal will desperately claw and roar on its way down. The putting away of all pretenses is apparent in the horrors that the West has shamelessly underwritten or outright pursued in the global South, whether in Asia or Africa or Latin America. What was once framed as unthinkable and decidedly shameful is now either overlooked or openly embarrassed in Western capitals, i.e. horrific genocide, shocking violations of the sovereignty of nations, and outright state piracy on the high seas. These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter. We believe that BRICS can and must become one of the principal pillars in shaping a more just, balanced, and humane global order, an order in which might can never make right. Nations which stand up for their dignity and independence may endure hardship, but they will never be defeated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your attention.
So, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬ੍ਰਿਕਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਅਫੇਅਰਸ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਸੀ ਸੈਯਦ ਅਬਾਸ ਅਰਾਗਚੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਟਰੋਂਗ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਿਆਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ। ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਗੱਲ ਰੱਖਣ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ UAE ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਜ਼ਿਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਸਮਥਿੰਗ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਕਿ ਡਿਪਲੋਮੇਸੀ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਵੱਲ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ। ਇੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਾਈਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ JD ਵੈਂਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਵਾਈਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਹੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਸੋ US ਦੇ ਵਾਈਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹ ਮੇਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਂਗੌਰ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਰਿਮਾਰਕਸ ਡਿਲੀਵਰ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ। ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਦ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਬੋਰਡ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲਾਈਵ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ।
Okay, it looks like we are ready to call back to order. If members are ready. Oh, you're okay if we start, Deputy Mayor? Okay. Okay. Welcome back to today's public session of the Toronto Police Service Board. And I want to thank the public for our need of that additional half hour. Before we start the meeting, I'm going to turn over to our Vice Chair, Brillinger, for acknowledgements.
Thank you, Chair. Let's start the meeting in a good way by acknowledging that the City of Toronto exists on the traditional and treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, as affirmed through Treaty Number 13 of 1805, commonly known as the Toronto Purchase, and the Anishinaabe of the Williams Treaty 1923. These treaties cover much of what is now the Greater Toronto Area, which covers the same lands where Toronto Police Service and Toronto Police Service Board operate today. In addition to the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, this land has also been the traditional home and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, such as the Chippewas, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples. Today, this land is the home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis community members, people who live, grow, and raise future generations here, continuing the deep connections to the land that stretch back thousands of years. As a board and a service operating on treaty land, we must act within the spirit and intent of these agreements, ensuring that our work reflects the values of respect, reciprocity, and reconciliation that they represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We appreciate that very much. I'm now going to turn the meeting over to our Executive Director, Louis Silvas, to just go through the meeting logistics.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who's joined us in person, as well as those who've joined us virtually. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed on the Toronto Police YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of the meeting. Joining us in person, we have our Chair, Councillor Shelley Carroll, Vice Chair, Chris Brillinger, members Lisa Kostakis, Nick Migliori, and Ann Morgan, and Deputy Mayor Amber Morley. We also have members of our board office staff, including our board administrator, Diana Akeem, Chief Demkew, the service's command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals today who have registered to make deputations both in person as well as virtually on our agenda items. And as per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to make a deputation, Those who have registered will be called upon and be brought back to the meeting. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. I'd now like to return the meeting back over to the chair.
Thanks, Louis. Before we turn the business to the business before us, we have some tributes to make, and then I have some other comments. I hope you'll indulge me. First of all, we want to pay tribute to Ontario Provincial Police Constable Brandon Malcolm, who was tragically killed in the line of duty on April 27th. Constable Malcolm was just 33 years old. His loss is felt deeply by his family, as you'll have noted in seeing the services broadcast. His loved ones, his family, his colleagues, and the policing community across Ontario took part. Since joining the OPP in 2020, Brandon served the Northumberland Detachment with dedication, professionalism, and a genuine commitment to the communities that he protected. He was also a proud member of the OPP Golden Helmets and was respected for his quiet confidence, his strong work ethic, and his leadership. His lifelong goal was to serve as a police officer, and though his career was far too brief, his devotion to public safety never wavered. We also hold close in our thoughts his fiancée, who is one of our very own Toronto Police Service Special Constables, and whose grief is shared by this entire organization. And you should know that the service has been as supportive as possible. It's been amazing to be aware of. We grieve alongside all who knew him and loved him, and we honor the legacy that Brandon Malcolm leaves behind. I also want to acknowledge another profound loss for the service and within our policing community across the GTA. Deputy Chief Lauren Pogue, who we welcome back today, has suffered the heartbreaking passing of her husband. Her husband was retired Inspector Paul Pogue. Retired Inspector Pogue served Peel Regional Police for 37 years. He was known for his integrity, his compassion, and the deep care he showed to all of those around him. He was a devoted husband and father. He was a builder of connections and someone who found joy in simple moments of family, friendship, and community. I'm afraid I can't look at Deputy Chief Pogue. we had our minutes together that day. Today, we're holding Chief Deputy Pogue, her family, and all those who love Paul in our thoughts. It was a real honor to see the Peel Regional officers and all of the command of the Toronto Police Service join together for those services. I would now ask that if you're able and can join us in the public, please stand and join me in a moment of silence in honor of Constable Malcolm and in honor of retired Inspector Pogue. Thank you all very much. Thank you for that. Now, if you'll indulge me, I also have a few comments to make, timely comments. First of all, we have to acknowledge that this is Police Week. One of the things that I have loved most about chairing this board is the time every day, not just Police Week, that I get to spend in conversation with officers. And what strikes me every single time is how much they care. In all my divisional visits, officers light up when they talk about a neighborhood initiative that they're involved in that's going well, community partners that they've made and the difference they're making, or a resident who reaches out to say thank you and we believe in you, we trust you. We hear that across the service, and we should remember that this week. That enthusiasm that they have, that genuine investment in the communities they serve is something we should never take for granted. And I appreciate all the opportunities I've had to go out and commune with that. Police Week also coincides with the National Peace Officers Memorial Day, a solemn reminder that this work carries real sacrifice. We acknowledge that sacrifice as a board. We carry the memories with us as we do the work in governance. And I know I'm speaking on behalf of this board when I say thank you to the officers all across the country but also especially to our own members of the Toronto Police Service. Your professionalism and the care you bring to every interaction is seen, and it is deeply appreciated, particularly by this board. May is also a month of important observances, and I want to acknowledge two of them directly. This is Asian Heritage Month, and it invites us to recognize the richness and the diversity, of course, of our Asian communities in Toronto especially, but across Canada. And it's also our opportunity to recommit to confronting anti-Asian racism through equitable service, through the meaningful engagement that is ongoing, and accountable policing. The anti-Asian hate that we have witnessed in recent years is a matter this board takes seriously and includes in its work. May is also Canadian Jewish Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the history, the culture, and the profound contributions of the Jewish communities to this country, while at the same time acknowledging again a deeply troubling rise of anti-Semitism. Ensuring that our public safety responses are effective, are informed, and are trusted by Jewish Torontonians is a core obligation of this service and of the board. And our work together, I hope, will help people in these regards. So to Toronto's Asian and Jewish communities both, on behalf of the board, I thank you for your leadership in service, but I also thank those communities for their leadership in working with us and engaging with us so that we can tackle these problems together. Thank you. And now I want to speak to something a little more difficult. And I think it demands to be addressed directly. And as much as I would like to defer it to a later date, because there are lots of processes ongoing, we discussed these upstairs in camera, we do have to speak to the community right now, to the recent allegations that have been raised regarding anti-Semitic and anti-Black language that may exist within the Toronto Police Service, including at senior levels. I want to be clear about these allegations because there is ongoing process, and whatever process is going to ultimately determine, today I think we have to recognize that there is real hurt right now to members of our community. And I can't proceed with this meeting without acknowledging it. I've said in all of my comments on the matter that I have a zero tolerance for these behaviors. And again, I've been asked, what do I mean by that? I want to be really clear about it because there's lots of work to come, but so that people know that we're setting the bar today, here's my feeling. There is no excuse for racially or culturally insensitive remarks. There is no context in which that type of language is acceptable. There is no closed door behind which it becomes okay. There is no especially difficult nature to the work we do in policing that would make such language excusable. That's a notion of the past, and I believe it must stay there. To those who may say, I've never targeted anyone directly, but I've heard some language around me, I hear you. That's challenging, but I want to be clear. Not directing language at someone to their face does not make it acceptable. Hearing it and staying silent has its own costs. So we must be honest with ourselves about that. I have worked across many different environments, public sector and private, and we're blessed with a board for whom that is also true. The kind of language that has been described in these allegations, if they are true, would not be acceptable in any of our other workplaces. We are able to do our work without that language. It's not acceptable here either. And that's why there are currently processes ongoing through the chief's office to get to the bottom of it. I would ask each and every person in a position of seniority within our service to ask themselves honestly, have I ever in my career used this language? Have I ever stood by while others did? The allegations at issue may describe events that occurred some time ago, long time ago, but the question of who we are today is one we can ask ourselves. It's a standard we can hold ourselves to. And it's one I think we need to make sure that the community knows that we are going to hold ourselves to. This kind of language is not humorous in any context. It does not build any camaraderie. It does not belong in any co-worker's company. So as chair, I will never ask this board to excuse racially insensitive or culturally demeaning language, whatever the context or circumstance. And I'll urge my fellow board members to hold that same line in any of our deliberations. I'm aware that the allegations are ones the individual involved does not wish to pursue formally with us, and that creates challenges of its own, and that the chief's investigation is going to take time, therefore, to run its course. And I respect the processes of Chief Demkew. But the hurt in our community is being felt right now. So in good conscience, I had to open this meeting with speaking about it, just so that we have the community understanding how seriously we take it. My personal standard and that of this board, I think, knowing you all as I do, is very simple. We treat each other and we speak about each other with dignity. And that is not a high bar to meet. That is the floor. And I think we can all meet it. And I know that I can count on you all to do so. So with that said, I'm going to get the meeting started by turning it over to the chief to begin his monthly update. Chief Demkew.
Chair, thank you for leading a moment of silence and for honoring the memory of the special people we have lost, and for supporting our colleagues and police family members from the OPP, Peel Regional Police, and our own Toronto Police Service. There are never words that can truly capture the sorrow of losing those we love. But being there for one another and showing solidarity and generosity is something we can commit to doing together. I would like to begin today by formally introducing our new Chief Administrative Officer, Maria Duran Schneider, since this is her first public board meeting. Yes. As you know, Maria joined us as a member of the command team a few weeks ago, and we are very pleased to be getting to know her. And as you know, she brings many years of experience in senior leadership roles and knows public service very well. We are already benefiting from her insights and her leadership. And before I go any further, I'd like to invite her to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Chief. It is a privilege to join the Toronto Police Service as the Chief Administrative Officer at such an important time for the organization and for the city. I look forward to supporting the service and the board through strong stewardship, collaboration, and a shared commitment to the people and the communities we serve. I come to this role after more than 25 years at the Ontario Public Service, most recently serving as the Chief Administrative Officer at the Ministry of Solicitor General, supporting large and complex public safety organizations. Over these past few weeks, my focus has been on listening, learning, and building relationships across the organization and with our broader partners and communities. I look forward to working closely with the board, with the chief, command, and members of the service to support organizational excellence and policing that continues to strengthen public trust and community safety. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for the trust you've placed in me. I'm honored to be here, and I'm very excited about the work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and again, welcome. Chair, we look forward to the presentation of the board's strategic plan for policing in Toronto during this meeting. Developed in accordance with the requirements of the Community Safety and Policing Act, this plan will help outline priorities and expectations that will guide our work over the next years. And operationally, we will continue to align our decisions, planning, and delivery with the strategic direction set out in this plan. We welcome the board's strategic plan as it will promote greater consistency and transparency, helping to ensure we all move forward together in a clear and unified direction. And Chair, on the topic of transparency, priorities, and expectations, I also want to acknowledge that the Auditor General, Tara Anderson, will present the 2026 follow-up report today about the status of the previous calls for service recommendations and the 911 recommendations. I want to thank the Auditor General for her work on this and thank her team. There's a significant value and insight in the recommendations, whether through actions taken directly in response to those recommendations or through work we are doing in parallel. Our goal is to continuously improve how we serve and protect our communities. And we are seeing progress. As you know, this year And last year, response times for priority 1 calls were down on average compared to previous years. We have also seen positive results with initiatives like the Make the Right Call campaign in partnership with the city, aimed at educating the public on the appropriate use of 911 in non-emergency lines. We have also implemented Next Generation 911, a technology that helps our communications operators be even more efficient, and we adjusted our workflow. These are only a few examples, and we are committed to continuing to work with our partners, including Toronto Paramedic Services, Toronto Fire Services, and the City of Toronto. Thank you, and I'll now pass it over to Acting Deputy Chief Catherine Stevenson.
Thank you, Chief. Chair, later this afternoon, the Hate Crime Unit will be sharing the 2025 Annual Hate Crime Statistical Report with the Board. As you will see, the report is detailed, and we are here to answer your questions. But I'd like to highlight a few takeaways now. The Jewish community was the most frequently targeted group in hate-motivated crimes, while representing a very small portion of the city's population. In 2025, there were 231 reported hate crimes, marking the lowest count since the initial spike in 2023. Approximately 32% of 2025 cases resulted in arrests, up from 25% in 2024, which signifies an increase in case-to-arrest ratio, and a 100% increase compared to the 2023 data. Of course, in the cases not resulting in arrests, the investigations continue. Chair, despite the decreases in reported incidents in 2025, it is important to note, so far in 2026, we have seen a 24% increase in reported hate crimes compared to the same time last year. This is partly driven by global geopolitical tensions that are being felt locally in our communities. We continue to take this very seriously. In the past years, as you know, we have expanded our hate crime unit, which is embedded in our newly created counterterrorism and security unit, because we know that hate crime serves as a precursor to criminal extremism. Early intervention is critical to prevent escalation and address the risks before further harms occur. And at every opportunity we have, I would like to remind the public it is important to report every incident of hate crime so we can investigate. Thank you. I will now pass it over to Deputy Chief Pogue.
Thank you. Chair, we want to thank you for joining the Chief and many of our members last Saturday to kick off Police Week at Jimmy Simpson Park. The event was co-hosted by our Community Partnership and Engagement Unit, along with our great members from 55 Division. Every year, Police Week is an opportunity for us to connect with the community and help people better understand the services we provide. It's an opportunity to talk about prevention, initiatives that strengthen trust, and many other ways that police work to keep people safe. On this theme today, I would like to play a video for you that shows what happened when our officers used our remote piloted aircraft system to respond in the search for a missing 86-year-old man in critical condition.
My mom actually called me at about 9 p.m., told me my father was missing, and looked around in the whole building and couldn't find him.
Emergency, do you need police, ambulance, or fire?
And then she called 911, and then Toronto Police mobilized the whole dedicated team.
Getting later in the night, temperature was dropping. The missing person was in and out of the hospital the last few days. There was medical concerns.
When you hear an 86-year-old male, when you hear the peril that he's in, you know it's a place you need to deploy to. And we did that immediately.
He nearly stopped breathing.
This is something that's probably going to escalate. Began the search.
You fly over and you can see the heat source.
I could see that there was a male laying on his back on the bench.
My partner directed me to that heat source. He wasn't breathing very well, and he was bloodied at the mouth.
And the police take action very quickly.
He fell off the bench. As he did, I grabbed him slowly and guided him to the ground. 42 arrived very quickly. They brought a first aid kit.
Making him to the critical ICU. I was told the doctor also used the defib to bring him back. I have a very close relationship with my father. I can't imagine if I lose a family member like that. I don't know how I can handle it. I think really from bottom of my heart, thank you, Toronto Police. He said Toronto Police saved his life, and the hospital also saved his life. You not only saved my father's life, you saved my family. Thank you.
So I'd like to give special thanks to the Huang family for allowing us to share their story today. And I'll now pass it over to Acting Deputy Chief Joe Matthews.
Thank you, Deputy Pogue. Chair, I want to share a few observations on community safety indicators so far this year, particularly as we enter the summer months. The number of homicides in Toronto is at the lowest we've seen in years. The number, we're down 36% from the same time last year, while not forgetting that last year we were down 47% from 2024. Other indicators are trending downwards, such as break-and-enters, robberies, and shootings. However, auto thefts, home invasions are up compared to the same time last year. We know this is concerning for our communities, and we have strategies in place to respond, much like we spoke of at the last board meeting, Project Aegis. We remain laser-focused on these community safety indicators. And Chair, before I turn it back over to the Chief, I would like to recognize the exceptional work of our members, including recent arrests related to a sophisticated cybercrime tool that can reach thousands of people at once to steal their personal information, commonly known as an SMS blaster, and also on the results of Project Cluster, where we seized a number of 3D printed handguns and the technology used to produce them. Thank you, Chief.
Chair, in closing, I want to thank you for joining us at the prayer walk in 13th Division at the end of last month. Prayer walks are an interfaith initiative built around the theme of unity in our community. The message is simple. We are united in our commitment to keeping our city safe, safe from violence, and also safe from egregious crimes like hate crimes. As Acting Deputy Chief Stevenson mentioned earlier, we were encouraged to see reported hate crimes decline last year. However, year to date in 2026, we're seeing those numbers rise again. Chair, you mentioned Jewish Heritage Month in your introduction. It is an important opportunity to learn about and celebrate Jewish culture, faith, and history. The Toronto Police Service is proud to recognize Jewish Heritage Month with 3 internal events for our members, including a special session with a Holocaust survivor who will share her journey and heritage and her path to Canada. It is also a time to reaffirm our strong and unwavering stance against anti-Semitism. Following October 7, 2023, we partnered with our colleagues and friends at Simon Wiesenthal at the Friends of Simon Wiesenthal Center for Holocaust Studies to develop a unique mandatory learning program focused on Judaism and the harmful impacts of anti-Semitism. The first program of its kind within the policing community. Recently, I met with members of our Jewish Internal Support Network, where we discussed the importance of these initiatives and where I had the opportunity to listen to and learn from their lived experiences. Over 2 years ago, we established Project Resolute, a whole of service response, which includes a visible police presence in certain areas, including during protests. It also includes nearly 80,000 hours spent by our members engaging with communities. It is an important initiative to help keep communities safe. We acknowledge that the Jewish community continues to be the most frequently targeted group in hate-motivated crimes. In response to the evolving threat environment, the service has expanded the hate crime unit, established Task Force Guardian, and stood up the new Counterterrorism Security Unit. I want to make it very clear that whenever we have legal grounds to do so, we make arrests and we lay charges. Since October 7, 2023, Toronto Police have made 524 arrests and laid 1,297 charges in connection with demonstrations, protests, and hate-motivated offenses. This includes an arrest and a charge of willful promotion of hatred in relation to anti-Semitic signs displayed during a protest in March. It also includes additional charges announced earlier this month related to an incident that occurred last November, where a group of protesters entered a private event without permission. The additional charges include public incitement of hatred. Also earlier this month, it was announced that our integrated gun and gang task force, supported by our counterterrorism security unit, along with the York Regional Police Service, have charged a suspect in connection with shootings at synagogues in the cities of Toronto and Vaughan that occurred in March. And last week, we arrested an individual within 24 hours following an incident in which an assault occurred after a suspect discharged an imitation firearm at victims who are visibly identifiable members of the Jewish community. We thank the Jewish Security Network and Shomrim Toronto that assisted in this investigation. We have long advocated for law reforms that will give police officers more tools to enforce the law in that regard, and we believe that Bill C-9, now making its way through the Senate in Ottawa, is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Chair. This concludes our update for this month.
Okay. Are there any questions on the chief's update? Seeing none, if we could have a motion to receive the update. Member Kostakis, thank you. Member Migliori, seconding. All in favor? Seeing no opposed, that's carried. So for the members of the public, we reviewed the agenda earlier this morning and confirmed the minutes, and we moved a motion. I hope folks were able to get in touch. We moved a motion because of the number of people making deputations across the agenda that we would have to make deputations 3 minutes in length this morning, and that passed unanimously. So we'll do our best to make sure that everyone gets their full 3 minutes. Absolutely. For our first two items, we do have deputations, but our practice is what we'll do is we'll have the presentations. Items 1 and 2, we have Toronto's Auditor General here. And so we're going to have the presentation from the Auditor General so that if you want to speak to that in your deputations, you can. And then I'll have the Auditor General present again, I think briefly for item number 2. So Ms. Anderson, if you'd like to join us up front to present on the first one, which is the audit of the Toronto Police Service's information technology governance, driving improved accountability and transparency in achieving technology objectives. I didn't read the whole title this morning. Yeah. And welcome.
Take a minute here. My computer just shut down. Okay, can you hear me okay? Great. Thank you, Chair. I'm Tara Anderson, the Auditor General for the City of Toronto. This presentation is on our audit of IT governance at the Toronto Police Service. Here with me today are Syed Ali, Assistant Auditor General, Andrew Krupovich, Senior Audit Manager, and Zach Pillay, Audit Analyst. Thank you to my team for their excellent work. Thank you as well to the Chief, Command, and members of the Toronto Police Service for their cooperation and assistance with this audit. In particular, Colin Stairs, Chief Transformation Officer, Deidre White, IT Services Director, Ian Williams, Information Management Director, Alpha Chan, CISO, Allison Sparks, Rob Druitt, Emily Much, as well as Chief Superintendent Jacqueline Bose, and the assistance provided by many other team members. We also appreciate the assistance provided by Louis Silvis, the Board Executive Director, and Board Staff Diana Sui, and thank you to the Board Chair and Vice Chair and Board members for your input and assistance. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we will walk you through why this audit matters, some brief background information, our audit objectives and scope, a summary of our audit findings, as well as my closing remarks for going forward. Next slide. Our audit examined the Toronto Police Service's approach to IT governance, an area of significant importance given the Toronto Police Service's use of technology to deliver policing services to support their mission to keep Toronto the best and safest place to be. Technology is critical to support police operations, supporting various areas from 911 operations and non-emergency calls to officers' communication on calls for service, databases that assist officers and investigators with important information to do their job, and record management systems, just to name a few. The TPS is also undergoing major transformations in the technologies it uses to deliver policing services to the people of Toronto. Strong governance and oversight are essential to support effective management of technology and successful transition to new IT systems. IT also represents a major component of the TPS budget, with $113 million for IT in 2025 out of the total TPS net operating budget of $1.2 billion. It is an important area to ensure is adequately resourced to achieve TPS's objectives, while also ensuring value for money with the funds spent. The TPS has IT systems that contain sensitive and confidential information, so it is important to ensure appropriate user access and safeguard the data to preserve public trust. Therefore, our audit of IT governance is important, as strong IT governance is necessary for the Toronto Police Service to achieve its technology objectives, which support its overall objectives in keeping Toronto safe, while also providing transparent and accountable decision-making in using public funds. Next slide. So what is IT governance? IT governance refers to a framework that guides how organizations manage and optimize their use of IT to support and achieve business objectives. A mature and formalized IT governance framework will help to ensure that investments in IT align with the strategic goals of the organization, deliver value, and mitigate risk to an acceptable level. The board plays an important role, providing oversight and holding management accountable to achieve TPS's technology-related objectives. And this requires that the board receive sufficient, holistic, and regular reporting from management to inform their decision-making and to ensure resources are adequate and deliver value in the area of technology. Next slide. At the Toronto Police Service, the Chief Transformation Officer has responsibility for delivering on the TPS's technology-related objectives, and there are 5 major units and functions which report to him as shown on this slide. Just to note that when we're referring to IT in our report and this presentation, we are referring to it in the broad sense of technology, covering many of the areas within the functions reporting to the CTO, such as information management and information security. It's also important to note that some transformational projects at the Toronto Police Service cross more than one pillar of responsibility, but still have a significant technology component, such as Next Generation 911. Next slide. Our audit addressed the overall objective of whether the Toronto Police Service has an IT governance framework in place to guide the organization in supporting the TPS mission and strategy. To assess the overall objective, our audit aimed to answer the 3 questions listed on the slide. The first pertained to overall governance oversight, whether the TPS follows a formal IT governance framework aligned with its mission and values that promotes accountability, transparency, and well-informed decision-making on IT matters. The second was at the project governance level. We looked at whether IT projects are effectively managed and monitored to stay on track or to address cost overruns or delays. And third, we looked at operational oversight to determine if other areas of IT operations and cybersecurity are being assessed and whether their performance is being measured and monitored. Next slide. The Toronto Police Service has taken steps to improve its approach to IT governance, including hiring a Chief Transformation Officer and Chief Information Security Officer, development of an IT benefits framework, standardization of IT project management practices, including a framework for selecting and prioritizing IT projects, and establishing a data management unit. However, we found that further work remains to mature and formalize the TPS's IT governance framework. we've grouped our audit findings into the following 3 themes as shown on the slide. A, improving the IT governance framework, B, enhancing data governance, privacy, and information security, and C, other operational governance improvements. Towards the end of our audit fieldwork, the board passed a motion at its March 4th, 2026 meeting asking that our audit highlight matters related to data governance and privacy in our report, which may inform the board's oversight in light of Project South. Data governance and privacy were already included in the scope of this audit, and Section B of our report includes audit findings and 5 recommendations that directly relate to improving data governance and privacy. The other audit findings and recommendations complement improvements to data governance and privacy. I'll now pass it over to Syed Ali, Assistant Auditor General, to discuss our first key theme.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me? Okay, yeah, thanks. So, thank you, Madam Auditor General.
Speak into the mic.
Thank you, Madam Auditor General. The first key theme is for the TPS to further improve and formalize its IT governance framework, including important components that I'll walk through now. As part of formalizing and strengthening its IT governance framework, the Toronto Police Service needs to establish an enterprise risk management function, which helps organizations and their boards to identify and monitor enterprise risks, including technology-related risks. Risk management is an important component of an effective IT governance framework, so that the technology-related risks evaluated as highest risk are prioritized, addressed, and monitored. Consistently tracking and reporting enterprise-wide risks, including those related to technology, is crucial to better inform decision-making at both the TPS and the board level. Secondly, it's important for the Toronto Police Service to strengthen its operational technology strategy, ensuring it aligns with the board's strategic plan being presented at today's board meeting. A technology plan will help the board in holding the police chief and the TPS accountable for achieving objectives related to technology, outlining the reporting to the board requires, and will also help better inform the board on how they can further support and allocate resources within the TPS to help achieve its technology-related objectives and priorities. Next slide, please.
It's on the next slide already.
The next important component of TPS IT governance framework to improve is regular reporting from management to the board on the status of in-progress and planned technology projects. Updates on the status of major IT projects and enterprise-wide projects that include IT are done on an ad hoc basis and do not provide sufficient information for the board to be fully apprised of the complete picture of the organization's status with respect to technology projects. For example, reporting on important risks the projects are facing, such as delays, which can increase costs. More consistent and frequent reporting using dashboards and easy-to-understand templates is needed to keep the board apprised of the status of major technology initiatives and projects. Management primarily reports on technology projects to the board through capital variance reporting. These reports are primarily financial in nature and only provide a description of certain individual technology projects. Capital variance reports are not meant to provide a holistic overview of all technology initiatives or flag potential issues for follow-up and further review. In our report, we have highlighted the example of the Records Management System, or RMS project, which is a major transformational multi-year project that crosses more than one pillar of responsibility within the TPS. The 2023-2032 capital budget request presented to the board in January 2023 reported $20.6 million placeholder budget indicating the RMS project was expected to be completed in 2 years. At the April 2023 board meeting, when the RMS technology contract award occurred, supported by a business case, this led to an update to the RMS budget allocation and project timelines, increasing the total budget to 30.6 million. Half of the RMS project's increased budget of 10 million was attributed to setting a $5 million contingency, which has now been fully allocated to be used. Also, due to delays in finalizing the procurement, the award included a revision to the timelines, moving the planned project to a 3-year completion of 2023 to 2025. As of 2026, the inclusion of end user officer training is expected to increase the total project cost to 35.7 million, with a go live date expected in 2027. This update was provided to the board at its December 2025 meeting. This requested financial budget increase of about $5 million is still to be aligned with the project governance team's estimate, as the board update provided in April 2026 through TPS's capital variance report did not include this increase, and it also indicated a timeline for completion of a year later in 2028. Next slide, please. As a law enforcement organization, it is very important for the TPS to keep its technology-related policies and procedures up to date, so that members comply with the current direction and regulations expected of them. For full effectiveness, policies and procedures must be regularly reviewed and updated. Although the TPS has policies and procedures to help guide technology operations, they are not updated or reviewed regularly, despite some requiring annual review. Out of 39 technology related policies reviewed, we noted 11 of 39 policies which were more than 10 years old. Over 10 different policies did not have an owner identified, and 28 of them did not indicate the timeline that should be followed to review them. Important policies as Information Security Master Policy and the TPS Operations Security Policy were among those which had not been updated for over 11 years. The Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Service Board need to strengthen their processes related to reviewing and updating technology-related policies. I'll now pass it over to Andrew Krupowicz, Senior Audit Manager, to walk you through the next 2 key areas of our audit findings.
Thank you, Syed. I'll now discuss the second key theme of our audit findings on enhancing data governance, privacy, and information security. Next slide. An important part of project management and ensuring data governance and privacy is addressing the risks identified in privacy impact assessments, or PIA.
मेरे ख्याल ਨਾਲ ਕਾਫੀ ਲੰਬੀ ਚੱਲਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਬੋਰਡ ਦੀ ਮੀਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੋਰ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਸਮਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਲ ਘੱਟ ਜਾਣਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅੱਜ ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਕਮਾਂਡੋ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ ਦੀ ਟੈਸਟੀਫਾਈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਮੂਹਰੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲਾਅ ਮੇਕਰਸ ਨੇ US ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ US ਸੈਂਟਰਲ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਨੇ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛੇ, ਅੱਜ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਤਿੱਖੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛੇ। ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ 'ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਪੁੱਛੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਬਹਿਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਹੋਈ, ਥੋੜ੍ਹਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਣਾ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਮਾਪਤੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਾ। ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗਾ ਜੇ ਸਮਾਂ ਰਿਹਾ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਕੁਝ ਭਾਰਤ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਸੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਰੂਟੀਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ US ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਲਾਅ ਮੇਕਰਸ ਨੂੰ।
More than a dozen service members have lost their lives and hundreds more have been wounded. We have suffered a significant damages to our bases, dramatically expended our munition stockpiles, and sustained billions of dollars of damaged equipment. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, despite attempts to escort commercial ships. While Secretaries Hegseth and Rubio have said Operation Epic Fury is concluded, it is unclear what objectives have been accomplished. Iran's regime is intact. Its nuclear material remains in place. The majority of its missiles and launches have reportedly been recovered. Iran has demonstrated its ability to shut down the Strait. And most importantly, or certainly of equal weight, American families are bearing real costs at the gas pump and the grocery store for a war they did not want and Congress has not authorized. Admiral Cooper, the military forces under your command have performed with exceptional skill and bravery, and that is attributable to your leadership and your chain of command. The firepower that we have brought to bear in Iran has been formidable, but we have not yet, I think, articulated a clear strategy going forward, and this is continuing to hamper our objectives. I think everyone on this committee would love to see these peace negotiations succeed, and I'd be the first one to applaud significant results achieved through diplomacy. But one of the issues we're facing, and we've talked about it in the closed session, is at every term, we are not receiving the information that we are legally entitled to. We've not seen the legal justification for this operation, nor the execute orders, and the administration's explanation for cost and the path forward have shifted constantly. This week, the president said that the ceasefire is on life support, and it leaves us a fundamental question. Where are we and where are we going? And I hope you can touch on that, Admiral Cooper.
Yes,
There's two other concerns in CENTCOM I'd like to address. First, we withdrew all of our troops from Syria, and this has created some adverse consequences in my view. Our modest military footprint there produced significant returns, including a very reliable partner in the Syrian Democratic Forces, a sustained counter-ISIS mission, which we conducted, and a degree of leverage in strategically important area of the world. And we gave that up very quickly when we withdrew. And if you could provide some understanding of the current situation, I'd appreciate it. Second, the ceasefire in Lebanon is fragile, and Israel's continued airstrikes and demolition operations to the south are eroding it. The Lebanese armed forces are one of the few genuine stabilizing instruments we have left in the region, and we should be seriously investing in it. And again, Admiral, I'd like to know what resources you need to make this partnership successful, our partnership with the Lebanese military in displacing Hezbollah and establishing a reliable government. General Anderson, I'm concerned by discussions about whether AFRICOM should be maintained as an independent combatant command. The same concerns I believe the chairman has. That fight should be not necessary. And it really, I think, reveals a misunderstanding of the continuing importance of Africa in so many different ways. If we were to merge AFRICOM with EUCOM, I think that would be a mistake. It would signal to our allies and adversaries that Africa is not a priority for the United States. Russia and China are not making that mistake. Russia's Africa Corps has expanded steadily across numerous countries, and China continues to build ports, infrastructure, and relationships across the continent. Both nations are filling a space that America has created for them by our disengagement. And General, I would ask you to share your views on the current security situation and how you are working with allies and partners to address the political and economic instability in Africa. Finally, I would note that the dismantling of USAID has made this situation worse. More than $12 billion in annual assistance to sub-Saharan Africa is largely gone. This has translated directly into instability, radicalization, and openings for our adversaries. The administration's From Aid to Trade slogan in Africa may be a reasonable long-term aspiration, but is not a near-term substitute for what has been lost, and our partners on the ground know it. I'd like to know what authorities and support you need from this committee to effectively partner with vulnerable nations in Africa to keep us from losing more ground to China and Russia. Admiral Cooper, General Hanson, thank you for your leadership, your outstanding service, and I look forward to your testimony. Thank you.
Admiral Cooper, you are now recognized for your opening statement, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Chairman Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and thank you all in this committee for your very steadfast support to the United States military and to our men and women deployed today. I'm pleased to be sitting here today with my good friend, the Commander of U.S. Africa Command, General Doug Anderson, and I'm joined by Fleet Command Master Chief Lateef Compton, our senior enlisted leader at Central Command. Events in the Central region have shown how quickly the course of history can change. In just the last few years, decades-old features of the strategic landscape, once thought immutable, have been upended, bringing both challenges and opportunities. I strongly believe that every success that we have starts and ends with our people. In just the last 7 months, America's sons and daughters serving in CENTCOM have played key roles in world events, implementing the President's 20-point peace plan in Gaza, degrading the ISIS threat in Syria, preventing what I would characterize as an ISIS crisis by conducting a historic prisoner transfer to Iraq, creating the most integrated and effective air defense architecture ever seen, which was decades in the making, and most recently, addressing the Iranian threat. The performance of our warfighters in Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, often referred to as CJTF OIR, is particularly noteworthy. In January, responding to a rapidly deteriorating security situation, they executed an extraordinary transfer of more than 5,700 ISIS prisoners, all terrorists, from Syria to Iraqi custody. Their effort prevented a mass prison break that risked large-scale ISIS reconstitution and acute risk to the American homeland. In parallel, OIR has maintained relentless pressure on ISIS remnants in Syria. Most recently, Operation Hawkeye Strike removed over 50 ISIS terrorists and 100 terror infrastructure targets from the battlefield. U.S. Central Command was created in direct response to the threats posed by the Islamic Republic of Iran, and I am the 16th CENTCOM commander to deal with the Iranian problem set. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has terrorized the region and made hostility to the United States a core tenet of its rule. Their hostile, lethal track record against the United States is well documented, but I don't know that it is always well understood. Here's a data point. In just the last 30 months prior to the commencement of Epic Fury, Iranian-supported terror groups have attacked U.S. troops and diplomats more than 350 times, the equivalent of attack more than every third day, killing 4 U.S. service members and wounding nearly 200 more. After more than 2 years of Iranian attempts to leverage October 7th of 2023 to tear the region apart, at the direction of the President, United States Central Command initiated Operation Epic Fury. In less than 40 days, CENTCOM forces achieved our military objectives. Most notably, we degraded Iran's ability to project power outside its borders and threaten the region and threaten our interests. As an example, we can all remember April and October of 2024, hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones raining down in the Middle East. Today, Iran can no longer attack with that mass and scale. And further, with 90% of its defense industrial base destroyed, Iran won't be able to reconstitute those weapons for years. We also all watched Iran spend decades and billions of dollars arming proxies. Today, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are all cut off from Iran's weapons supply and support. This result was not foreordained, nor was it brought by chance. It's the culmination of months of careful planning built upon decades of experience. These results also do not come without cost. We honor the memories of the 14 service members who paid the ultimate sacrifice during Operation Epic Fury, and the 2 soldiers and the 1 civilian killed in Palmyra, Syria. They represent truly the very best of all of us. As I sit here, we are clear-eyed. The situation in front of us is very complex. High-stakes negotiations continue. Our job is to be ready, and we are. I testify today on behalf of the 50,000 plus servicemen and women deployed to the Central region It's a great honor and privilege of a life.
So ਇਹ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ. This information just has been given by that is just a preliminary information. ਹਜੇ question answer ਹੋਣੇ ਆ. ਹਜੇ
Chairman
ਕੇਵਲ
Wicker, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide you an update on U.S. Africa Command.
ਜਿਹੜੀ
I'm joined today by Command Sergeant Major Garrick Banfield, our senior enlisted leader, and I'm proud to sit beside my friend from U.S. Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper. We both appreciate your unwavering support to our nation's warfighters. Before I start, I'd like to recognize the service of First Lieutenant Kendrick Lamont Key Jr. and Specialist Mariah Collington, who lost their lives in a tragic accident during African Lion and are returning home today. I would also like to express my appreciation to our allies and partners, particularly Morocco, who stepped forward when it mattered most. Africa sits at the crossroads of global commerce and security, bridging the strategic terrain between the Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. It's the world's supplier of critical minerals for advanced defense system and home to 12 of the world's 20 fastest growing economies. By 2050, it will account for a third of the global working age population. Today, the epicenter of global terrorism is in Africa. ISIS leadership is African. Al-Qaeda's economic engine is in Africa. Both of these groups share the will and intent to strike our homeland. Their affiliates, once isolated nodes, now show increased connectivity. Just as concerning is the nexus between Al-Qaeda's Al-Shabaab and the Iranian-sponsored Houthis. AFRICOM is prioritizing willing and capable partners. We support partners with capabilities that only the U.S. can bring. ISR, targeting, precision strike. These efforts have driven ISIS leaders in Somalia underground, disrupting their command and control of the global ISIS network. In West Africa, Al-Qaeda affiliate JNIM has demonstrated increased capacity to control key terrain in the Sahel, most notably by strangling fuel supplies around population centers. The capture of a capital city would provide Al-Qaeda with all the trappings of a nation state to sponsor global terrorism. With a 75% reduction in our regional posture over the past decade, compounded by the drawdown of our allies, we struggle with an intelligence black hole. And without sufficient indicators and warnings, we risk being blind to the gathering dangers and threats in the region. AFRICOM's lack of expeditionary capabilities and diminished force posture compromise our crisis response. In a crisis, we can always surge assets, but you cannot surge trust. Our reduced presence on the continent also allows disruptive actors to drive the agenda, undercutting American interests. China views Africa as its second continent, securing control over critical minerals and infrastructure, potentially boxing us out of resources that energize our industrial base. Africa also serves as Putin's purse, where Russia exploits instability to extract resources, to include human lives, to fuel its war machine. To contend with these threats, AFRICOM must think and operate differently. With less than 0.1% of the department's budget, we must maximize every taxpayer dollar to deliver an outsized return on investment. AFRICOM continues to leverage low-cost, high-yield activities to amplify our impact on the continent. Programs like the International Military Education and Training and the State Partnership Program are reliable force multipliers that forge enduring relationships with African militaries and are proven models for cost-effective burden sharing. The AFRICOM exercise program is emerging as a battle lab to test and validate new technologies on behalf of both the joint force and our African partners. And finally, AFRICOM is focused on the critical convergence of security and economics. Our efforts span all elements of national power as we coordinate closely with state, commerce, energy, and treasury. The department's new economic defense unit has been an invaluable partner. To defend the homeland and promote U.S. interests and ensure effective crisis response, AFRICOM needs targeted investments in layered, non-traditional ISR, innovative force protection, programs that are able to enable willing and capable partners, the opportunity to conduct experimentation of emerging technologies, and the ability to respond to crisis at the time and point of need. Africa is a continent of opportunities, not only crises. With the continued support of this committee, I can assure you that every dollar you authorize for AFRICOM will contribute directly to the security, safety, and prosperity of the United States. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much. Let's get right into Iran, Admiral Cooper. And I think one of the basic questions is, was this exercise of ours, was this operation of ours a war of choice or a war of necessity? Let me get your military perspective. Did Iran have enriched uranium up to 6% prior to Operation Midnight Hammer?
तो ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਬੜੇ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਜੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਆ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਆਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਪਲੇ ਦਿਸ ਕੁਐਸਚਨ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਸੋ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੰਡਰਸਟੈਂਡ ਕਰ ਸਕੀਏ ਇਹਨੂੰ
Force protection, programs that are able to enable willing and capable partners, the opportunity to conduct experimentation of emerging technologies, and the ability to respond to crisis at the time and point of need. Africa is a continent of opportunities, not only crises. With the continued support of this committee, I can assure you that every dollar you authorize for AFRICOM will contribute directly to the security, safety, and prosperity of the United States. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much. Let's get right into Iran, Admiral Cooper. And I think one of the basic questions was this exercise of ours, was this operation of ours a war of choice or a war of necessity? Let me get your military perspective. Did Iran have enriched uranium up to 6% prior to Operation Midnight Hammer?
Yes, sir, they did.
And is there a civilian use at all for uranium that is enriched to 60%?
There's not, Senator.
Is it fair to say that Iran's nuclear breakout time has been set back then, thanks to Operation Midnight Hammer and Operation Epic Fury?
Without talking specifics, that's accurate, Senator.
All right, and has Iran ever been willing to curtail its ballistic missile program through negotiations?
They have not, sir.
And then perhaps you can explain in some detail to what extent Operation Epic Fury has set back Iran's ballistic missile program. To what extent you can tell us in this open setting.
Yes, sir, Senator. Thank you very much for that question. Our military mission in Operation Epic Fury was crystal clear from the very outset and remained steady throughout. The mission was to degrade Iran's ability to project power on its neighbors and U.S. interests. It had three key components: degrade Iran's ballistic missiles and the defense industrial base that supports it, degrade Iran's drones and the defense industrial base that supports that, and degrade their Navy and the defense industrial base that supports that. In each of those categories, we met all of the achievements. Each of those systems were significantly degraded. If I gave you just a couple of examples, the defense industrial base for their drones and their missiles and their Navy were degraded by 90%. They have about 10% left. For the Navy, my military assessment would be that the Navy will not begin to rebuild for 5 to 10 years. Many of you are served in states that build ships. It's complex. It's particularly complex when you don't have an industrial base to build it. My professional perspective on this also is that Iran would not return to the same level of Navy that it had for a generation.
Now, this 10% of drones left, are they exquisite or the sort of relatively inexpensive drones we've been hearing about?
Senator, thank you for this question. I think I'd like to use the opportunity to myth bust on drones.
Okay.
The days of $35,000 drones that we saw in the last couple of years, particularly in the fight against the Houthis in Yemen, those days are behind us. Today, we face an increased threat from drones that are highly sophisticated. They're jet-powered. They have high-end sensors. They have electronic warfare. They have signals intelligence. So those days of using high-value defenses to shoot down cheap targets are behind us. Quite the contrary, what we have been doing lately is using our own low-cost one-way attack drones, attacking Iran, making them use higher-end, more expensive weapons. So I can confidently tell you we have flipped the cost curve in many ways. Always work to be done, but I like where we are in this regard.
Okay, and you know, there's been a lot of talk about part of the negotiations being giving up the nuclear ambitions, but almost as important to me is the support of terrorist proxies. So has Iran ever been willing into support for the terrorist proxies, Hamas, Houthis, Hezbollah?
They have not, Senator.
So to what extent has this exercise, this operation, denied Iran resources for funding terrorism?
Senator, this has been a significant priority from the outset, and as we sit here today, there are no resources and equipment that are flowing from Iran to Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis. Those transfer paths and methods have been cut off.
To the extent that that source of support has been cut off, what are the other sources of support that these terrorist groups can look to?
I think some of those pieces are best discussed in a more classified environment, but I think the key element of this is the main supplier of resources and training for decades and billions of dollars, and we've seen all this before our very eyes. Those pieces have been completely cut off today.
Thank you very much. We'll take another round, but at this point, I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Cooper, is Iran militarily still able to inflict significant damage on infrastructure of the surrounding countries in the Persian Gulf?
Senator, in this environment, what I would tell you is their capabilities have been dramatically degraded. That certainly doesn't mean that they don't have anything left, but the large-scale volleys that we've seen over the last couple of years, Iran is no longer capable of executing those.
This would be less large-scale volleys than directed attacks on critical infrastructure, which would set back petroleum production, even if the Strait of, or petroleum distribution, would say, even if the Strait of Hormuz is open. Does that capability still exist?
Capabilities across the board inside Iran still exist at a degraded scale. We've also planned accordingly for each of these scenarios, if necessary, to deal with them from a defensive perspective.
So would you characterize Iran as no longer a threat?
Iran has a significantly degraded threat, and they no longer threaten regional partners or the United States in ways that they were able to do before. Across every domain, they've been significantly degraded.
But they can still threaten their partners.
It's a very large country. They retain some mineral capability. That's correct, and that's accurate.
Thank
and of
you,
course,
sir.
we've accounted for that from a defensive perspective.
General Anderson, what's happened is that the administration recalled over 30 career ambassadors in Africa, over 30 career ambassadors overall, 12 in Africa. The United States has only 14 confirmed ambassadors. In other words, 40 ambassadorial posts in Africa are vacant or filled by charge d'affaires. Is it essential to your work to have fully functioning embassies with ambassadors?
Senator, we work very closely with all the embassies across the continent to pursue and further American interests. And so that relationship with these embassies is critical for AFRICOM's effective engagement.
But what about the ambassadors?
Yes, sir. So the ambassadors do enjoy access. I think that that's important to have ambassadors in place because the hierarchical nature of many of the African countries is that if you're not an ambassador, you don't always get access. And so there is obviously benefit to that. And we coordinate with them quite closely when we engage.
Thank you very much, sir. You are combating one of the most sophisticated information warfare operations we've seen in a long time from Russia. What can we do to improve your ability to withstand this information operation and also to engage in something on the same level by the United States?
Yes, Senator, I appreciate the recognition of this concern because our adversaries are very active in the information domain. As you highlighted Russia, I'd also say China is also very active in these domains. They use this to undercut not only our interest, but undercut and disrupt the democracies that are in Africa. And this is an area that I've talked to several of the leaders across, especially coastal West Africa, that are very concerned about the Russian propaganda that is destabilizing their democracies. For me, We have a limited budget that we are mostly in a reactive mode to respond to issues. What would be beneficial as one of the few entities that looks across the entirety of the continent is a consistent budget that would allow us to campaign in the information space. We coordinate very closely with State Department and others on this and work with the embassies, but our ability to look across the continent and highlight these things, I think, is an area where we could be of benefit to the American interest.
Thank you, sir. Admiral Cooper, one more question. Do we still maintain a relationship with the Syrian Democratic Forces?
Senator, we do have a nascent relationship with them in the context of evacuating the more than 5,700 ISIS prisoners from predominantly northeast Syria to Iraq. A small number of prisoners, mostly chronically ill and with multiple amputees, stayed in the primary prison known as Hasaka, and SDF is today serving as the guards.
Just a follow-on question. Do you detect any sort of kind of resentment or to our rapid departure from SCF?
I think, Senator, we've had a long standing relationship with the SDF. The ceasefire that they have in place today with the Syrian government remains in effect, and we remain engaged.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Admiral. General, thank you for your service. Admiral, what did the Iranians' attempted missile attack on the island of Diego Garcia tell us about the ballistic missile program and their intent to use it? Did it come as a surprise?
Senator, appropriate to talk in this forum, because there's clearly a classified component to this. I think we've all heard publicly what Iran described as their self-imposed limitations on their missile force. The execution of that particular attempted strike, which failed, was twice the distance of what they previously advertised, that they said that they would self-constrain themselves to.
Thank you. And as you look at the total operation, the conflict there, what lessons have you learned from that? And how have you used those lessons thus far to ensure that your command is prepared for the fight that we have today?
Yeah, Senator, thank you very much for this. It's fair to say that we have captured thousands of lessons, mostly tactical. I think there's no military in the world that makes adjustments as well as the United States military does. And whether they were in stride tactically with a lot of support from organizations back in the United States, or they're more at the operational level, we took a very hard look inward to see where can we improve our defenses. Force protection and protecting our people is my #1 priority. We focused on that first, made a significant number of adjustments to enhance what was already a very effective air defense umbrella. And that's where we are predominantly focused, as well as putting ourselves in a position to meet a wide range of contingencies going forward.
Thank you, sir. General Anderson, ISIS is on the rise in Africa, and you've been very, very clear about that. How is your command working with our partners in order to address that?
Senator, you are correct. ISIS is putting a concerted effort in its establishment on the continent. We have been working very closely with willing partners who have been willing to address this threat. So 2 examples of that in northern Somalia, working with the Somali and the Puntland forces there to go up into those mountains. What has been key there to putting pressure and isolating the ISIS leadership there is the partners' ability to stay in those mountains. And so our partnership to provide them the intelligence, some training, and some limited logistics that allow them to stay is helping isolate that leadership node in Somalia. We've also been working very closely with Nigeria, who is in the last few months opened up with a very positive engagement with intel sharing and ability to go after and target some of these terrorist threats that are in northern Nigeria. And so that has been a positive area that we've seen as well. We would like to reestablish some pragmatic relationships in the Sahel, where ISIS also has a stronghold where they are currently holding an American hostage in order to gain better access. And that's an area we need to continue to improve, to work with those partners for a intel sharing and understanding of what that threat is there. But we are working very deliberately with our partners to address these common threats.
Do you feel that you're appropriately resourced to address these threats?
We have the minimum necessary resources in order to address the threats. In order to do this, because of the size of the continent and the complexity of those attacks or of those threats, in order to thwart these, we have to shift resources, and that entails taking some risk in those other areas in order to address the primary efforts.
I'd like to have you address some of the connections that we see with the drug cartels, with the terror groups. Can you elaborate on those, especially with regards to the Central and South American cartels?
Yes, Senator, that's an area that is emerging that is causing us great concern. So 2 points to that. Recently, there was a interdiction based on some intelligence that we were able to provide that the Spanish interdicted a shipment of cocaine that was 35 tons of cocaine. We believe that's about $1 billion of street value. We believe that's the largest interdiction in history. That came out of South America. It was transiting along the west coast of Africa towards another location that I could talk about in a classified environment. And so we're seeing more of that drug trafficking coming in, and the terrorist organizations are helping transit that. They're getting payments through that, and there's a symbiotic relationship that money then comes back to our hemisphere, to those drug cartels, but also helps provide fuel for those terrorists. Another area that I think is important to highlight is that in the last 18 to 24 months, we have assisted in, or at least tipped off many partner nations to drug activities and labs in their country. In this time, 11 of the 12 drug labs that have been interdicted have had Mexican cartel members on site, to include the largest drug lab that had ever been disrupted in South Africa, that there were Sinaloa cartel members on site. And so they are actually doing production now in Africa, as well as the transit of that across the continent. So we're watching this develop, and it's of concern as this fuels both the terrorists and the cartels.
What's the destination of those drugs?
Those drugs are destined for the Middle East, for Europe, but we're also seeing them then come in through the northern route back into America. As we have applied pressure on the southern border, they're finding other means to bring those drugs into our nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. Thank you for your extraordinary service in a difficult time. General Anderson, I want to express my condolences to you and your team and the families of Lieutenant Kendrick Lamont and Specialist Maria Collington. The Army's lost 2 young patriots and dedicated man and woman, and I'm certain that the recovery mission was difficult. And I want to commend your team for bringing closure to their families. Admiral, there's been public reporting that Iran continues to have as much as 70 to 75% of its missiles and launchers available to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Does that reporting conform roughly with your estimate as to Iran's continuing strength?
Senator, thank you for the question, and first, thank you for your time these past few days. It's been meaningful and very much appreciated. I think it's appropriate in this forum not to discuss specific intelligence assessments. What I would say from my perspective is the numbers that I've seen in open source are not accurate. I think what also is not taken into consideration, it's more than just the numbers. It's the command and control that's been shattered. It's a significant degradation in capability, and it's the lack of any ability to then produce any missiles or drones on the back end. I think we have to take a holistic look at that, and that's what we've done.
But regardless of what the numbers are, Iran continues to pose a significant threat to shipping because it has missiles and fast boats and other assets that are available to attack shipping in the area, correct?
Senator, in each of those cases, their capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience, in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3. So the degradation means it's been significant, but some residual capability does exist.
with respect to the threat that remains, your forces were successful in Project Freedom in enabling ships to go through the Strait, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And Project Freedom was stopped for what reason?
Senator, I think I'll look back a couple of days ago on the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs testimony before the Senate Appropriations Committee. I think he characterized it well. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is rather complex these days, and I would offer just these quick points. First and foremost, the United States controls via our blockade, which I'd be happy to talk about, the overall flow of commerce going into and out of Iran. The Iranian capability to stop commerce has been dramatically degraded through the Straits, but their voice is very loud. And those threats are clearly heard by the merchant industry and the insurance industry. Those are factors. There's certainly factors in energy.
But
and
Project,
on top of all
Project, I apologize for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time, as you understand. I think the point that I want to make here is that Project Freedom could be started again, and the voices of the Iranians, large as they are, could be contradicted or reduced in impact if Project Freedom were ongoing and the world could see that shipping was going through the Straits. Am I off base in that view?
Senator, there's a wide range of contingencies that we are prepared to execute. And I would defer to the policymakers on anything having to do specifically with the Strait of Hormuz, particularly during this time of sensitive negotiations where it's front and center in the negotiations.
And have you seen any progress in those negotiations?
Senator, I'd refer to the diplomats and the team engaged in the negotiations.
Let me ask you, in the time that I have left, one of the objectives that President Trump articulated at the beginning of this war, which in my view could not be accomplished with bombing, was to secure the enriched uranium. Would you agree that taking possession of that uranium would require boots on the ground and significant casualties for United States forces?
Senator, in this particular forum, I think it would be highly inappropriate, given the classified nature of any contingencies, to talk about the nuclear program.
Well, let me just finish by making the observation that you have, I think, sought to be forthcoming to the committee in the classified setting where we had an earlier conversation with questions and answers. My view is that the vast majority of what you told us should also be told to the American people. They deserve to know. And our adversaries know a lot of what we know. The ones who really don't know are the American people, and they deserve more information, which is not a criticism of you. It is of the system which causes the withholding of this information, and the administration, which has refused to provide figures as to the costs of the war and other details that are relevant and important for the American people to know. So I'm hopeful that we can have a way to make more information available to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Admiral Cooper, during the brief time of Project Freedom, before it was closed off again, can you say in this setting whether or not our services were able to open the Strait?
Senator, thank you for this, very much appreciated. As has been publicly highlighted, the first two ships to flow from the Arabian Gulf, from the western part into the east through the Strait of Hormuz were U.S. flagged vessels. That was successfully executed. And U.S. Navy destroyers then came into the Arabian Gulf, operated for a number of days, and then, as you subsequently saw, flowed out of the Arabian Gulf.
Okay, so Senator Blumenthal's question presumed that you could give in public your judgment as to whether the United States is capable of doing that again.
Senator, there's a military component of this, and then there's also a policy component that I would leave to the policymakers.
But
We saw
from the
just last
military
week.
standpoint, we could do that again, could we not?
We just did it last week.
Thank you. Senator Ernst, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And gentlemen, thank you for being here today, and to your teams as well. We truly appreciate your service and dedication to our nation. And I also want to acknowledge the loss of the two individuals in Morocco and thank our Moroccan partners as well for their contribution in the recovery efforts. I do want to recognize Admiral Cooper, those that we have lost during this current operation or the former operation Epic Fury, as well as the two Iowa National Guardsmen that we lost in Syria this last December. We have also more than 380 who have been wounded in this fight. So for all of those service members that have given so much and to their families, they will not be forgotten. The operations that have been conducted against Iran and its proxies across the Central Command AOR wouldn't have been possible without some really tremendous partners in that region. And we have seen a large burden borne by Israel and Jordan. We've seen assistance coming from Bahrain and UAE, who has taken a significant amount of incoming fire, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. They haven't all been passive bystanders. They've been actively engaged. So they have contributed to every line of effort, and we appreciate them contributing to our successes. We can't overstate what their basing access logistics, their networks and intelligence cooperations have meant operationally to us. So Admiral Cooper, what is the one or maybe two things that you want all of us to understand as we walk out of this hearing, knowing about what our allies have assisted with in this fight?
Senator, first, thank you for the question, and thank you for your leadership, and thank you for all that has been done by the great men and women from your state.
Thank you.
They played an outsized role, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
In terms of our partners, I think a key feature is we have enhanced mill-to-mill relationships across the board in the Middle East. As we sit here right now, we have 5 specific partner nations who are not just conceptually side by side, but literally side by side with the United States in defense. The United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. Over the course of Epic Fury, they defended themselves and they defended Americans. In addition to those key allies, everything that we've accomplished would have been impossible without the Kingdom of Jordan. And clearly, we were operating very closely with the State of Israel. I think that group in particular should be commended. They didn't just execute missions. They served side by side with Americans and protected Americans.
Thank you. And this takes years to develop those friendships, those relationships, the mill-to-mill work that you do. Is that correct?
It does. There's the mill-to-mill work. There's the friendships. It's all about bringing these together. And the air defense umbrella that's been created has been in concept for the better part of a decade and a half, now fully realized.
And again, I just want to reiterate that we have such tremendous partnerships with so many of those nations, and we thank them for that. I'll move to AFRICOM now, General Anderson. Over the past couple of years, the U.S. has been withdrawing forces from a number of countries, including Niger, Mali, and Chad. And Russia's African Corps has moved in to fill that vacuum. Where we don't exist, others will. But just a few weeks ago, they retreated from Kidal, Mali, under fire. They had surrendered to the very militants that they were sent to defeat. So we have some really interesting dynamics going on in that region, and AFRICOM is left with the responsibility for a lot more high-risk, high-threat posts than any other combatant command in the world. So walk us through, just very briefly, what AFRICOM cannot do today that it could 5 years ago.
Well, Senator, I think there's one very poignant example that I can use very quickly is that 5 years ago, as a commander of Special Operations Command Africa, Philip Walton was taken hostage in Niger and transported by bandits being prepared to be sold to terrorist organization. We were able to identify him in 24 hours. We were able to pinpoint his location within 48. He was rescued in less than 96. That was largely due to the access that we had, also the partnerships and the relationships that we enjoyed. Today, Kevin Rideout is on day 205 of captivity, largely because we don't have the access that we had before and the relationships that are necessary, and that posture reduction has been difficult. And he was also taken out of Niamey. Unfortunately, he was then sold by the bandits to ISIS and is being held there today.
And thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I just want folks to understand the lack of presence that we have in AFRICOM and that exact difference. So thank you, General Anderson, for a very, very specific example of what a lack of presence has meant.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. There's a proposal for substantially more funding for your command. Is that right, General Anderson?
Senator, that is correct. The presidential budget significantly increases our budget and addresses some of these key concerns.
Well, that one example you just gave, would that be addressed by these proposed additional funds?
So not entirely, Senator, because the access and relationships are what were key there. But we do, because of this, because of that lack of posture, need more investment in expeditionary capabilities, and that is being addressed in the proposed budget. But those relationships that the Senator highlight and maintaining those relationships are absolutely critical because you cannot surge trust in the time of need.
Okay, well, you and I have gone back and forth about unfunded requirements. And so I guess your testimony is that that's not a matter of funding, it's just a matter of relationships.
Senator, that is a matter of relationships. The funding that we would ask for that would help us is the contingency response ability, expeditionary, but also some targeted programs to work with key partners who are willing and able to address the threat, to increase their capability and capacity to do that. So those are the investments. Those are all included in the proposed budget. So right now, I don't have many needs.
Very well. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses. President Trump's decision to unilaterally take the United States into a war with Iran is deeply unpopular in Virginia. We are a very pro-military state, a very pro-military state. And as I've traveled around Virginia and talked to Virginians, the unpopularity sort of gets crystallized into, have we learned nothing from 25 years of war in the region? 14,000 American troops and contractors died in the war on terror in Iraq and Afghanistan, more than 65,000 injured, $8 trillion spent. And Virginians who've watched their friends and family repeatedly deployed over the last quarter century have grave concerns about what was accomplished and was the sacrifice worth it. Our troops sacrificed so bravely. Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzahn, one of the 14 who have died in epic fury, Spotsylvania County, Virginia. Our Ford Carrier Strike Group just returned the longest post-Vietnam deployment of any carrier. Our folks sacrifice. They want civilian leaders to make the right decisions about whether and when and how they should sacrifice. And there's deep concern that in this instance, the decision is a wrong one. Part of it is a failure to really grapple with history. In the hearings in this committee, I've heard over and over again, and I've heard the President, Secretary of Defense talk about Iran's bad actions since 1979. And everything that's been said about Iran's bad actions are true. But there's a lot of the story that folks don't talk about. History didn't begin in 1979. Iran and the United States were allies in World War II. One of the pivotal events in World War II was the Tehran Conference, where President Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, Joseph Stalin met in Tehran to guarantee Iran independence, stable borders, and sovereignty. Iran loved the United States. The United States led a coup to topple the democratically elected government of Iran in 1953 during the Eisenhower administration. The United States propped up a dictatorship, the Shah of Iran, trained the secret police, the Savak, that tortured, exiled, imprisoned, killed Iranians by the thousands, And 26 years after that, there was a revolution, 1979, and yet, yes, then it was death to America. The U.S. funding a dictatorship and toppling a democratic elected government led to an Iran that has been very hostile, and all the events my colleagues have talked about since then are accurate. But just as Iran seized our embassy in violation of international law, then the United States funded Saddam Hussein for Iraq to wage war against Iran in the 1980s, killing hundreds of thousands of Iranians. And just as Iran funded proxies that bombed a Marine barracks on our embassy in Beirut, the USS Navy shot down an Iranian civilian aircraft in 1989, killing 290 civilians. And the U.S. invaded Iran's next-door neighbors to topple their government. And then, yes, Iranians attacked U.S. troops arrayed near their border, and we've attacked and killed their leadership. I'm not saying that Iran is good. Iran is horrible. Horrible to its neighbors, horrible to people outside its borders, and even worse to its own people. But if you ignore the history of the back and forth between the U.S. and Iran, you will not get this right. If more war between the U.S. and Iran were the answer, we would have found the answer sometime between 1953 and now. Here's something I think it's important for my colleagues to know. We did look for a path, a diplomatic path, to end this hostility that's been going on since 1953, and President Trump tore up a diplomatic deal over the advice of his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State, and many of us said at the time, if you do this, it is likely to lead to Americans dying. If you make diplomacy impossible, you will make war inevitable. And I believe the troops who have been killed in Epic Fury would be alive today if the United States had not decided to abandon a diplomatic deal. Admiral Cooper, and to my colleagues on the committee, here's something that's pretty amazing that we shouldn't settle for. The administration is refusing to allow members of this committee to see the OLC opinion stating the legal case for war. We've always had the ability. We're armed services members. We're being asked to fund a $1.5 trillion budget, but our request to the DOJ to see the OLC opinion justifying this war, they have refused to allow members of the Armed Services Committee to see it. U.S. senators, appropriators, we're not allowed to see it. What are they hiding? If they will not allow us to see the legal rationale for the war, what are they hiding? And Mr. Charles just conclude and say, I hope we might, as a committee, whatever our agreements about the wisdom or the legality of the war, I hope we might, as a committee, agree that we should at least, in a classified setting, be able to read the legal opinion upon which this entire 76-day war is based. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Senator. You have made a statement that raises questions that these two witnesses are unable to answer because you've raised policy questions. And so just for the benefit of those listening in, we have had the civilian leadership before this committee to answer questions like that. And these two gentlemen would have to decline. If you had formed that and stated that in the form of a question, they would have to decline to answer because that is a matter of policy. Who is next? Senator Moody, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for being here today. Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, thank you for your leadership to the men and women of CENTCOM and AFRICOM. Thank you for everything that you have done over the course of your careers and are continuing to do to serve our country. And I see there are so many men and women with you, behind you, to support these efforts today, to speak with us, to meet with us, to answer our questions. I know a lot of preparation goes into that, and so I thank you as well. Admiral Cooper, the fight you're leading, certainly with CENTCOM under your command, I'm always proud to say that that is from my home, based in my home county in Florida, Hillsborough County, Florida. That's where I was born and raised. It's been there since 1983, 43 years of commanding operations like we're involved in today. So proud to have you here, sir. Florida is so involved from SOCOM, Space Forces Central, Patrick Space Force Base, Cape Canaveral, we're both the command hub and launch pad for most all conflict. So we are proud to be that, proud to be a stakeholder in everything that's done within the military. And so on behalf of all the service members in Florida, civilian and their families, we want to say thank you to them. You know, I am the newest member of this committee. It's always interesting to me to hear the different perspectives from other members on this committee. You would think from some of the questioning previously that the United States willy-nilly abandoned all diplomatic efforts, didn't think through that. There was no justification. And I'm wondering, I know, if you could tell me, Admiral Cooper, what is your background working with CENTCOM and all of the leadership positions you've held?
Senator, first, thank you for the question, and thanks for your time yesterday, and thanks for your leadership. Thousands of Floridians are serving in the Middle East today, and they're serving honorably
And what
and well.
specifically have been your roles with
Well,
CENTCOM?
I've been focused on the Middle East for the last 5 years, 3 years of which were serving in Bahrain as the fleet commander, and then about 16 months as the deputy commander prior to my current position.
And how long have you been familiar with Iran and its leadership and its attacks against the United States?
I've studied it or been a part of it for the better part of 3 decades, particularly acutely in the last 5 years.
And leading up to February 28th, months prior to that, what was jarring to you that you saw different than what had been for those many decades that you've been involved?
I think it's important to note just in the 30 months before Epic Fury commenced, Iran and its proxies had been attacking U.S. service members and diplomats about 350 times.
Can you repeat
about
that?
About every third day. Iran and its proxies attacked American service members 350 times in the Middle East.
I don't think that Americans were aware of that in the 30 months that they had attacked Americans or their service members 350 times. Does that surprise you that I would say that? That I don't believe the everyday American going to work knew that?
It's disappointing, but between the actions of proxies in Iraq and Syria, as well as the Houthis, that's simply the fact of what happened.
And the months leading up to that decision, that very serious decision on February the 28th, what were your concerns regarding the proliferation of missiles or the ability of the United States to do anything if that nuclear threat escalated?
Senator, in this venue, what I would say is, since our #1 priority is to prevent a nuclear-capable Iran, I always, every day, focused on that problem. But what we saw in the weeks and months leading up to Epic Fury was an increase in the production capability of ballistic missiles, which presented a very significant risk both to the partners and ourselves, and this is why it was part of our military objectives to eliminate those missiles and equally, if not more importantly, eliminate the ability for Iran
And
to
those
generate
couple
any
of
more.
months leading right up until that, you saw a dramatic escalation in that ability on Iran's part?
That's correct. Between starting in about November and December, you started to see an increase in Iran's capability and intent to produce more ballistic missiles.
And if we couldn't have neutralized that threat diplomatically, does there come a point where that's not an option anymore, where there may be a slippery slope where we can't get back to our ability to be effective to quell that threat?
Without crossing into classified lanes, the short answer is yes. Iran had a large-scale capability to produce ballistic missiles beyond which could potentially be defended. I think that's a very important point. The second point is that capability has been virtually eliminated.
And I believe I heard you say at this point, you believe Epic Fury has satisfied its mission?
Senator, we met every military objective for Epic Fury.
And what is the difference between where we were on the 28th of February and right now?
If I used a couple of examples, the Iranian Navy went from harassing throughout the region and being a regional power to having no Navy.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Moody. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral, you used the word myth busting a few minutes ago, and I have to do a little myth busting. It's sort of a common rhetoric today that no administration prior to this one has confronted the threats of Iran. In fact, the most effective confrontation with the threat from Iran, the nuclear threat, was during President Obama's administration with the JCPOA. I would point out that at the time that President Trump unilaterally tore up the nuclear agreement with Iran, Iran had 0 highly enriched uranium. As you know, today, one of the focuses of this whole enterprise is 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium that's in place in Iran that was produced since the unilateral dissolution of the JCPOA. The idea that nobody ever confronted this problem is just not true. And we're now confronting a problem that was created by the abandonment of the JCPOA, which is the most comprehensive nuclear control agreement ever and the most highly inspected by the International Atomic Energy Agency in world history. So we're confronted with a problem now that in many ways this administration created in 2018 by abandoning this agreement. Let me move on. Do we have any clarity now as to who's in charge in Iran? Do we know who has the power to negotiate and make agreements?
Senator, the negotiations themselves are held via diplomatic channels, and I would really refer to the diplomats to address that. But clearly, from a military perspective, their command control was significantly fractured as a result of our strikes in Operation Epic Fury.
And command and control is another way of saying their leadership. There's a communications difficulty. Is the IRGC in charge at this point?
The IRGC is exercising significant authority.
General Anderson, talk to me about the loss of soft power in Africa, our abandonment of USAID, and what's happened with the Chinese and the Russians that my understanding is are now filling that gap in addition to the other aggressive actions that they're taking.
Senator, I would say that we look at all facets of national power and how to bring those to bear on the continent in order to provide security outcomes. Oftentimes,
taken one facet of our national power off the table unilaterally for no apparent reason, other than the whim of Elon Musk.
Senator, we work very closely with state, with commerce and energy in order to look at the security requirements on the continent. I have a Foreign Service Commercial Officer joining my staff this summer, along with a liaison from Department of Energy, in order to look at economic opportunities.
But it is a fact, is it not, that we have essentially left all of the role that USAID played on the continent? That's gone. Isn't that's a yes or no question?
Senator, there are still aid programs that are active on the continent. They are much reduced from what they were before.
Much reduced. That's a fair way of stating it. You mentioned earlier that the Al-Qaeda and ISIS have resurged in Africa. Now, the term epicenter has been used several times of world terrorism. You used the term, you said they have the will and intent to attack the homeland. My question is, do they have the capacity? Are they developing weapons, strategies, other ways to take that will and intent and turn it into something of imminent danger to the American people?
Senator, that is the exact issue that is my top concern, is for being able to provide, they have the assets necessary to provide the indication and warnings to know and be able to identify when they shift from that will intent to have the capacity and capability. That is something that is very difficult for us to ascertain in the Sahel right now, given our limited posture.
That was going to be my follow-up question, is do we have the capacity to determine their capacity? It sounds like you just said we don't have the capacity that we should have or need.
Senator, we are, that's why in the President's budget, we have asked for additional intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, and why we're also looking at a layered approach to look at everything from surface to space, to look at commercial assets, to look at emerging technologies, open source as well, and use these technologies, especially artificial intelligence, in order to fuse these multiple different types of layered ISR in order to gain that understanding and illuminate this black hole of intelligence in the Sahel. We cannot sustainably afford to do that solely with airborne ISR, so we have to look at a multifaceted approach. There are some very promising emerging technologies that we are looking into and that are affordable and sustainable, and that also can work with our partners. Because one of the key points to this is this is not necessarily ours to action. So having that the intelligence that we can share with partners so they can then action those on a mutual threat is going to be key to our future. But being able to understand that is the #1 priority of the command and where we are looking at investing with emerging technology.
And I think as you've testified, if they take over the capital of Mali, that's a very dangerous moment.
That would be a game changer, I believe, in how they would be viewed internationally and what attraction they would be then, I think, to other adherents.
Thank you. Thank you.
How would that affect Americans, General?
Well, I think that would then give momentum to these terrorist organizations that have the will and intent, and it would allow them to then start moving towards the capability and capacities that Senator King just mentioned. And so that then, I think, poses a threat in the long term to the United States as they continue to develop this. We know that they have not given up this intent, and it's just a matter of having the time and space to develop them.
And it would be Vladimir Putin that would be happiest about this. Is that correct?
The prudent that what, sir?
That it would be President Vladimir Putin who would rejoice at such a contingency? Or would it be Xi Jinping?
I can't speak for what either one of those leaders would believe, but I think that they would be able to parlay that to their interest.
Well, who's financing this contingency if it were to happen?
Of the terrorists?
Yes.
They're gaining, they're through lots of illicit materials, so it's not necessarily directly from a state actor. They're working with, as I mentioned earlier, the narco-terrorist trafficking. They're doing this through kidnap for ransom. They're doing this through other illegal smuggling. They even do have their own taxation networks in the territories that they control where they generate millions of dollars.
And before I turn to Senator Scott, with regard to the funds that we're not spending anymore on USAID, but have been supplemented elsewhere. In terms of dollars, let's talk in terms of U.S. dollar equivalents. How does the food aid, health aid, and development aid that we're currently delivering in your jurisdiction compare to what China and Russia are doing?
Senator, I don't have those exact numbers. I'd have to get back to you on those, as those are often in other departments, other agencies within the government, but we can look into that for you and look at what that comparison is between
Okay,
what China and Russia
well,
are doing.
if you would, then supplement that on the record for us, because I don't know the answer either. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank both of you for your service and all the men and women that work for you. Admiral Cooper, can you, I know this is a classified setting, but can you talk a little bit about what other countries have done to help us either with intelligence or with military capabilities? And I don't know whether you want to do this or not, some that you would like to have done more?
Senator, I think the most prominent 7 countries that have been most helpful and served side by side are 5 of the 6 GCC countries, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia. Also indispensable in our effort has been the Kingdom of Jordan and clearly Israel, with whom we conducted the strikes. We're always eager to expand partnerships. There's a couple that I think I could address in a classified setting that were less than stellar.
Okay. And do you feel like we've been a great partner to them in helping them build up their capabilities over the last 20 years or so?
Senator, I think it's been an excellent two-way street, and if I look at mill-to-mill relationships, it's been very strong. I'd simply highlight the result of years of effort in collaboration and partnership, put our partners literally side by side with Patriot defenses, with our partners defending Americans. I think that sends a lot. I think that sends a good signal and says a lot.
So I think Senator Wicker asked you some questions about drones. We had a meeting the other day, and the individual came in and said that Ukraine is building 5 million drones a year. And so they probably are ahead of most people because they've had to, because of war they're in. So can you talk about, are we where we need to be with drone technology? Are we using it everywhere we can? Are we where we need to be with regard to drone defense capabilities? Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Senator. First, I would say that the Secretary and the Department's focus on drone domination, drone dominance, has really kick-started our capabilities and flowed more capabilities into the region much faster than we had seen before. And many of those capabilities have now been proven in combat. I think in a classified setting, I'd like to tell you what that looked like. But as we sit here today, we have drone capabilities in the air, on the sea, and under the sea as a result of this initiative.
Do you have any feel for whether the impact you've had on Iran is impacting their ability to help Russia in their war against Ukraine?
So I think best to discuss that in a classified setting. Clearly, Iran and Russia have had a years-long relationship, particularly when it comes to drones.
So what are you most proud of? What are you most proud of that you've accomplished since you've had this role?
Absolutely, number 1, 2, and 3. I'm most proud of the men and women who executed an extraordinarily complex mission, the first major combat operations that the United States has seen in a generation, establishing, in my mind, the latest, greatest generation of American warriors.
Same question, General Anderson. What are you most proud of that you've accomplished so far?
Senator, I think I would agree with Admiral Cooper that it's the men and women with a very small footprint and very small amount of resources punch way above their weight class and have outsized impacts on the continent. What we just did in African Line in Morocco was significant in our largest exercise on the continent of bringing over 40 nations together to include over 36 African countries and nations as far away as Brazil and Japan. That ability to convene is one of the great powers of the United States, and it differentiates us from many others. So I am proud of the fact that we can do that and that we can not just pursue our own readiness, but actually bring multiple nations together to address common threats.
Thanks, both of you, and thanks to all the men and women that work for you.
Thank you very much, Senator. We have Shaheen and then Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you to both of you for being here and for your service. I wanted to pick up on Senator King's questions about the closing of so much of our foreign assistance in Africa, General Anderson. And Senator Wicker asked what we're seeing in terms of China. I have a couple of examples that I think are worth pointing out how much that has meant in terms of China's ability to make inroads, because China has actually eclipsed Russia as the largest weapons exporter to sub-Saharan Africa, which I'm sure you're aware of. And 70% of all African armies now operate vehicles from the PRC as opposed to the United States. Beijing's looking to expand military grants, training, and joint exercises between the PRC and African countries. And we don't have the kind of foreign assistance soft power that we did before the elimination of USAID. But you mentioned, General Anderson, that you've taken on a foreign commercial service officer, which I think is a really interesting idea. And as you're aware, I'm sure, at Indo-PACOM, Admiral Paparo has really used this to good advantage, coordinating with the State Department, with the Development Finance Corporation, with the U.S. Trade Development Agency, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation to identify potential projects to work on in that AOR. So can you talk a little bit more about how you're identifying development projects and whether you need any other authorizations from Congress or support for this effort from us so that you can help implement the kind of coordination that's going on in Indo-PACOM?
Senator, yes, I very much appreciate your interest here, because this is an area I think is emerging on the continent with just the demographics of the continent and the growing economies. Being able to identify the intersection of security and economics is absolutely vital. All of the agencies you mentioned are ones that we are coordinating with to make sure that those investments go into the continent and have the greatest effect, but they're also informed by what are the security implications. So sometimes it may not have the same economic return, but that return may come in security. And that's where we come in, is being able to convene some of these different agencies as well as private industry to be able to articulate what those security concerns are, what those implications are, and then also the fact that we are able to execute exercises and other things around the continent helps go into the calculus of those investments and buy down some of that risk. So that is what we're looking to develop.
So do those agencies routinely check with you if there's a major project that they're looking to fund in Africa?
So historically, no, and that's why we're standing up a very small unit within the headquarters in order to have that point where they can help facilitate these discussions, because often they didn't know where to have them.
And is that something that Congress can be helpful with in terms of trying to encourage that sort of coordination?
I think there are ways that encouraging that coordination would be very helpful, and being able to articulate this across the committees that oversee these various agencies, and understanding how that interrelation of national power can come together, that it's not always the military lever that produces a security outcome, but being able to have that dialogue, I think, would be critical. The other area that I think would be very helpful also is incentive structures that help energize our industrial base to help produce the equipment that our partners want. They would much prefer to buy U.S. equipment, but often our systems take so long and are so long to deliver, because often the incentive structure is not there, that they turn to China out of necessity, not because of desire. They often see that as inferior equipment, and they would much prefer to buy American. We need to incentivize our industrial base to meet that demand.
Yeah, I agree. And as you know, it's an issue not just in that respect, but in a whole lot of other areas in terms of the challenges with the industrial base. Admiral Cooper, one of the things that's gotten a fair amount of attention in recent weeks has been President Zelensky's working with some of our allies and partners in the Middle East in response to the war in Iran on the expertise that the Ukrainians have developed to address counter-drone responses. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing with respect to that, and whether our allies and partners find that kind of support helpful from the Ukrainians?
Senator, I think most significantly, we adopted a large number of tactics, techniques, and procedures that the Ukrainians have passed us that have helped us defend Americans. And all of our partners are working with Ukraine in some way, shape, or form. I'd really defer to them, let them talk about it. But are they more effective as a result? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Shiromani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I give my questions, I want to again take a moment to highlight the true costs, both for the military and everyday Americans, of the president's illegal war with Iran, and summarize how we got here. 13 brave U.S. soldiers have been killed, and more than 400 have been wounded. The DoD is now estimating that this war has cost over $29 billion and costing more every single day. The continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which somehow caught the president by surprise, is directly contributing to the growing affordability crisis that Americans are facing. And negotiations are at a stalemate, but it's becoming clear this president's plan is to attempt to secure an agreement that looks very similar to the 2015 JCPOA, which my colleague, Senator King, referred to, which this president recklessly tore up in 2018. As you recall, the JCPOA, which was an agreement that also included countries, not just us, it included France, the UK, Germany, China, and Russia. And the JCPOA put limits on Iran's nuclear program with a rigorous inspection and monitoring program run by the IAEA, all of which was tossed out by President Trump. And while that agreement did have a sunset clause, what we should have done was work diplomatically with our allies to extend it. Instead, here we are, engaged in another endless war in the Middle East, no end in sight, that is driving up costs, undermining military readiness, and alienating our allies with neither a clear rationale for starting the conflict, which the president originally said, oh, well, then maybe there'll be regime change, and now he seems to have landed on preventing a nuclear-capable Iran, which was exactly what the JCPOA was intended to do. Admiral Cooper, did the president ever explain to you why he tore up the JCPOA?
Senator, that's a policy matter that I would have expected anyone to discuss
He never
with me.
explained to you why he tore up the JCPOA. He either explained it to you or he
Senator, I
didn't.
was
I'm
in
not
a-
asking you for the actual conversation, but did he happen to explain to you why he did something which led to the very nuclear crisis that we're now confronting regarding Iran and their enriched uranium?
Senator, I was in a completely different assignment when this occurred 8 years ago.
So apparently the president didn't have a discussion with anybody. In fact, it was a unilateral decision that he made. Now, you have vast experience, Admiral, and the Navy, et cetera. And before we attacked Iran, did it cross your mind that Iran may close the Strait of Hormuz?
Senator, as you know, one of my responsibilities as a combatant commander is to generate a wide range of options with associated risks and opportunities, present those to the Secretary and to the President. I think it'd be inappropriate to talk about what those specifically
Well,
are.
I'm just asking
but
whether
we
with,
always make them very comprehensively.
excuse me, I'm asking whether with your experience, the thought that should we attack Iran, that they would close the Strait of Hormuz, did that cross your mind?
Senator, I've transited
no?
through the Strait about 100 times. I think of the Strait of Hormuz virtually every day.
So is that a yes? That
think- I
you
think
are
it
very
has-
aware that the Strait of Hormuz, the very thing that happened, that is something that you contemplated happening. I hope that is the case because with your experience, I have to conclude that you contemplated that possibility. So you did mention that our diplomats are engaged in the negotiations. Well, who are those diplomats?
Senator, I really would refer to the White House, who specifically is engaged.
Well, apparently the diplomats are Jared Kushner, who I don't think even works for our country, and Mr. Whitlock, Steve Whitlock, who happens to be I don't think he has a lot of experience engaging in these kinds of negotiations. So here we are. The JCPOA, which was a very intense, the results of very intense negotiations among many countries. And for us to act as though the idea of a nuclear Iran is just something that occurred to President Trump and not to his predecessors is pretty ridiculous. And in fact, we had in place a regime that was intended to do that very thing, which was to prevent a nuclear Iran. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hirono. Senator Cotton.
Gentlemen, thank you for your appearance and your service to our nation, and many thanks to all the troops that you represent. Admiral Cooper, some critics of Operation Epic Fury have referred to it as another forever war. In your opening statement, in the third sentence, in fact, you say, since 1979, the Iranian regime has terrorized the region. Is it fair to say the only forever war here is the war of terror that Iran has waged against the United States and the civilized world for 47 years?
I would agree that that was a sustained effort by Iran.
Okay. Let's take a look in context, since my Democratic friends have wanted to talk so much about the JCPOA, about not just Epic Fury, but about Midnight Hammer as well. So where we stand today in mid-May versus where we were not even a year ago, 11 months ago. Based on your extensive military experience, do you believe that Iran posed a significant threat to the United States 11 months ago before Operation Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury?
Senator, they attacked U.S. forces 350 times in the 30 months preceding Epic Fury.
Do you believe that, absent Midnight Hammer and Epic Fury, do you believe that threat was likely to continue to grow?
Yes.
Microphone, please, so we can
Yes,
for the
sir.
record.
I
Thank
do.
you. Is Iran now less of a threat than it was 11 months ago?
They are significantly less of a threat.
Is it fair to say that the Iranian regime is still a revolutionary terrorist regime even after all the deaths of their senior leaders?
They are.
Yeah. Is it fair to say the revolutionary terrorist regime no longer has nearly as much military capability to act on its revolutionary terrorist intentions?
That is fair, and I think it's also fair to say across every element of national power, they've been significantly degraded.
You state in your opening statement that CENTCOM forces systematically dismantled what Iran spent 4 decades and tens of billions of dollars building. How long do you assess that it will take them to get back to where they were in terms of their military and other capabilities just 11 months ago, before CENTCOM dismantled it all?
Senator, I would assess that the drone and missile force will take years to reconstitute. The Navy likely will not get back to its previous size for a full generation.
Is that why you say in your opening statement that CENTCOM assesses Iran can no longer project power across the region nor pose a persistent threat to the United States or our partners than it did prior to Operation Epic Fury?
They certainly cannot do it at the level of mass that we all saw with hundreds of missiles and drones raining across the Middle East. That doesn't mean they don't have any capability, but that broad power projection capability no longer exists.
And the whole world saw that just in a number of days after the beginning of your operation, correct? In the number of, I think it was a near 90% decline in Iran's attacks on the United States and its neighbors in the region?
That's correct. Early on, the attacks were in the hundreds, and they went to the teens.
Okay. I know that there's been a lot of questions about the Strait of Hormuz. To be clear, the Strait of Hormuz was never part of our objectives, but we knew, as anyone who looks at a map would know, that Iran has the power to temporarily close the Strait of Hormuz. Is that correct?
That's accurate, Senator.
Is it fair to say that the United States and our partners have the power to permanently open the strait?
Without getting into specifics, we have the military power, yes.
Could you talk to us a little bit about what the blockade in the meantime has done to Iran?
Yes, sir. The blockade was implemented within 24 hours of presidential direction based on a plan that we had on the shelf. The blockade itself is designed to prevent any commerce from leaving Iranian ports going to global distribution, and any commerce from coming around the world going back to going back into Iran. There's been zero trade going into or out of Iran in the last month.
And just finally, what is Iran's current ability, since it retains its revolutionary terrorist ambitions, to support its terror proxy network in the region versus where it was just 11 months ago?
As we sit here today, they are unable to resource and supply Hezbollah, Hamas, or the Houthis. Chapter to be seen of what that looks like in Iraq. New prime minister wants to distance himself from Iran, but we'll see. That's what it is committed to. We'll see what that looks like.
So they can't support their terrorist proxies. They're years and years away from reconstituting, if at all, their missile and drone forces and their nuclear program, and they're a generation away from rebuilding their Navy. Seems to me like a little bit better position than we were relative to Iran under Barack Obama and Joe Biden's disastrous nuclear deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. Senator Slotkin.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here, and thank you for what you're doing. I'm going to direct my questions to Admiral Cooper, excuse me, and I'm going to give a good pass to my fellow Michigander from Ypsi, Michigan. We're happy to see you in service. Thank you for what you're doing, and you're always welcome back home when you retire. I think I feel like whatever feelings I have about the imminence of the threat from Iran or not, we want our military to come through this war as successfully and safely as possible. I am interested in making sure we get out of this quickly and safely. And I have actually no doubt that with all the firepower we've used in this war, that we've degraded their nuclear capability, their ballistic missile capability, their terrorism capability. And as someone who served 3 tours in Iraq, I saw that terrorism up close and personal. But it is hard to say, sitting here with the Strait of Hormuz closed and every American feeling a deep, deep spike in the price of gas, and that we're only in the beginning of that we can't say we are overall better off until that strait is opened. And while I believe we could militarily open the straits, it seems to me that the Iranians have strategic geography. They have the ability, even though it's degraded, to project power onto things like the oil infrastructure in places like Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or anywhere they want, further hurting the world economy, the United States. Do you believe, is that correct, that while militarily we may be able to physically open the straits, that they still retain the ability to affect infrastructure in the region and therefore kind of have a veto power over the world economy right now?
Senator, from a military perspective, I would characterize Iran as having a remnant capability across multiple domains. In terms of veto power, I'd really would defer to policymakers for that characterization.
But, sorry, can they strike oil infrastructure across the Persian Gulf?
They have a very moderate, if not small, capability to continue strikes. And we, of course, have accordingly prepared for such a contingency.
Okay, but if we have the power to militarily open the straits and their threat is, quote, moderate or small, why wouldn't we just do it?
So I really would defer to policymakers in this particular matter. And the Strait clearly is in the middle of the negotiation being undertaken now.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me that they still certainly have, it may be diminished power, but if the United States military is not physically opening the straits right now, it's because the Iranians do have the real capability to affect strikes or drone strikes into the Gulf countries, affecting their oil infrastructure and sending the price of oil worldwide even higher. So, you know, it may be diminished, but it's real capability unless I'm missing something. You know, can you describe for me, I'm very sensitive about the way that countries like Russia or China may be enabling the Iranians to target and kill American forces or to provide intelligence on their locations in real or near real time. Is it fair to say that the Chinese are providing intelligence to the Iranians to help them target U.S. forces?
So I think best to talk about anything regarding intelligence in a classified manner. What I can say is the Iranian military is largely made up of Russian and Chinese equipment.
Okay. I think, you know, it feels like either Chinese government and or Chinese companies are helping and aiding and abetting the Iranians in providing that information. I understand we don't want to go into the details, but some of this is like out in open press. I would just say I personally feel like that crosses a Rubicon. Anytime we have another country providing that kind of intelligence to an adversary, I think that should play very heavily in our calculus, in our conversations. I know the president is with the Chinese government right now, but I hope that no matter what party we're from, that's just a Rubicon. We all believe once you cross it, we're in a very different conversation, and I hope that's playing out in Beijing. I yield back, Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Cooper, any update at all on activities in Afghanistan? Increased activity from ISIS or any other groups that concern you? Anything at all that you can tell us?
Senator, just thank you for the question. Afghanistan remains on the forefront of what we're watching in terms of terrorist activity. I think best to address that in a classified forum. For right now, our partnerships in the region are suppressing that threat.
Can you give any update at all for the record?
No.
Remains an area of concern for CENTCOM. You're tracking, paying attention to it. We're not completely ignoring Afghanistan.
Remains an area of concern. We're paying close attention through a variety of partnerships. We're suppressing any threat.
Thanks. Thank you for your leadership. I mean, I think this is an incredible moment. You're doing an incredible job when it comes to Iran and degrading their military, their defense industrial base. You cite in your testimony that the U.S. has, quote, delivered a long-term rollback of Iran's ability to project power in the region and beyond, end quote, damaging or destroying over 85% of its ballistic missile, drone, and naval defense industrial base and 82% of its air defense missile systems. That's pretty damn good. That's a strong statement, and I'm proud of your efforts. The NDS talks about the concept of simultaneity, in which our adversaries could undertake simultaneous aggression across multiple theaters. Does Operation Epic Fury's degradation of the Iranian military and defense industrial base reduce the problem of simultaneity?
Senator, I think it remains to be seen what happens going forward with Iran. But what I think we've seen is a combination of ability for the United States to project power and influence and defeat an adversary very quickly, 38 days. The effects on other theaters, I think I would really refer to U.S. European Commander and the Pacific Command Commander. But clearly the United States is agile and we can move from theater to theater very quickly.
Can you unpack this concept of simultaneity?
Well, the United States
Explain it to us.
The United States has significant capacity. We have forces deployed around the world addressing a variety of issues. We're focused today largely on Iran, but clearly General Anderson is actioning key and critical matters in Africa. We're doing it in Europe, we're doing it in Asia, and we're doing it in South America.
And we're
all
able,
at the same time.
We're able to do that at the same time.
That's how the United States military rolls.
You also write in your testimony that Iran's ability to reconstitute its military capability will, quote, depend in large part on decisions we and our partners make. What should we be doing to press our advantage?
I think there's a policy component to this, Senator, and potentially a legislative component. Then there are a restricted number of countries, there's a finite number of countries that have historically had trade with Iran. Addressing those countries and what they are trading, how they're doing it, and what that looks like, I think is something we should take a look at.
Yeah.
Because if they don't have the parts, they're not going to build the weapons.
Well put. I was very proud to see the Lucas drones deployed and used in CENTCOM. The Indiana National Guard played a really important role in testing the Lucas drone at Camp Atterbury in my state. What, if anything, can we extrapolate from the performance of our Lucas drones in other conflicts?
Yes, Senator, so the Lucas drones were the United States' first opportunity to use our own one-way attack drones against an adversary. I remember well the training that happened at Camp Atterbury. I was watching it like a hawk. That training has produced additional capability that we've now employed against an adversary very effectively.
What else can we learn from it?
Well, there's a lot more to be learned from it. I'd love to take it in a classified setting, and particularly given where we are right now vis-a-vis Iran, I think I would just like to keep that in a classified setting.
For more than a month, our warfighters in the Middle East were hammered by small drones. How can we ensure that doesn't happen again if combat operations resume?
Yes, Senator, a little bit of a myth buster on this. Iranian drones are significantly capable. In the days of $35,000 Walmart-like drones, those things are behind us. Iran has a very capable drone force. We have very capably defeated it.
Good. Well put. Thank you very much. That's all I have. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kelly, and then Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, thank you both for being here today. Admiral Cooper, I want to start with you. I've got questions for both of you, but I want to talk a little bit about the civilian harm mitigation team at CENTCOM. My understanding is that you've gone from 10 down to 1 as part of a department-wide reduction in chimmer, that their role is to try to minimize harm to civilians when we're conducting combat operations. Is that correct? You've gone from 10 to 1?
Yes, sir, that's the billet, but there's a larger component to this. Over a course of years, we've gone from compliance to civilian casualties and risk mitigation being just part of the culture. There are dozens, if not hundreds of people who are involved in this process.
What did those 9 individuals do who were removed from their jobs?
They're now integrated in other capacities. They've retained other capacities in the joint, what we would call joint
But
fires.
what were they doing when they were part of the civilian harm mitigation team?
They're playing a key role in helping us move from compliance to culture on CIFCAS, focusing on it every day, which they continue to do.
So by your estimates, how many civilians have been killed or injured over the course of this war?
The investigation on the one incident that we've had after more than 13,000 strikes is still underway. We'll certainly be transparent and release that when we can. This is a matter that I'm passionate about. I'd like to use the occasion to invite you, other members of the committee, and your staffs to Tampa to take a look at what our targeting process looks like.
If you were to find out that there was an error in the targeting process, would you reinstate some of those people that were removed from that team?
Sir, it's a hypothetical. I think I'm always looking to organize to purpose, and we'll just see what the
But
investigation
are you
shows.
taking any additional steps now because of the civilian casualties to date?
We have taken additional steps. Our additional steps have been very proactive throughout Epic Fury. Our staff specifically warned the Iranian people more than 100 times about the threat of them being used as human shields. I personally warned the Iranian people on March 8th, 11th, and the 23rd that they had the potential to be human shields, and that communication was very effective. So again, we're moving not just targeting, but a proactive measures to minimize.
All right, well,
civilian
thank you
casualties.
for doing that. General Anderson, so China and Russia continue to expand their influence across Africa. We discussed this with misinformation, disinformation across many African countries. You requested $94 million for information operation activities. You were promised, and this is in fiscal year 26, you were promised $25 million from the department. You ultimately received only $19 million. Could you talk about the difference between having $19 million to do that job and $94 million? Like, what are you able to do if you were fully funded? General Anderson, I get it. I mean, we see this stuff all the time. The amount of misinformation that comes from the Chinese and the Russians, it is a huge problem. But if you could just explain to us a little bit about what you could do if you had the full request.
Senator, I think the key point there is right now we are in a reactionary mode to propaganda and to other information operations to what we can do at the moment. What the fuller funding would do, especially if it's consistent over time, would allow us to build an information campaign and address these issues across the continent. We're one of the few organizations that looks across the entirety of the continent and can understand how these propaganda and misinformations play across borders. We work very closely with the State Department and U.S. embassies on this to make sure our messaging is key, but this would allow us to do is help coordinate that messaging across regions and across the continent to highlight the issues that come with this misinformation, especially as much of it is destabilizing the democracies across the region.
Do you ever feel like we should be countering some of their disinformation with disinformation of our own?
Sir, I think the most powerful tool we have is the truth. What America brings is very unique. We're still a beacon of hope and light in the world, and I think we should be willing to talk about who we are. This is America's 250th anniversary. There's a long history on the continent that is, I mean, there's good and bad, but there's a lot of good that we can talk about of what America brings. The fact that John C. Robinson founded the Tuskegee Airmen, 2 years later founded the Ethiopian Air Force, and then went on to found Ethiopian Airlines, which is now the pride not only of Ethiopia but Africa. It's not a story that's well known, but that is a tie that we have had between the aviation communities for years. There are multiple stories like that across the continent that we need to propagate and talk about. So I would say we should focus on the goodness and the positivity of engaging with America and worry less about the disinformation that our partners put out, but we have to engage in this environment. We have to be active in the information space.
So you got about 25% of the request. So if you got the full amount, you could put more out there, positive stuff that the United States is doing. And I know these are, challenging times with resources even beyond what DoD has, USAID and others. But do you think that would be sufficient to counter Chinese and Russian misinformation?
Senator, I think information operations is one of the lower cost investments that we can make that have outsized return and help amplify the limited resources we have in the military side and highlight the benefits that those provide. And being able to talk about that broadly, I do think has outside proportion. So small investments can have a large impact. And this is an area of information where I think we can make a lot of gains even despite our smaller physical presence that can highlight the totality of what the United States brings.
I 100% agree with you, General, and we should really look into getting you the resources you need to do this job. Thank you. Thank you.
General Anderson, I 100% agree with you. Senator Gillibrand.
Admiral Cooper, we had Secretary Hegseth here a week or so ago, and we did not get satisfactory answers about Iran. So what is your mission in Iran right now?
Senator, with Epic Fury now formally ended per the President's notification, we shifted our mission to a blockade mission in the following day, and we're implementing that mission in accordance with international armed conflict. That's our main mission today, as well as to be ready for a broad range of contingencies.
And do you feel that President Trump's declaration that we have obliterated all of Iran's capabilities and their nuclear program, is that accurate?
Senator, I speak from a military perspective. We have significantly degraded their drone, missile, and naval capabilities. We've fractured their command and control. We've eliminated the large preponderance of their space program. They, by every measure, are degraded significantly across all measures of national power.
So what's your exit strategy to end the conflict with Iran?
Senator, that's a policy decision.
And don't you have to offer the president various exit strategies so he knows how to get from A to B?
Senator, consistent with my statutory obligations, I provided a broad range of options along with risks and mitigations through the Secretary.
So given your current mission, how many more days, weeks, months, years are we going to be at war with Iran?
Well, as we sit here today, we are in a ceasefire, and the way ahead will be determined by our policymakers.
Well, currently, we are still spending $1 billion a day on this war with Iran. And I can tell you from my New York constituents, they're furious about it because $1 billion a day could be lowering their housing costs, lowering their food costs, lowering their health care costs, lowering the cost of everyday expenses that continue to go up because of the war in Iran. With the price of gas as high as it is, the price of diesel as high as it is, it means everything that they have to buy for their families is more expensive. So we expect from our military leaders a plan about why and how long we are going to be spending $1 billion a day, and I have not seen that plan or the why from President Trump or Secretary Hegseth. So I'm hoping, as the military person in charge of operations, that you have a plan to end this war and to stop spending $1 billion a day.
Senator, we have a broad range of plans and contingencies consistent with my obligation to provide that advice, both to the Secretary and the President. We've done so. Decisions will be made by our civilian leadership, and my job will be to execute them.
The second concern I have, Admiral Cooper, is how we've prosecuted this war to date. We have data and information publicly available in publications like the New York Times that 22 schools have been hit, hospitals, dozens of hospitals have been hit. We have regulations, we have the law of war, we have human rights obligations, we have our own targeting requirements to avoid civilian harm and death. Have you been implementing all the laws that are required under current law to minimize civilian death?
Senator, we have executed every operation consistent with the law of armed conflict. The subject of civilian casualties is a particular passion of mine. We pay attention to it. We follow all the procedures and have gone above and beyond to, in my case, personally warn the Iranian people of several instances during conflict where they were being potentially used as human targets.
If they've been warned, how did we then bomb 22 schools?
There's no indication that we have that has been corroborated.
How many schools have we bombed?
There is one active civilian casualty investigation from the 13,629 munitions.
So how do you explain the publicly available information that 22 schools have been hit and multiple hospitals?
There's no way that we can corroborate that. No indication of that whatsoever, Senator.
There's no way you can corroborate or no indication of it? Which one?
No indication.
Well, the indication is what's publicly available. There is indication. Have you investigated those claims?
We have not.
Why have you not? If this is a passion of yours, if you believe that the civilian casualties are not consistent with the law of war and not consistent with human rights obligations that our military regularly follows with great pride and great diligence, why have you not investigated those allegations when they're publicly being made on the cover of the New York Times?
I'll be happy to take a look at each instance.
I would like a
Our team will be able
report.
to do that.
I would like a report from you, from your team, about whether there have been attacks that have resulted in the destruction of schools and hospitals. And if so, why? And how then, last, have you managed the 90% cut to the personnel who are supposed to avoid civilian targets?
Happy to provide any report, and I would invite you and every staff member here to come to Tampa to look at the process to see exactly how it works.
Thank you. Thank you, Admiral.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Admiral Cooper, the Senate received a letter from President Trump on Friday, May 1st, stating that hostilities with Iran have ended, and you just stated here that we are no longer operating under Operation Urgent Fury. Would you say that we are still engaged in hostilities with Iran, or have they ended?
Consistent with the president's letter, those Epic Fury is complete. We are operating under international armed conflict rules in the implementation of the blockade.
So are we engaged in hostilities with Iran, yes or no?
We are not. We're in a ceasefire.
The Strait of Hormuz remains blocked, right? You're engaged in a blockade, are you not?
The blockade is against Iranian ports, commerce going in and coming out. It is the last thing we would want to do is blockade the Strait of Hormuz. And as we've seen in the last week, there have been instances of ships coming in and out, including our own.
But under international law, a blockade is an act of war. So if you're actively blockading Iran, then you are engaged in we are currently in an act of war with Iran under international law. That a blockade is one of the definitions of an act of war under international law.
Consistent with the direction we've been given, those characterizations are best done through the department's legal counsel.
It's not characterization, it's international law. It's listed. A blockade is an act of war. We've now engaged in the United States, and the United States and Iranian forces are trading fire as they continue to launch missiles, drones, small boat stacks. President Trump himself says the ceasefire is on life support, and he repeatedly threatens to renew U.S. military strikes. And to be clear, no one is disputing the valor and professionalism of our military. But the civilian leaders are abdicating their responsibility to craft a clear strategy, and service members and the American people are the ones who will suffer under this leadership vacuum. Admiral Cooper, before Operation Epic Fury began, what desired end state for the operation were you given by your civilian leadership?
Senator, I was given crystal clear guidance. Our military mission was to degrade Iran's ability to project power on its neighbors and U.S. interests. It included 3 specific objectives: degrade Iranian ballistic missiles and their defense industrial base, degrade their drones in the defense industrial base, degrade their Navy in the defense industrial base. All of those were achieved, as I've discussed.
And because they were achieved, that's why the operation ended, or did the operation end because the president said, let's end operation?
Operations commencing and ending are made by our civilian leadership, and not a military decision.
Okay, well, that civilian leadership, President Trump has provided many possible end states in only 2 months, including in just 2 months, he said unconditional surrender and regime change in Iran, which have not happened. He's talked about, operations will end when there's destruction of Iranian nuclear sites, allegedly already accomplished last summer under Operation Midnight Hammer. He has also said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, which cannot be accomplished with only a bombing campaign. He said that his goal is to destroy the Iranian military forces and infrastructure completely, which the intelligence community assesses has not happened. And now, he said that it's a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which, as a reminder, was open before the war began. So if we don't know what we're fighting for, we certainly don't know how long we'll be fighting. Admiral Cooper, what have you been given? Have you been given any timeline for how long our forces will be in the Strait of Hormuz or near Iran or blockading Iran, whether by a timeline or a condition, an end state, for how long you'll be blockading Iran?
Senator, I think it's important from a military perspective that my advice related to options be provided to both the Secretary and the President. We've done that. The decisions on timeline and execution are up to our civilian leadership.
Okay. So you mentioned the Secretary of Defense, who only talks tactics, and a president who changes his strategy on social media multiple times a day. This is who's giving you the orders. Secretary Hegseth has touted the destruction of tens of thousands of targets across Iran. He said that Iran's air defenses are flattened, his words, and its industrial base overwhelmingly destroyed, and claims that Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea. Every metric that the Secretary offers is one of destruction, and destruction alone is not an end state, especially not with new public reporting that U.S. intelligence officials believe Iran has operational access to most of its missile capacity, and that Iran is clearly still capable of controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Americans are not safer, our service members are at risk, prices at home are higher, and Iran has more control over the Strait and global economy than it did before this whole thing started. The American people, our service members, deserve clear answers. What does done with the war look like, and how do we get there? We have no strategy. As we saw in Afghanistan, if you don't have a sound strategy, you keep doing tactics forever. This is not your fault, but this is where we are. And Admiral Cooper, have you been asked for your advice, and under what conditions would you advise deploying ground troops for any purpose in Iran?
Senator, I think it would be inappropriate to talk about any contingency planning in this particular forum. It's my obligation as a combatant commander to provide a broad range of options to the Secretary and to the President.
Can you answer that
along with
question
the
for me
risk.
in the skiff at a later time?
I'd be more than happy to talk about anything classified.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very strong questions.
Senator Kelly.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I didn't mark off Senator Peters.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you both for being here. And I speak for myself, and I think everybody on this panel. We appreciate the incredible professionalism of the men and women in uniform and the job that they do every day with professionalism and heroism. And thank you for doing that. But we do have a number of questions about how we win this war and end it going forward. And those are usually political questions related to political leadership. The men and women in uniform execute those orders, and they have demonstrated that they're certainly the best in the world. But Admiral Cooper, you mentioned that the current mission right now is basically the U.S. blockade of Iranian ships or ships that are transiting the Straits of Hormuz to Iranian ports. That's in response to Iran basically effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz before that. As you know, experts across the political spectrum and multiple administrations, political administrations, have all agreed that a war against Iran, Iran's first moves would be to mine the Straits of Hormuz to prevent tanker traffic. But despite these known risks and repeated claims that the DoD has planned, and I'm sure you have plans. I've been to the War College. I've served in the Navy. There are no shortage of plans that we have. That you have plans to deal with the closing of the Strait. We had 4 minesweepers that were stationed in the Middle East, were just retired last year, and our remaining minesweepers were either stationed in Japan or not pre-positioned in the region. This is despite public reporting that we currently already have limited unmanned mine clearance capacity. And reports from the New York Times and Reuters has also indicated that Iran still has hundreds, if not thousands, of small boats that can lay mines or perform hit-and-run attacks on top of their existing land missiles and drones, which I'm sure they're building at a furious pace right now to restock what they have. And this is on top of existing land missiles and drones. The American people, as we all know, are already paying higher prices in the United States. Inflation is up as a result of chaotic tariffs that President Trump has put into place. And now, thanks to this war and the Strait's closure, they're paying high gas prices that continue to rise as well, putting a strain on family budgets. So my question for you is, if there was advanced planning, and I'm sure there was advanced planning about the Strait's closure, why were the minesweepers not pre-positioned in the region when it had been publicly reported that we already have limited unmanned mine clearance capacities? When you have a plan, usually before you execute the plan, you make sure that all your assets are in place to actually execute that plan. So it's curious that those assets were not there. Why?
Senator, I think best to talk specific tactics and operations in a classified environment. What I can say here is we did have sufficient and continue to have sufficient mine clearance capability in the theater. Because it happened to not be in those 4 vessels that were decommissioned after decades of service, I think is an interesting point. The support and the ability to conduct countermining comes in a lot of different flavors, best to discuss in a classified environment.
And I don't mean to get into that. I understand that totally. You don't want to do it. But it's clear that there is a concern about mines. We aren't seeing ships go through there. Commercial companies do not want to go through the Straits. They're not going to put their ships at risk, so they don't feel safe. To me, that speaks volumes as to whether or not it's safe, that there is a real concern there. And we know that the Iranians have significant capabilities to deal with that. You know, I asked a previous question related to strategy and really talked about von Clausewitz on war, which is, as you know, the seminal text on strategy that is taught in all the war colleges. And you know it better than I will ever know it. The concept of that is that in order to win a war, you've got to know the center of gravity of your enemy, and you have to be focused on able to neutralize that. What is the center of gravity in Iran? How are you planning And that's a military decision as to what is the center of gravity. That's the kind of advice you would give a president. What is the center of gravity?
So I'd really would defer to our policymakers to determine what they view from a policy perspective as the center of gravity. From a military perspective, we're focused on achieving military objectives, which is exactly what our men and women have done, and they've done it extremely well.
Well, you do, as you know, and every war plan has a center of gravity that you identify, and then you work around that. So there is, the war plan that we have for Iran would have the center of gravity. Why can't you share what that is? That's, in the past, it's been, before we knew the center of gravity in the Persian Gulf War for Iraq. Colin Powell said it was the Republican Guard troops, Iraq's elite unit there. Obama administration in Afghanistan, Admiral Mike Mullen defined the center of gravity as building Afghan government support. They made this public. They weren't hiding the center of gravity, and our enemy knows what our center of gravity is, and we know what theirs is. There's no reason to keep that secret, because the American people have a right to know what is it that we're trying to accomplish, and that's outlined very clearly in that term, a part of every military plan that is put forward.
Yes, sir. I agree. Every war plan has a center of gravity, and those war plans are classified. I'd be more than happy to talk about it in a classified environment.
Fair enough. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Chairman Wicker, and thank you, Admiral Cooper, General Anderson, for your service and your willingness to continue to serve our nation. Admiral Cooper, I want to talk about the International Stabilization Force. It's been publicly reported that CENTCOM is going to play a role in the proposed International Stabilization Force in Gaza. We'll just call it ISF going forward. Though many questions remain on what the ISF is, when it will be deployed, and how it will operate. So can you clarify the roles of the U.S. and CENTCOM in the ISF? Specifically, is the vision for CENTCOM to retain command and control, or is there a timeline and mechanism for transitioning oversight to a multinational or civilian-led structure?
Senator, first, great to see you again, and thank you for the question. Our role can be simply defined as one of support right now. The International Stabilization Force commander, who's been designated, is also dual-hatted as the commander of Special Operations Command Central. He has about 45 members of the Joint Force presently working for him. We're really at the infancy of forming that International Stabilization Force. Thus far, there have been 4 countries who've committed to provide forces. And so I think as we look to the future, I'd be happy to come back to you on what that looks like. Later on. We're heading in the right direction, but we're just at the infancy of the process.
Thank you. And speaking of heading in a direction, we need to talk about munitions sustainment, because Admiral Cooper, according to publicly available resources, the U.S. has fired at least 45% of its Patriot missile interceptors and more than half of its THAAD interceptors so far in Operation Epic Fury, and it's had to move air defense from other theaters. So can you talk to me about how this constrains our air and missile defense and those of our regional partners and allies like the Israel, UAE, and others who are also under attack?
Senator, I have all the munitions necessary to both defend our forces as well as conduct a broad range of contingencies. Our partners also have the sufficient munitions necessary for defensive operations.
Do you have estimates about how long it would take us to replenish or rebuild our stockpile?
I would really defer to the folks who do this on an everyday basis, both in the department and the services.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on you, and then we'll move over to General Anderson in a minute, because I want to just take a moment to talk about Lebanon, because I do appreciate that you've applauded the Lebanese armed forces for their efforts to disarm Hezbollah. While the current effort in conflict has demonstrated the extent to which Hezbollah is rearmed, a strong Lebanese armed forces remains the best pathway for Lebanon through which Hezbollah can be disarmed once and for all, and we know that needs to happen. So what can the U.S. do to support the Lebanese armed forces to ensure that they have the necessary capacity to disarm Hezbollah while also holding them accountable?
Senator, taking on the disarmament of Hezbollah is a tall order. They've been funded by Iran for decades with billions of dollars, and Hezbollah is inculcated into every fabric of the Lebanese society. I think right now our continued commitment with modest dollars to the Lebanese armed forces is helpful. They have, in particular, several units who can do more. We have to be, I believe our commitment could be to provide the funding necessary so that they can do more.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to AFRICOM now, General Anderson, because ISIS and al-Qaeda affiliates, well, we know they've spanned the African continent. And so understanding, of course, this is an open setting, can you talk about the extent to which these franchises, that they work cross borders within local settings to coordinate with one another, and the threat that this poses to our priorities in the regions? And do you think there's a need for a comprehensive CT strategy on the continent? And if so, could you outline again, considering it's an open setting, broadly what that strategy might include, please?
Senator, I appreciate the highlighting of the transnational threat that both al-Qaeda and ISIS pose. I can say in this setting that ISIS has several affiliates across the continent that are coordinating more and more, whether that's in the Golis Mountains of Somalia or the Lake Chad Basin of Nigeria or in the Sahel, as well as Mozambique and others. So this terrorist network has to be addressed holistically. They have to look at the entirety of the network. It's not any single node anymore. And so as we look at this, I coordinate very closely with Admiral Cooper because ISIS still has a strong presence in CENTCOMs, AOR, as well as al-Qaeda. As we look at this, the strategy to go after this is to work with our partners, those willing and capable partners, enable them first and foremost to take on this threat. When they are unable to do that, then bringing in only the unique capabilities that the U.S. can bring in order to address those threats. We've seen that in the Golis Mountains where we've been able to bring intelligence, ISR, some limited strike capabilities that has been able to disrupt their leadership network. This needs to be applied across all of these areas. So investments in additional ISR, investments in expeditionary capabilities such as in a float forward staging base like the Herschel Woody Williams that allow us to move to the point of need at the time of need, and then the force protection requirements that are necessary to protect that force in an expeditionary area. And I would add not just the force protection as in the counter UAS and the integrated air missile defense, which are critical, but also investments in emerging technologies that allow austere medicine, forward medicine, remote medicine, automated CASEVAC. These types of things allow us to become more expeditionary in order to get after these critical threats, and only the critical threats that pose threat to the U.S., and then enable partners as able to address these common threats. So it is a multifaceted strategy. I could even go into more, I won't in this detail, but really maintaining the relationships and the engagements are equally important, and having that pragmatic approach, opening dialogue with the AES states and the Sahel again, addressing this with places like Algeria and Morocco and Libya even, who share these concerns. Building those relationships are absolutely vital because you cannot surge trust.
If the chairman would indulge me, can I have a follow-up question on the Sahel since he brought it up?
Yes, why don't you do that?
Thank you. We know, since you brought up the Sahel, but last month the JNIM and local militias in Mali executed coordinated nationwide offensive attacks, attacking Mali's capital, seizing the key towns, killing the Malian defense minister. Though these attacks were greater in scale and intensity than any other since 2012, and to clearly demonstrate the attackers' ability to strike against an expansive geographical area. So you're talking a little bit about the Sahel, but the permissive environment in the Sahel that's making these attacks possible, and what more can you do? Would you like to add, if you want to speak a little bit more about instability there?
I would, there are a few things I would like to add in this setting. I can talk to you more in a classified setting that would be highly appropriate to this. But to your point, there is no effective external counterterrorism effort in the Sahel right now. The Russians have claimed to do that, but we saw that they had to withdraw from Kidal. We're unable to defend against that threat there. They are providing some limited support, but we do not see the same Western presence. Because of that, then how do we enable the partners, the other nations that are there? How do we look at expeditionary capabilities again that we can result in this? One of the key areas that we would need some assistance with is the authorities and ability to bring in and experiment with emerging technologies, whether that's in the surveillance and ISR type of technologies or in other over-the-horizon type capabilities, like I mentioned with the medicine and others, in order to reach, when there is a threat that threatens the homeland, to be able to reach it and take care of it, but more importantly, continue to enable the partners to address the threats in their local areas, and a lot of that's through intelligence sharing. I would be happy in a classified environment to talk in more depth.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Admiral General. Thank you, Chairman Wicker.
Thank you very much, Senator Rosen, and I'm glad you brought up Lebanon and Hezbollah. So I'm going to take another round. Admiral Cooper, And to stop me when I'm wrong, on March 2nd of this year, Hezbollah attacked Israel in response to Operation Epic Fury. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
According to Israel's foreign minister, Hezbollah has fired 10,000 missiles, rockets, and drones at Israel during the past 2 months. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, sir.
And in response to these attacks, Israel initiated a ground offensive in southern Lebanon, aiming to create an uninhabited buffer zone along its northern border and to push Hezbollah north to the Latini River. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
To enable this operation, the Israeli military ordered the evacuation of southern Lebanon, displacing over 1 million people, nearly 20% of Lebanon's population. That is also correct.
I don't know that that number specifically is correct, but the concept of the evacuation is correct.
While governments of Israel and Lebanon declared a ceasefire in April of this year, Hezbollah Secretary General Naim Qassem announced that his organization would not recognize the ceasefire and would never agree to disarm. Is that correct?
That statement is correct.
Yeah, he made that statement. Hezbollah then continued to fire projectiles into Israel, and Israel has continued to strike Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. That's also correct, isn't it?
That's correct, sir.
And I think Senator Rosen would wholeheartedly agree with me that peace between Israel, and I can't ask questions to my friend and colleague, but I think we would both agree that peace between Israel and Lebanon would be a wonderful development, and a wonderful development for America and for Israel. But peace between Israel and Lebanon depends on the Lebanese government having both the capability and the will to disarm Hezbollah. Has the United States provided the Lebanese armed forces with approximately $3 billion since 2006?
So I'd have to take that specific volume, that
But a lot of
specific
money.
number for the record and follow up. But we have been providing aid for 2 decades.
Is it fair to say that the primary goal of U.S. support for the LAF, the Lebanese armed forces, was to counter Hezbollah?
Yes, sir.
And from 2006 until 2023, is it accurate to say that Hezbollah's rocket and missile arsenal grew from 2006 to 2023 from approximately 9,000 rockets and missiles to 150,000?
As a result of decades and billions of dollars of Iranian support, that's correct.
Israel's foreign minister alleges that Hezbollah fired more than 10,000 projectiles at Israel since the beginning of March of this year. In light of the Lebanese armed forces in action, was Israel's offensive into southern Lebanon militarily necessary if Hezbollah's attacks were going to be countered? Was there another way to do that?
Senator, I would really defer to Israel on intent and effectiveness, but just as a general statement.
Militarily necessary, though.
It is an option among options, of which there are few, to deal with the Hezbollah problem.
I appreciate Senator Rosen bringing this up, and it just would go back to the central point. It would be a tremendous achievement for Israel, Lebanon, the United States, and the Middle East if Hezbollah could be eliminated and allow the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government to resume the happy relations that we once had and strive for between the United States and Lebanon. Would Senator Rosen have any further questions? Then this concludes today's hearing. I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony, and I would acknowledge that many of the arrows aimed at these two witnesses were better aimed at people in the civilian leadership who, according to our great Constitution and our principles dating back to George Washington, are in control of policy. And I would commend these two military veterans for adhering to that constitutional principle. And with that, we are, I would inform members that questions for the record will be due to the committee within 2 business days, and we are adjourned.
So ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟੈਸਟਮਨੀ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗ੍ਰਿਲ ਸੈਸ਼ਨ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਵਿਲੀਅਨ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਜਾਣ ਵਰਦੀਧਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਦ ਲਈ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਬਟ ਇਟਸ ਓਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੀਜਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਔਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਾਈਵ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ 6 ਘੰਟੇ 40 ਮਿੰਟ ਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ 6 hours 40 minutes ਜਿਸ ਕਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲੀਆਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ US ਸੈਂਟਕੌਮ ਦੇ ਚੀਫ ਐਡਮਿਰਲ ਬ੍ਰੈਡ ਕੂਪਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਕਾਫੀ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਅਮਰੀਕਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੀਡਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਸ ਸਾਰੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਹੁਣ ਸਮਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣ ਦਾ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਫਰਮ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਦਿੱਤਾ 6 ਘੰਟੇ 40 ਮਿੰਟ ਦੇ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੋਈ ਸੁਝਾਅ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਲੇਟਫਾਰਮ ਤੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋ ਉਹਦੇ ਮੈਸੇਜ ਬਾਕਸ 'ਚ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਔਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਈਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਤੇ ਚੈਨਲ ਨੂੰ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਕਰੋ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਆਈ ਰੀਲੀ ਐਪਰੀਸ਼ੀਏਟ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਗੋਡ ਬਲੈਸ